Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Imola for the second round of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2025-26. This is the P1Sim, 6 hours of Imola, the second round, and indeed a European doubleheader to start our season, which comes to an end tonight after 6 hours of racing under gloomy conditions to start with here this afternoon. Myself, Ian O'Leary, and Lorenzo Bonda will take you through qualifying and the opening couple of hours of the race with Iku Murakala behind the cameras this afternoon for this RaceSpotTV broadcast. Good afternoon, Lorenzo. Good to have you alongside me. You were there for the first round of the championship as well for a little while. The one thing that I note most after looking over the race results and the race that we saw through the first round of the championship was just how attritional it was. On the lead lap at the Barcelona 300 just 3 weeks ago, just two cars overall, Drago Racing and Williams Gaming Club, an attritional opening round to the season.
I think also the fact the rain came into the track prior to the start of the race brought a little bit of confusion for everyone. So it's kind of like how to manage dry weather with a wet spot, especially on key areas, and a lot of drivers struggle with that. And here in Imola, it's going to be a little bit different as we round out the doubleheader, and then we're moving to Glen. I was taking a quick look. Believe it or not, it's been 4 years we've been without a race here at Imola. Last time was the inaugural season in 2021 in Imola, so it's going to be interesting to watch again after 4 years with new cars and everything, how they're going to manage prototypes, two types of prototypes in GT3s through a very small yet condensed track, which we know can get very convoluted, especially on the first sector.
Yeah, we'll get into the circuit as we go along, but here are the car classes that we have and the options available. So many options available in iRacing these days, not least in one session at one time, but just the sheer amount of GT3s you can get at the bottom there. But in GTP, all manufacturers available, of course: Acura, Cadillac, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, the LMP2 with the Dara P217, which is still our middle class, and then the GT3s: Acura, Aston Martin, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford Mustang, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche, all available, and many being used in this season of the championship. So yeah, looking forward to seeing the variety that we've got out there once again, and it will be those GT3s which we're seeing first. Here's the format: a 15-minute qualifying session for each of those classes. Gridding and warm-up will be advanced at some stage between those time periods there, and the green flag should be at about 3:15 the next hour. That's 3:15 Universal Time, so translate that to wherever you are in the world joining us this afternoon. But as I say, GT3 Pro qualifying is first, and in the first round of the championship, it was a race victory for Impulse Racing by Tam Livery. They're leading by 12 points over Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim. A great start to the season for them, by the way. Switch It Racing also with a good podium third. They were ahead of the maybe more fancied teams of Fiercely Forward and Grid and Go. Then it was Fast Repair Motorsport who finished in 6th place ahead of racework.com by Venari Racing. Delta Sport finished in 8th ahead of Line GP, and North Sim Racing rounded out the top 10. That is all how they finished, by the way, because of the halfway points. Sometimes it can be mixed up, but that is all how they finished inside the top 10 first time around. 25 started, 4 didn't get to halfway, but everybody that did, all but one that did, got to the end of the race. So 20 finishes from the opening round of the season. Very, very early, though, in this season, as we know. Qualifying now underway, and because of the things you were mentioning, Lorenzo, around this circuit being quite tight, quite narrow, you'd imagine this might be one of the more important sessions of the season as far as qualifying goes.
I agree. It's because this track, I think, demands track positioning more than probably the other tracks we're going to have in the season. We were talking about Glen. Glen is an important track, right? But I don't think the positioning there is something that you need to be looking for. I think the ones we're probably going to be looking for as the next in terms of track position might be Indianapolis and maybe São Paulo, where they're having the F1 sprint race in a short bit. But in here, I think if for Imola, it's important because I think being in the lead or close as you can to the lead is going to be vital for you to avoid any potential outcomes and kind of control your destiny a little bit when the faster traffic comes. Because if you are stuck in the middle, like from P8 all the way to the back, it's going to be more complicated because you're going to have to be thinking about 300 things at the same second in a track that, despite being 4.9 kilometers long, it doesn't feel like it. It feels shorter, but just because of how tiring this will be for some of the drivers.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, we've seen endurance racing return to Imola in recent times. It's not really well, certainly when I started to watch endurance racing, thought it was one of those circuits where it's always too narrow, really, to hold anything other than sort of maybe ELMS racing, which it did for a few years before coming back more recently. But now we've got the World Endurance Championship back again, or at least it has been for the last couple of seasons. And
Great race, by the way. Great race in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I do feel like the times have changed almost a little bit as far as what circuits are deemed okay for multi-class and long endurance racing, and this being added to the list, I do feel like, yeah, it is a decent addition because, as I say, time's gone past where maybe it was the LMP1s that were just too fast compared to the GT3s and whatever, but in the GTP era that we're currently in, I think, yeah, it does suit this kind of racing quite well as opposed to the previous era.
Also, remove the fact that we don't have LMP2s in WEC anymore, right? We only have it for Le Mans, so I think it makes it easier for that. I'm not saying over here is going to be a little bit of a, we're going to get back to the old days of WEC. The only thing removed will be the P1s instead of the GTPs instead of the P1s, though. But I felt the Imola race was great for many circumstances. Not only you had two classes fighting, but also I think showed GTPs around this racetrack. It's a good mix. I think it is a good mix of fast cars without that super near F1-like downforce they had for the P1. So I think it's going to be a good watch. Where the PLMP2 will fold into the mix in this, I don't know. For ELMS is a good track as well, but because it is three fast types of competition, I'm not sure where this will fold in this race.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out here today. But yeah, just to clean up that point totally. See, the LMP1s did go around here once in 2011, but not since then, and then obviously more recently. But yeah, I think it is going to be an interesting experiment for us here again today, because, as you say, as far as IVRA history is concerned, it's been a little while for the Endurance Series. We'll delve into that a little bit more and the race results, the previous race results, and see if any teams can repeat successes from a few years ago. But of course it was a little while ago. This is the run up towards the line for the second round of times, expecting the modern GT3 tyre warm-up phase to this not to be the fastest these not to be the fastest times that we've seen, or will see indeed, here today. But let's see as everybody goes over the line. Baptiste Jimenez was fastest first time round for Veloce Frustmaster. We'll see whether he can go faster than some of the other big names who are up the front at the moment. Sven Haas has just moved up into third position, for example. He doesn't improve, though, Jimenez, this time round. I don't think that lap counted, but it's Lucas Camber Morero for Simify Esports who's currently leading the way. And here's the BS competition car as well. It is a series of high-class competition these days, Lorenzo, and the Endurance Series, to be fair, always has been in IVRA. But if you just look at some of the names up towards the top here, we've got some properly top-class acts here just in the GT3 classes, to the slowest class of the three.
Yeah, we have PS, we have the Grid and Go, we have Simify, we have Maniti, we have Veloci. Of course, some of them are already so long into the mix, like Impulse, PS, of course, but then again, we have the new ones like Drago, we have Simify, which is US team, but it's still good to see them in the mix. Also already used with the fact that we're not only seeing these cars in the IVRA series, but also some of the lineups were formed for the IMSA Global Esports Championship right? So they are prepared. We're preparing for this, and using not only IVRA as an importance, but this is going to be good to watch. Looking forward for this.
Yeah, it will be. Let's see who can get on the pole, though. First, Elias Riker over the line with perhaps his first representative time of the day, and there it is, third. That's much more like it from PS competition, what you'd expect, although Lucas Bale continues to improve. That's the third improvement in one go for Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim. Very good start to the season indeed for them as well. They obviously came in third place at the opening round of the season. Sorry, second place at the opening round of the season a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, looking at their entry list compared to, or their, well, I suppose their entry list, their driver lineup, I suppose, at the start of this season, not a team name I had flagged particularly as we're going to run really well. Gauthier van den Polis, George Karakoulos, Jeremy Bonsuardo, Jordan Labois and Lucas Bale, who's starting here. I didn't expect those guys to be the front particularly, but they have had a very good good.
Back, I think. And I think we are back. Are you with me over here?
Sorry, yes, I'm back as well. Maybe it got nuked for everybody, but my Discord completely disappeared. So I think we're back and okay. Sorry, I don't know if how much they caught of my point about Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim, but yeah, not a team I had circled particularly, Lorenzo, but second place in the first round, currently on pole here as well.
No, yeah, I got your point, and I kind of agree with you. It's a team that I've raced them, and I've always figured, it's a team that figured out in top splits, but not in this kind of top split. You know, top level racing, not taking away their results and everything, and being P2 in the Barcelona race was something else. But of course, it's a team that I think improved quite rapidly through the years, and it's good to see that. Same for North Sim Racing. I've always raced against this team in other leagues and such, so it's also good to see fresh new faces and cars, and the Ferrari doing very well for the Italian team.
So just a few minutes remaining in this qualifying session, not too long to go at all, as Samuel Spezio comes towards the line. And for North Sim Racing, another team who had a very good opening round of the season, a top 10 for them. Currently a top 10 in this qualifying session as well. But Lucas Bale, it looks like he's done enough for now to take pole here. Maniti Racing are the first one, by the way, on this latest round of times to reach the line. But as to who is going to actually overhaul Scuderia Volpe, we're not sure for the moment. Into the pit lane for Boots and VDS by Undercut. We also briefly saw Simify, I think, in the pit lane there, if I'm not mistaken. Sven Hasse is still out there going well at the moment, but who is realistically going to get close to that time of Lucas Bale? Elias Riker has not gone too badly on this most recent lap, and he's put in another good first sector there for PS competition. They're currently in fourth position. Sven Hasse has just come over the first sector line, and that's even quicker from him. And he is one of the favourites, you'd say, from looking at this field of drivers at the moment. Down the hill he comes in towards the Acca Minerale double right-hander.
Here we are.
Just less than 2 attempts to find, if he possibly can here.
Yeah, but if I also could bring up one thing, It's the fact that we have 3 Mustangs. We're kind of like seeing a little bit of a repeat of what we saw back in Barcelona, right? The Mustangs were operating very nicely, right? They were very strong. And in here, we're kind of seeing a little bit of the same situation. So Volpe in P1 is a Mustang, Grid and Go is a Mustang, Simify is a Mustang. I have to just check if Vesta is also a Mustang. No, it's a Mercedes. So it's then a Mercedes and then a BMW. But you can see still a very strong domination from Mustangs in qualifying.
Yeah, of course, as always, it doesn't always mean that that's going to be the case in the race, but it does matter quite a lot for this race in particular that you qualify up towards the front. So Scuderia Volpe and VestaSport look like they are done for this session. I've just seen the LMP2s entering the session now, moving themselves towards the end of pit lane. Not sure how many more times we're going to get here, to be honest, at the end of this session, but great late lap time there from VestaSport to move themselves up towards the second position in car 211. Mostly Italian team with Etienne Chielli also there, Frenchman, who will be there as well in that team. But is anybody going to be able to overhaul these guys on the last lap? Sven Haase and Lucas Campo-Morero are going pretty well in the first sector, and through the second sector, it's not bad from Sven Haase either, with a 22.8. Is this going to be enough for one of those Mustangs up towards the front to maybe overhaul Volpe at the front of the field and take pole position here? Sven Haase comes down the hill now towards the 2 Rivazzas. Session rapidly running out of time now, with the LMP2s getting towards the end of pit lane and ready for their session. Sven Haase looks like a man who's just holding something back at the moment, and indeed is coming into the pit lane. So that will be that, I think, for qualifying, unless Lucas Cambrera is going to stay out, although I'm not sure even if he does, he will improve any further. Anyway, looks like everybody's slowing down, and Scuderia Volpe have taken pole position here. Lorenzo ahead of VestaSport. That's not a front row many would have predicted.
Oh, I agree 100%. It's, like I said before, is how Volpe improved so much through the years and seem ready. It's kind of like, well, if you think about it, I think I had this conversation during the Barcelona race for the Orbit Job Bear, right? Being a team that was really strong in the club sport for GT4s, had solid results, then came over here into the IVRA Endurance, had good results as well for GTPs. And then we're nearly figuring among the leaders in the prototypes here in GTP this season. So it's a team to look at as we look through the standings. And Mr. Ewan O'Leary, take it away.
Yeah, so LMP2 qualifying coming up. This is how we stand going into the second race of the season, and it was Matt Performance who took the win at Barcelona. Again, not very many halfway points, but the 100 points for winning the race. Ahead of Jazz Automotive by Majors Garage and Arret Esports, who finished in third. Fiercely Forward are in fourth in the championship, I should say, but Arret finished fourth in the race. Fiercely Forward were on the podium. Other way round for Team Racing and Effect Simulations as well, by the way. They finished the other way round in the order. So did Automove's racing team, Fastlane RT. Nürburgring Esports finished in ninth place. Moradness actually finished quite a long way down, but finished third at the halfway stage, and so got a lot of points, and therefore they are into the top 10. Behind them, the other Arret Esports car, Unity Racing Team and NGC, all finished ahead of Moradness, but they obviously didn't get enough halfway points. So that's how we stand in LMP2. It's so early in this championship. There are 7 races this season and no drop rounds, so there's an awful long way to go. After this, by the way, there are no more races in IVRA Endurance Series until the new year, and indeed late in January. The 1,000 miles at the Glen will be next, followed by 4 weeks later, an Indy 1000. Then the week after, 3 weeks after that, 6 hours of Sao Paulo, then back to Europe for the final 2 races of the season. The 11th of April for the Monza 225, and IVRA at Le Mans is coming on the 9th of May. That is a 10-hour race, by the way. Correct if I'm wrong, I think that's the first time the Endurance Series has been to Le Mans, but I could be wrong on that.
You are not incorrect.
Not incorrect. Oh, good. Makes a change. Yes. So it's a long time since we've been to Imola, even longer since we've been to Le Mans, because it is all of time. So yes, I'm looking forward to that. It's always been the thing with IVRA, the safety car procedure and all that. I think makes it quite difficult at Le Mans actually for us to properly get something working. But it's good that we're finally going there because, as I say, we've been running this series for a while, and it's the most iconic sports car racetrack. So it does make sense that we're finally going to Le Mans.
I agree. I think it's good that we're bringing the race back to Le Mans. It's going to be finally a race also that ends the season as well. So it's kind of like the old school if you're thinking about it. Even from WEC days also, imagine there's championships on the line and everything, right? And you want to try to be the best as you can be. In the championship, and you just have to finish ahead of the competition, and you have a track 30 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers for you to decide. Yeah, it's gonna be great, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Same as well. 10-hour race it will be. So looking forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, long way till we get there. Anyway, that's to come in May. By the way, it's not the last IVRA racing of the year. I know this is the last IVRA endurance race, but Club Sport Series is back again for the second round of the championship just before Christmas. The 4 hours of Misano on the 13th of December. That is not too far away now. Well, it's 5 weeks away, to be fair. So one more race before the end of the year, and then 4 more Club Sport races after the new year, by the way, including 5 weeks after one another, Homestead Miami Speedway and Long Beach. So that's going to be fun at the start or springtime, if you like, for the Club Sport Series. That should be a lot of fun. But anyway, spin over the top of Piratella. Haven't seen too many incidents in qualifying so far. Didn't see any from the GT3 pros, but we've got a car on the wall over the top there, and that's Alex Jenkins for the Arete Sports 180. They finished in 11th place, or indeed are 11th in the standings at the end of the opening round. I would say it's a slightly unusual place to lose it, actually, with so much downforce on these LMP2s. He loses it over the top of the hill at turn 9, and that's going to be the end of that lap.
Yeah, and potentially, and I can see some damage in the back left as well. So you would say it's an uncommon place, but actually for LMP2 it can be a little bit of a common place because let's just say you're coming in from elevation change and you're getting ready to go into the elevation change and once again, right? Going uphill to downhill, and you have to throw the car to the left-hand side. This pitch to the left, it can easily upset the car, especially if you catch a little bit of the curbing on the inside and you're thrown to the AstroTurf. So there's a chance that could happen, and the rear is just basically gonna slide, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then Arete Esports were unfortunately areted into the wall.
Came to an arete.
Yeah, arete.
That's very bad. I don't even know what language that's in. But,
French, man.
Oh, okay, I suppose they're Canadian. Yes, that's very bad. Sorry, very bad French pronunciation in that case. But anyway, never mind. They'll just have to deal with that. Not many of the team are actually Canadian themselves, just where the team is registered. In fact, none in the 108 car. Nobody's Canadian. Only Alex Jenkins himself is Canadian in the 180. So there you go. Anyway. Boris Lezin currently leads the way in 134. That is Automove's racing team, who are currently leading the way in this qualifying session, but he's got nearly a second, and there are no representative times really on the board because the tyre warm-up has been long, as it often is here at in these LMP2s. Just 21 degrees Celsius on the racetrack as well, so that's not particularly helping as we look at the opening round winners, Map Performance in 129, and Vicente Aparicio, who comes up towards the line now, with the time on the board finally. 4th position for Map Performance. It's close so far, but you'd expect these times to come down.
Oh, they are going to come down. I think, in my point of view, this whole grid is going to be stacked by 1 second from start to finish. Because this is something that was a little bit similar to what we saw in Barcelona. Barcelona, though, I think there was only 1 or 2 teams that was off the 1 second, and it was just that close, you know. And I expect a little bit of the same in here. If there's going to be a 1 team or 2 teams off, it's going to be basically the same blueprint over here. But the problem is, in my point of view, Barcelona, I think, is an easier track for you to get lap times than Imola. I think Imola has so many quirky corners that, let's just say, you might take it one way, and you think that's effective. I might take another way and actually take half a second off you, just because I took maybe 1 curb extra, and that curb allowed me to keep the car a little bit straighter. That's just how Imola is. It's a track that, with these curbs and everything, remember, this is not the actual curbs they have on the Autodromo Enzo Indino Ferrari. They are more now lenient, except maybe for the Alta Variante Alta curbings. But turn 1 is easier for you to take and notice. If you want to grab an idea, basically Le Mans Ultimate has, I think, the Ultimate version. So it eases up for the driver, but still it's a tough track for you to get that little perfect lap, just because of how much time you can gain by being fully aggressive on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting last 10 minutes or so as we see what happens here in qualifying. Connor Jupp currently leading the way, though. Marius Rommelfanger is currently in 8th position for the Nürburgring Esports team, and not too far behind Oscar Sotero in 7th for Nix Esports. And then Moradness up in front of them for 6th. This is a replay of what happened to Alex Jenkins not so long ago, by the way. See whether over the top of the hill at Piratello, he did just lose rear downforce. He's over the inside curb a little bit, over the outside, and slides. Does he hit the wall? He does hit the wall. So I think he carried on after this, but it isn't out of the possibility for LMP2s to come in and make a pit stop throughout these races, by the way. So yeah, Alex Jenkins may well have had to do that and get back out again. So far, Jenkins has not set a time. There he goes, finally. So I think he's been into pit lane. He's now back out again, now 13th position. But that's going to be really a long way back in terms of the session from here, as Daniel Gorachov comes out of the final corner now, and he goes into the pit lane. So there is still time to pit in, come back out again, warm the tyres up enough, and then go for one last chance. And it looks like that's what some of the top names are doing.
Yeah, because we're just surely going to be running out of time, and then give way for the GTPs to do their lap and go around the racetrack. But that issue from Alex is what I told you. Maybe too much load into the curbing, and maybe the transition from one curb to the other just offset the car, and also caught too much that outside curbing outside of Piratella. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but it's common mistakes that can happen at Imola that usually can offset the driver quite easily. Because, like I said before, every corners over here has a little bit of cork, especially this one. Rivazza, you can gain so much time by using the inside curbs and carrying the speed that, I tell you, man, I've driven lots of laps in Imola in GT3s and also LMP2s. I tell you, I struggle to the day. No wonder I have still 3K rating.
It's quite, yeah, especially compared to the top guys. Quite little. What's the maximum these days? Who's got the most? Is it like 13,000 or something?
I think it's Aaron with 13,000.
Goodness me, the game's gone. It's
it's mental. It's fully
10,000 was the was obviously iraceflation has been happening, as it were. But still, even so, that's pretty ridiculous. Anyway.
You know what's weird for me? Like when I joined this in 2014, you would think a high I rating would be 5K.
Yeah.
Now 5K, you would say, Oh, he's average.
Yeah, well, it's the way that it's developed certainly over the last 10 years or so. Oh dear. Just if you're standing forward, you're going backwards. Standing still, you're going backwards, as it were. So there
That's
you go.
the way, man.
Yeah, Oscar Sotero is still sick, and he looks like he's on a cool down, either at the end of his session, or indeed he's going to be coming out again for another lap in a second once he's cooled those tyres down. This is Morgan Argerson, who's coming up towards the line at the moment. He's down in 13th position. Sector times are all over the place at the moment, by the way, so I think this is okay actually from Argerson. He might be improving here. Let's see if he goes over the line with an improvement. No is the answer. No, he would have been just slowing down there a little bit. 37.3. There was an improvement from Arret Esports. Alex Jenkins getting up to speed now after a shaky start to the session. He's got that out of his system and he's into the top 10.
Yeah, so still only 2 teams. As Moradnes decides to take the rally cross lines on the sand, I think just outside the track. But the gap, like I said, like I told you before, maybe 1-2 teams off the 1 second. But other than that, it's everybody's within the same second. And I think this could still get a little bit closer as we are approaching crunching time.
Here's James Ibram. Oh, and stop through the final corners as you're trying to find some free track space. That is a bit unorthodox, though, as James Ibram comes up towards the line at the moment for Effect Simulations, who had such a good season in 24-25. They will come up towards the line now, and is that going to be any sort of improvement? Are we setting up for another lap? It looks like the latter, 33.8. That was pretty close, though. Tom Mele moves up to 6th place now for Fizzy Forward, so a good lap time from him as well. But Dallas Automotive still leading the way with Connor Jupp. We're going to see some faster lap times come in the next few moments, though. You'd imagine that faster times last time round, suggesting that tyres are being warmed up from James Ibram was one of the best, and obviously Tom Muller as well. Alex Jenkins put in another faster lap time as well, but that was invalid that time round. Oh no, it's just counted now. He goes up to 6th place. He continues to improve, but that looks like it's going to be that for him in LMP2. There really is not much time left.
Yeah, we are slowly approaching like the checker flag for LMP2s, and we are slowly going to be seeing the GTPs take shape into the racetrack, and a good qualifying so far. Now everybody's under the second. That's good to know. So that's how competitive the LMP2 class is. I'm not gonna lie. I wish we could have another LMP2 like the chassis, for example, seeing an Orica or something like that. But I don't think it would change one single bit how the LMP2 class would change, because the engines and stuff, they're basically the same. It's a spec class if you think about it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, quite apart from the fact that the Dallara wasn't very well used in real life anyway, it would be nice to have that little bit of variety. But you know, I can't think of a sim that has very much variety, to be honest, as far as the LMP2 is concerned. Because let's face it, in the real world, the LMP2 class became spec very quickly. Unfortunately, very rarely do you see any of the other manufacturers other than Orica, unfortunately, out there in LMP2, which is a shame. But that's the way that it's gone. So I guess it does make sense for Arison to just keep the one and let everybody use the same machinery, as that is what's developed in the real world. I haven't seen too much of these new LMP2 regulations, Lorenzo. I don't know when they're coming in even, but
2027.
I'm hoping that, next year, 2 years away, yeah. So I'm hoping that will finally give us the variety back, what we had before 2017 again.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think this is going to be coming full force into WEC. I think WEC is just, for better or worse, I think it's found its right balance, right? Have a good, healthy amount of GTPs, and there is clientele. You got Ford coming in next year or 2027, and there's talks about, believe it or not, Brad Keselowski becoming a WEC owner. Ford. He would be one of the owners for one of the Ford's prototypes. Oh my goodness.
Into the wall, 2 cars in the fence out of the final corner as they're all coming back to pit lane here. Really not very many lap times being improved on there, but it's Fastlane RT and Map Performance who have found themselves in the barriers there. We have got one potential improver towards the line here, Morten Argerson, as the GTPs are waiting. Argerson goes over the line. It will be 12 for him and RT Sports, who are out-qualified by their teammates, who will be 8th with Alex Jenkins. But what was going on there out of the final corner? We will get a replay in a moment. Perhaps we'll let the GTPs start first. I'd imagine they'll be making their way out very shortly, actually. But Christopher Bella and Vicente Aparicio both in the wall out of the final corner. And hopefully they've got that out of their system in time for the race, because that was a big incident. Bodywork everywhere coming out of the final turn.
Yeah, that got confusing. I wonder if they mismanaged the speed or miscommunication or something like that. Because apparently one of the cars seemed to be coming into the pit lane and the other one was on the racetrack, apparently finishing up the lap and just got caught. But that got awkward, very awkward. We're going to look on the replay from Balor's perspective. Comes into the final corner. There's just the prototype being very slow. Oh, goodness. All right, full miscommunication. I think he just wanted to move out of the way, but I think he moved way too late. I don't know if that's going to carry over into a penalty, though, because that usually can carry over into a penalty. Let's just say, if you are a slower car, you should be able to see on within your relative there's a faster car coming in.
Yeah. I think the first thing is, at that kind of situation, if I was a slower car, I think you should just carry on at full speed, to be honest, into the pit lane, because you know that there's going to be others coming up behind you trying to improve in the first place. But also, move off. If you're going to slow down, move off the line straight away. Don't wait until there's somebody coming up behind you to move off out of the way. Yeah, big miscommunication there. But anyway, let's have a look at the current standings in GTP. And it was Drago Racing who took the full 134 from Barcelona. You can't get any more than that. And they haven't dropped a single point yet this season. Williams Gaming Club have dropped a few, but they finished second at the end and third at the halfway point. So not bad at all from them. Fiercely Forward were third at the end, with the first Acura, Movano, in fourth. They're not the reigning champions, though. Those finished in 6th place behind Orbit Drop Bear, the first of the Porsches there in 5th place. First of the Cadillacs was Grid and Go Esports in 7th place at a Solpec. Then BS Competition and Fiercely Forward, who rounded out the top 10. BS Competition, though, finished the race outside of the top 10. The last spot inside of it was taken by Williams Sim Racing Academy. It's a BMW heavy field this season, you would say, Lorenzo. 8 of them out of the 15 that we've got this season, but that's always the way, isn't it? The BMW, of course, was the only option back when GTP was first introduced into iRacing and into IVRA, indeed, for the 22-23 season, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's come full circle, because for a time BS Competition were the only ones using it. Now it seems that a lot more people have taken it up, and it's always fascinating to see these changes, especially I find with a series that goes over multiple iRacing updates, and therefore, the potential for a car to drive differently, happens over the course of a season, and that creates different dynamics for us, which is a great thing.
Also, give the fact that the BMW, after, I would say, quite a certain number of builds, I cannot number how many builds, though, because then I would lose track of it, is actually the best GTP around. It's the best all-around GTP to use. It has speed, it has acceleration, it has lots and lots of grip. So it is quite natural for us to be seeing the more stacked fields of BMW M hybrid V8 GTPs than Cadillacs, than Acuras, than the Porsches, which still probably is the second best GTP around. So it's awkward, but still it's cool to watch the resurgence of that the big boy V8.
Yeah, I do like the look of the BMW, I've got to say. I think they would have been hoping perhaps in real life that it might have been a bit more successful, to be honest, but there you go. It's great that they were so forthcoming with iRacing to get it on board straight away. And of course, this car was racing in iRacing before it had its first run out at the Rolex 24 in 2023, if I've got my years correct.
You are?
We were racing it already in December 2022. I think it was the Daytona race in the IVRA Endurance Series. We raced it here first. I don't know if you remember that race, but my goodness, it was hard. Nobody had quite worked out how to drive it yet. On the brakes, it was absolutely deadly on occasion. And yeah, it was super, super difficult. But you can tell how far the community has come in learning how to drive this, because 3 years later on, we shouldn't see any incidents like that, or at least very, very few like that here today compared to the carnage that we saw that evening.
No, it's awkward. Let me get this into an idea. I tested this car at the Sim Expo before it was actually released. So I remember like me, it was me, Dominic Hoffman, and Patty Wolf, I think, and some other guys. We spent the whole afternoon, a good portion of the afternoon, when they actually put this in the Fanatec stand to test the car out, because they were also with the BMW GT wheel, right, for us to test. I think it was a new thing then. And for me, it was weird to see, you know, how the brakes went from, like, it was nearly 0 to 100, and as soon as you locked in you would have rear wheel spin. So it's good to see they kind of fixed that. They modified it. Of course, the Evo version is about to come out really shortly, so there will be a new version of this car next year. So hoping to see that for Daytona in the next build of iRacing. So it's good. It's good that the years have done right to this car. I think of all the GTPs that we still have, that we have in the field, this is by far my favorite GTP to drive.
And it's at the moment Robin Schwanker who currently leads in this qualifying session. So for all the talk of BMWs and whatever, it's the Porsche that currently leads the way. Because Solpek drove the Cadillac, I think, at least for last season, maybe the last couple. Certainly last season, though.
They did.
They drove the Cadillac, drove the Porsche, though, to 8th place at the opening round at Barcelona. And they're going to be knocked off the top very quickly here, although they'll win it back again. Robin Schwanker with the best time, and Drago Racing get close to them. Michael Romanidis, former Williams driver, up into 2nd place. Then it's Jesse Tekla, who's got quite a gap there. So close between 1 and 2, and a gap behind as Drago Racing's great form at the start of this season continues.
It's great. I think there is a good statement from Barcelona's race at the very end about Drago. We knew about them becoming a tier 1 team, right? We saw them win already some of the top endurance races in top splits and things like that. I think Jake Sperry made a very good sign of, you know, these a team, this is here to stay, and it is here to fight with the big guys. I think the project that Nikodem Wierzbicki and everybody else from his Polish team side has done very well. Bring in international drivers, top-level drivers, create a very good ecosystem. There's no wonder they were, if you think about the Formula Red Line that happened in the GTP class in the IMSA Global Esports Championship, and then the Porsche Coenda, Formula Porsche Coenda GT3 that happened in the GTDs. They were the team that stood above else. So and maybe for other rounds, this will be a team that they're certainly going to be in the mix to win races and stuff like that. So it's no wonder they have one of the best lineups nowadays overall in sim racing.
Yeah, I think, you know, as they go to the top, by the way, Drago Racing, that nearly won Petit Le Mans this year, don't forget, as well. Only a few weeks ago, was it? In October. So Now that was against Redline, of course, at the top of the top there, were fighting for against on that day. Unfortunately, the first round of IMSA didn't go quite so well for them, but Alexander Spets, I think, had one of the drives of his career at Petit Le Mans. They just made the wrong strategy call, I think, towards the end of the race. In hindsight, I actually thought they made the right call before they'd made it, but then I was wrong, and so were they, unfortunately. And they just missed out on that race win. But yeah, they are absolutely in form at the moment, and currently leading this qualifying session. As far as their driver lineup, by the way, goes, they do have Spets on the books for this season, but Romanidis, the Greek driver, is starting the car here. I say Kauppinen is also there with them, and Nicholas Boy as well is on their list. That is a mighty strong lineup, but we've got quite a few of them in GTP. Here's Simify Esports, who, in my experience anyway, don't do so much prototype racing, but they're currently second in this session, driving the Cadillac. Finished all the way down. Well, they didn't finish the Barcelona race, so they're all the way down in 14th in the standings after the opening round of the season. Here comes Marc Perez up towards the line. He was second. He's back to second again. Briefly displaced by Solpek. Back to second again. This is a good run out from Perez in that rare Simify prototype.
Yeah, but also more importantly, it's the fact that we have BMW, then another BMW, because Jere Lehtinen just decided to put another BMW in the mix. Then you have a Cadillac and a Porsche in the mix, right? And then you come to another BMW and a Porsche. So it's still a good mix of cars, still being dominated by BMW. You're going to see, I think, Lorenzo's very first opening lap for that BS competition, despite being only half a second. It's insane. From first to 12th place, the gap is only half a second. That's insanely mental in my point of view.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Imola's a short circuit after all, but it is nevertheless very technical, very difficult. So very impressive as well that we've got such a small spread across the field, as Tatum Restek currently, the ones we're following, just pushed down to 8th position here, as we're down to 14 prototype GTP prototypes here for this session, by the way. So I think, yeah, we'll get a new one ahead of some of the other rounds, but let's wait and see. Down to 14 for this one anyway, as Nicolo Fioroni comes up towards the line here, and he moves into 4th position. Very good lap time from Fioroni. Puts him in amongst some very big names. Jere Lehtinen, Dylan Scrivens, and Michael Romanidis, who still leads this session. And for all how close it was, he's just put himself 4 tenths and more ahead of the rest of the field again. So Romanidis keeping his nose in front at the moment quite comfortably.
Yeah, good to see Bobo, or like me and Arjuna, and even you used to call him Becky. All right, I'm going to call you out.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I think you called him Becky once. But he called him Bobo. You might have called him Bobo, I think, once.
I don't even know about that, but there you go.
Oh, you didn't know about the Becky and Bobo call names for Dylan?
I've heard of all this, but I'm not really sure where it's all come from.
It's just how people call him.
Okay.
Within the
it's
circle.
not really got any origin or anything. That's just what people say.
No. As far as I know, there might be someone that might know. I would have to ask around my peeps. Jeez, that I know from the old days of sim racing. That probably would know that.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Sim racing gossip. Put Lorenzo Ponder.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Nicolo Fioroni improves again up to 2nd place. We're following the reigning champions, Tanguy Billon, who is currently in the 1 car. Don't forget, Movano have won the last 2 seasons, if I'm correct, of the IVRA Endurance Series, but the reigning champions car, the number 1 car, had a pretty dreadful time of things in season 24-25. And ended up finishing way down the standings. It was left to their teammates to defend the Movano crown, as it were, and they ended up doing so by just 44 points over BS competition, although I'm pretty sure they had it sewn up by the final race at Spa. They just didn't have a very good final race in car 33, and so BS Competition taking maximum points from the last 2 rounds in a row. We're able to make it look a lot closer than it actually was. But the season before that, they managed to take the title again from BS Competition. And again had it sewn up, I think, before the final race, or maybe just put it out of sight at the final race at Fuji. That was a 12-hour race from memory, and they pretty much dominated that one. So looking to win 3 in a row, and I'm not sure how many teams can boast that of any league of this kind of standard. Here's BS Competition, who'll be looking to get off to a good start, and unfortunately their first round of the championships is sort of same old as far as the previous seasons of IVRA have been going for them. First round or two have been getting up to speed for them, and by the time they're on form and at the end of the season, they just can't make up the points that they've lost in the opening rounds. So I think BS Competition, based on previous history, really need a good round here today.
I agree. I was actually taking a quick look on the point standings for these guys. And it kind of stand out one thing. If you think about it, when we started the season, I think it was 24, season 4. I think the best car, average-wise, was the Acura. The Acura, I said this at the beginning of the IVRA series in Motegi. Expect the Acuras maybe to dominate, maybe on a race pace. But maybe together with the Cadillacs or something like that, but they would struggle maybe in qualifying comparison to the Porsches and the BMWs. Movano, I think, by strategy and a little bit of pace, dominated, not dominated, but had a really good result in Motegi. Once Motegi, Sebring had a solid result, but then it was average, the remaining of the championship. You know what saved them? Getting a second place in Portimão. I think getting a second place in Portimão and nearly into the top 5 for the halfway points, I think, saved their championship. Because if they were on the average results they were getting, BS Competition would have been the champion, not them.
Yeah. Of course, it's hard to rewrite history and say what if, but yeah, if you do the maths, look at it that way. I'd say I think it's very important. And just as we were saying that, Lorenzo has got him up to second, so a good qualifying so far. I think Romanidis has set a time so good that even he can't beat, because he's gone through last couple of times. He's just not been able to beat it in these last couple of moments. There's Jere Lehtinen, who's back up to 3rd place. That's for the Williams Gaming Club team, who finished in 2nd place at the opening round of the season as well. So 2 on the podium of this qualifying session, who were on the podium at the end of Barcelona. Fissy Forward, the only ones missing. Dylan Scrivens down in 7th, which is a bit of a surprise, but in the last few moments again, we've got a real close qualifying session with the whole top 10 covered by less than half a second.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I still expect Robin and Maxime in those Porsches to maybe be close to the half a second, or just under the half a second. So there's still openings for everybody to be close, but this 28 high to 29 low pace is what I expected it to be in the GTPs, and it's a good performance out of everyone. As we've seen Jesse stopped in the track. I don't think they're going to be bringing the car anymore. I don't know if there's a checkered flag or something like that, but lots of the GTPs are coming in for the pit lane.
Yeah,
I think they're just routing out.
Yeah, the session does end a few minutes before the actual end of the session, by the way, so this will be the final times now. João Vaz goes over the line. He stays 9th, I think, with that lap time there. It was no improvement. He was only half a tenth behind, though, so he thought he could improve. Only Lorenzo Hamilton still out there on the circuit, and I think Dani Lavis Lorenzo is going at a decent speed. Is he going to carry on, though? Oh, he just misses the first apex at Ravazza there. Is that the end of his challenge for the pole position here as Drago Racing are out front? That is the end of it. Drago Racing will take pole here from Imola in the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola, round 2 of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2025-26. And they continue on their brilliant form. The only 28 in the field from Michael Romanidis, and he set that quite a long way before the end of the session, it must be said. So even he couldn't beat that extraordinary lap time he sets at the front of the field to take pole for this race.
I wonder if this could be related to the maybe weather or something like that, but going to the starting grid.
Yeah, let's run through the whole starting grid. There are about 50 of them here, by the way, 55 of them indeed. So I will 54, I should say. So I'll I'll take a while, but here we go. The full starting grid with Romanidis taking the pole position, as we've just seen. That only 28 of the session, getting him to first ahead of Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who will be alongside him. Only a few thousandths further behind for Jere Lehtinen, with Marcus Hamilton alongside Jesse Telkala and Nicolo Fioroni. Well, I think one of the drives of the session there. Gets Tutum Restek up into 6th. Fiercely forward are on one side of the grid in 7th and 9th with Dylan Scrivens and Jarvaz. It's Mark Perez in 8th ahead of Jesse Hilaro, sorry. Dear me. You're going to have to teach me on that one. 10th place for the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Then Harrison Lillas and Tanguy Bilon, who is down in 12th. Again, the curse of the reigning champs is starting to hit them. Soulpet Precision Racing and Maniti Racing round out the field. We didn't actually see very much from Maxime Naz at all in that session, and unfortunately qualifies in last of the 14. So that is the GTP starting grid. For the P1Sim 6 hours of Imola. Connor Jupp took pole in the Telechaz Automotive LMP2 meantime. With Boris Lezan in 2nd. Daniel Gorachov was then in 3rd place ahead of Tom Mahler. James Ibrahim and Christopher Bella will share row 3 after Bella, of course, ended the session in the wall with a bit of miscommunication coming out of the final corner with Vicente Aparicio in 7th place, the current championship leaders after the win at Barcelona. Then it's Alex Jenkins, who is alongside with Oscar Soltero and Tyrone Roberts rounding out the top 10. Marius Rommelfanger and Morten Argerson will share row 6. For the back end of the field will be Baptiste Chariot Beringer, Connor Nixon and Marquez da Silva rounding out the field. Again, all drivers there covered by less than 9/10 of a second in the LMP2 field on this occasion. And in GT3 Pro, it is George Karakoulos who has taken pole for Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim. Vesta Sport alongside an unexpected front row with the bigger names of Grid and Go and Simify on the next row. Sven Haase and Lucas Camba Morero. It's Elias Riker and Nicholas Lux then who are on row 3. Following on from them, 7th place went to Veloce Frostmaster, who were leading that session at a time with Baptiste Jimenez. Ryan Vandergrip in 8th place ahead of Jack James and Samuel Spezio, who rounds out the top 10. It's Yannick Steinhoff and Kai Diel then on row 6 for Impulse Racing and Visceral Esports. 13th place went to Switch It Amber with WSR Esports alongside Cabe Middleton in 15th place ahead of Fast Japan Motorsport and Abel Salon. Philip Ansel, another one of those Aston Martins, in 17th place ahead of Tim Kern, who rounds out row 9. Rounding out the top 20 then was Holder Motorsport and Racework.com by Venari Racing, rounding out the top 20. Then Team Australia, Joshua Hornton, driving that car off the line. Antonio Regier will be in 22nd at a Brandon Roseborough, with Ansgar Altriger in 24th, and that will be that. Oh, sorry, Team Hoiksingveld, sorry, Andreas Fink will be the last driver in the field, but that will be that for GT3 Pro as well. So qualifying is just drawing to a close at the end of this session. It will be Drago Racing who take the overall pole with Michael Romanidis. And indeed, we move to warm-up now. We'll be advancing from that session shortly for a start at 15 minutes past the hour, by the way. So that will be our start time. In terms of surprises from this session, I mean, I don't think there are any two big shocks out of the qualifying session, Lorenzo. Nothing too bad. 3 very high-class teams on the pole position for all of these classes, and other than that, pretty standard across the board. 6 hours, obviously, a lot of time to move, even though we would say that this is perhaps one of the more important qualifying sessions of the season.
I would argue this is the one session in this, the one race session in the season. I think maybe with Interlagos, right? I think Interlagos is another racetrack that it's going to be important for traffic. I think this one being in the lead is going to be vital for you to actually, be okay and get points for the championship as a whole. And that's pretty much it. Just try to survive the whole traffic ordeal that this race provides.
Absolutely, it will be a massive ordeal as well. What would be your sort of recommendations to the drivers about staying out of trouble in the traffic? Because as you say, if you're a GTP in this race, there's nearly 40 cars that you've got to pass throughout this race multiple times. So what's the key to staying out of trouble through this circuit in particular?
Like I said with Barcelona, I think would be pick your points for overtaking, because there's so many places where you can potentially go wrong and cause an accident, especially at the Acqua Minerale and over here Variante Alta and Rivazza are like key places where I've seen, not in IVRA, but also many other leagues I commentate on in iRacing, that always provides a yellow flagish moment. So you have to be on your toes every time that you do a maneuver, because there's just lots of room for error. I think this is probably one of the tracks that you get very heavily punished by driver decisions. If you take the wrong decision, it's like the edge of your car is going to break down on a wall, or you're actually going to be able to gain a lot of time. That's it. Of course, this is kind of like everything in racing, but Imola is just so narrow of sorts with the corners and all that. That's just how the way it is. It's not a short racetrack. There are shorter racetracks in this season still to go, but Interlagos and Indy being the two tracks that are noticeable, that are shorter than Imola. But because the lap comes up so quickly, only 90 seconds for GTPs and a little bit over 90 seconds for the LMP2s, it is flying. You don't have a lot of time to be patient and decide. So whenever you decide, be thought of and be clean.
You've got it's going to be so much about that, isn't it? Today, the traffic factor of this race is going to be absolutely massive. But we will of course keep you across it all here on RaceSpotTV. Myself and Lorenzo will be with you for the first hour of this race. First 2 hours of this race, indeed. We'll be with you for, and then I'll be
here for the first half.
You will be here for the first half, sorry. Yeah, I'm only here for just thinking about myself. I'm sorry. First 2 hours of the race, and I'll be stepping out. Of course, Jake Sperry will be in at that point. We'll have Justin Prince and Cam Roger later on tonight as well. So we look forward to all of that, and we'll bring you everything live. Of course, Iko Miracala is going to be very busy behind the cameras, and we'll thank him before we get into this race, because it is going to be a very, very big job, this race. 54 cars to keep across for the 6 hours. Of course, if you've not seen IVRA before, we do have safety cars and cautions that will help keep the field packed up together. We do have live race control that will stay across everything that has gone on so far, and indeed there already are things that have been going on in the stewards room from pre-race, last race and qualifying. So from last race, car 4 has got a starting from the pit lane penalty for an improper tow, as far as I can work out, towing without permission at the Barcelona 300. Now that's GTP Project, who I actually can't see here today in the race, so I wonder whether they are just here on a one race absence, or whether they will be out for the series. But they're not going to be serving that penalty today, because they are not here. No further action taken on Solpec for a pre-race admin error. They have been absolved of any wrongdoing there. In warm-up, car 212 joined with a second car, so that's incorrect team ID and number things. That is a 30-second time penalty for 212. That's Fiercely Forward Pink. That will be taken likely at their first pit stop, of which there is a rule with serving your penalties within a certain period of time, by the way, of course. And a qualifying infringement for car 129, that is 20 seconds for impeding 133 during qualifying. So that is the incident we saw, I believe. Map Performance getting a penalty for that, and 20 seconds it will be. It's not going to hold them back too much, and it was a fairly big incident, you'd say, Lorenzo, but 20-second time penalty is something you could do without, especially if this race is going to be safety car filled. You're going to be worried about overstaying your welcome, as it were, as far as the penalties are concerned, and making sure you don't go over and get a secondary penalty.
Yeah, it's like you're going to have to give yourself serve, I would say, within the first 3 laps, and then kind of manage the deficit, and then wait for a safety car. And maybe I'm probably going to say I'll set your strategy and then survive the chaos that is going to happen in the meanwhile. Because if you survive that and basically get your way eventually down the line in the race, there's still a second issue with the off tracks. This is a track that you can easily accrue off tracks. It doesn't seem like it, but you can. It's hard to come quickly.
By the way, of course, you do get a resetting of your penalty period. You get 90 minutes to serve each penalty, but that does reset with every safety car restart. But my point being, if we get too many of them, then you just never end up serving it. Then it's going to be a very big penalty at the end of the race. If there's a late safety car restart, for example, and you're taking a 30-second penalty, that is going to be very, very damaging in today's race. But there you go. This is the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola, and as the name suggests, this broadcast and indeed this race is sponsored by P1Sim, a brand that embodies the spirit of French engineering and motorsport passion. At P1Sim, every detail matters. From handcrafted steering wheels to precision engineered pedals, each component is built to deliver true immersion and performance. Designed by motorsport professionals and crafted with the same standards as racing equipment, P1 products bring the feeling of the track directly into your simulator. Combining innovation, design and technology, P1Sim pushes the boundaries of what sim racing can be. Realistic, elegant and professional. Their latest creation, the Beau Rivage steering wheel powered by SimuCube, represents the perfect fusion of technology and craftsmanship, delivering seamless power, data transfer and pure racing sensations. Experience the art of control, experience immersion, experience P1Sim, the spirit of French engineering. And a big thanks to them for coming on board for the title sponsor of the 6 Hours of Imola here this afternoon. Great to have them on board for the second round of our championship in the IVRA Endurance Series of 2024-25. As you may notice from these aerial shots, these shots around the place, that warm-up is currently ongoing and the session will be advanced as soon as race control have got everything sorted, pre-race that they need to sort. And indeed, so that this race doesn't start before the advertised time of quarter past 3 my time, quarter past 3 UTC is the start of this race here today. So that's a couple of minutes away. What are you?
Are you observing the race chat that we have on Discord? Just to bring you up to speed, there is a discussion happening between 1 or 2 formation laps. We had a little bit similar discussion in the Barcelona race, like you can heat up the tires and everything, right? Because Imola is a track that you would start at the top of the Variante Alta, and you arguably you can start at the top Variante Alta. You're not going to have enough time for you to actually heat up the tires. Some would say, oh, maybe you can get 1 or 2 laps. There was some reactions to the post done by Race Control that I just read the comments. If whoever did the different reaction, what Race Control posted deserves a 25-second penalty.
Yeah, okay, I just went back and read some of that, yeah. I don't know where I can actually see the results of the actual poll, which is what I'm interested in.
I really don't want to do it.
I don't actually know where it says whether there's going to be 1 or 2 formation laps, because based on that picture that was posted not so many minutes ago, it's very, very close. And in classic sim racers fashion, they can't agree on whether even something as mundane and relatively, a non-event as how many formation laps there's going to be. They can't even decide that, can't even come to a consensus on that. So there you go. Anyway, the session has now advanced, and the drivers will be getting themselves onto the grid very shortly for either 1 or 2 formation laps. And let's look at the gloom that has come over this circuit in the last few moments. It was pretty gloomy in qualifying, but it brightened for warm-up, and now it's gloomy again. Just 22 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Not sure what the time of year or time of day it is at the moment in sim, but it's got a little bit more overcast. And maybe that will tip the balance in favour of 2 formation laps, or at least as far as what people want here, because it's going to be quite hard to get these tyres up to temperature, I would have thought.
Yeah, and thinking about this way, because of course two laps would ease up the pressure for the drivers and bring them around. And be more ready to what race comes. Maybe tire temperatures are not going to be up to speed, though. It's going to be a little bit different. But I think with with a better pressure, it becomes easier for you to increase the tire temperature, in my point of view. The question is, what are the chances we might get a lap 1 yellow flag?
I'm going to say low. I think the traffic problem is going to be more first time round, because there's going to be 14 GTPs trying to come past 24, 25 GT3s. I think that'll be the bigger problem.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the true danger starts whenever the first passing comes, but because it is Imola and I'm not going to say in how it's been the championship, sometimes we've been getting some very early cautions. I think more than ever, more than the last few seasons that we commentated on, we've been getting a bigger recurrence into very early cautions, nearly lap 1 cautions. You can see the grid lined up at the bottom of Aqua Minerale to do their laps, and I think it's been decided it will be 2 laps of lap formation, so they're going to be able to heat up the pressure and bring up the pressure to near nominal temperature for 2 laps.
Yeah, and how much difference do you think that will actually make? Because after all, the tyre warm-up phase is going to be, mostly done. It's full speed as far as I can see, but are we just going to see 2 laps of them? Obviously, a lap and a half, really, of them just doing this, or does it? Because I always associate the warm up phase with trying to go quickly through these fast corners helps most, but you say it will make a big difference being able to run an extra lap and just being able to do this for another 3 minutes or so.
Aha! So about that, it's gonna be basically this, right? It is going to be basically going from side to side, one end of the axle to the other end of the axle, for 2 laps for you to bring the pressure of the tires as high as you can. You can see track conditions, 90 degrees temperature, ambient 21 on track. But the humidity, I think, stands out a little bit, 93% humidity. So the track is, I'm not going to say wet, but it's a little bit more, it can generate a little bit of moisture. And the time on sim is 12:30, just past midday. So it's going to increase maybe the temperature into a few degrees. But what I wanted to bring up, this weaving, I have a rant about this, but I'm not going to say this. I could say this right now if I wanted to. I'm not a fan. I'm truly not a fan. Because I'm not going to say it's not realistic, but I think it's too extreme for you to, go slowly, one axle to the other side of the axle and stuff like that. Just aggressively doing that. I've seen that in supercars and for the Gold Coast qualifying. You're just killing the rubber of your tires. You're making that screech. If that was real life, the tires would be screeching asking for help if you be doing that a full lap. But I think because you have some leniency sim to real world, you can kind of do that and kind of get away with it. And this is why the side by side is formed out as single lines as well, because it would ease up the job for you to go side by side and do the job of putting up the pressure, increasing the pressure. Because if that was side by side, forget about it. You would be very limited to how sideways you can go before the start of the race.
Yeah, I see your point. Certainly, you know, it is very extreme, that's for sure. But you know, that I think ultimately, if they could do it in real life as well, they would and get away with it. Then they certainly would. But yeah, I see what you mean. That it is very extreme in that sense. As you say, it will make a bit of a difference, and we'll just see how much difference it will be compared to the other times we get going here. If there is going to be some green flag pit stops and obviously tyre changes, as there is pretty much every time in this series, with the fuel and tyres being taken at the same time, then maybe this will be the coldest the tyres will be heading towards the start of a race. But the lights are off on top of the pace car. I'm not sure whether they mean 2.5 laps or whether just 2 laps here, but they're still not side by side yet. I guess there's not much point going side by side before that chicane. And here we go. The PS competition car moves to the outside. This is going to be quite a job for those at the back of the field to actually get side by side in time, I feel, here.
I agree, but then again, we have to think about they're going to be starting the race right after they go into the corner that would take into the chicane of the motor line. I know I've shown some ire from people about my rant about the tire warming and stuff like that we have in iRacing. Listen, folks, I know it's the only doable way, but it's still, I'm not a fan of it. I do it from time to time, but still I'm not a fan. But I do it.
We'll come back to this later on because and debate that. But anyway, let's get this race underway first of all. It's the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola in the second round of the IVRA Endurance Series of season 2025-26, and Drago Racing, Raikko Romanidis just holds them again, and now goes. Green flag waves at Imola, and we're underway, and Romanidis pulls away from the field. Lorenzo just pulls in front on the way down towards turn number 1 nicely, keeps second place as a result. On the right-hand side, the LMP2s begin their race at the front of the field there. It's Connor Jupp who leads the field away well, and both pole sitters so far launch cleanly into turn 1. Gorachov also takes the second position, and in GT3 now on the right hand side, Lucas Bale tries to hold on to the lead and does. All 3 pole sitters hold on, but there goes Sven Hasse round the outside looking for second. The first change for second place, in fact, and oh dear, the Vesta Racing car, the Vesta Sport car goes backwards. He tried to make sure that he didn't go any further back. Lucas Campo Morero shoved out wide through turn 3, and there's more contact here. Vesta Sport having a difficult start. Nicholas Lux now goes down the inside and through. Vesta Sport will try and respond, but no. Riccardo Rebecci not having the best start to his race in that Mercedes.
Yeah, got a little bit door-to-door with the Simu5 car, shoved them off the road, and unfortunate that made Campo Morero lose a few spots in the midst of all things, but still in the track. I'm just trying to look, where is Simu5 right now, standing in the grid. They were about 4th there, all the way back into P14. Just one sequence of, after one sequence of corners, man. It's just insane. As we are now looking into Jesse Tokala for the Grid and Go Esports. Apparently, he had an issue in comparison to the rest of the field, about 4 seconds back to the next car, which is Rob Mishvanka in the Soul Pack Precision Racing car.
Yeah. There was definitely trouble there for the 7 car because they're off the back of the field considerably. But clean start most of all. I think Simu5 running wide is really the only trouble we had so far through there. Romanidis, though, up to no such trouble on the start here and gets away well at the front of the field in front of PS Competition, who are in second position. Williams Gaming Club in third. It's as you were between the top three and the three BMWs who are leading the field away. Then an Acura for Movano that are fourth place, the 33 car, not the reigning champions, who are further back down in the pack. But clean start overall, and yeah, as I said, I think we both predicted, the real trouble is going to come in the traffic, not necessarily that run down towards Tamburello for the first time.
Yeah, just taking a quick look where the GTPs are. I'm just getting the track map for myself. They are just, as we see, they just passed Ferry and Alto, where the other cars are just finishing Taza. They're going up the hill, going to Piratella. So there's still a few ways for them to reach that traffic. I would say about 10 more minutes tops for them to be reaching that traffic, and then we're gonna be starting biting our nails, Mr. O'Leary, and see how bad this is going to get as we look into the replay from Cama Moreira's perspective.
Yeah, so he's going to watch Sven Haase make a great move, actually, around the outside of one and into two there, but Moreira tries to follow him, and there's just the slightest bit of contact. I'm not sure I would put the blame on anyone there, to be honest. It's a real slight bit of contact that just gets the Mustang loose, really, and into the gravel.
I wonder there might have been some air as well involved into the mix of all this, that shoved the Semi-5 car off, because apparently it looked like there wasn't any, noticeable contact from coming from the Vesa car. Also, coat tires and stuff like that maybe aided the situation as well, coming from around the outside from Tamburello.
And that's the major incident from the opening few corners, although we did also see the 7 car for Grid and Go having trouble at the beginning here, as we saw. And we'll look at that in a moment as well. But pass a little bit further down as the number 1 car goes further backwards. Maxime Naz has made a very good start, actually, up 3 places already into 11th position in the first 5 minutes of this race. There is Tanguy Billon. And again, the reigning champions. The curse of the 1 car is striking again, but Maxime Naz is the one who's moving forward, really. The credit should go to him for the Manichi Racing car after an anonymous qualifying. He is up to 11th.
Yeah, good. Trying to get move forward the best way he can. But the problem is, I think he's going to struggle in comparison to the other cars, and that Acura is going to find himself in a world of pain moving forward as Maxime Naz tries to go on the inside of the Fiercely Forward car. Is he going to be able to make the move? I think he's going to be able to clean that as soon as he enters the Umbrella corner. Yeah,
very nicely done. Pretty easily done, in fact, from Maxime Naz again. This is what happened to Telkala coming in through Accominarale on the way out, in fact. He's okay, so it's going to be at the top at Alta here. We look through the trees, over the curves here. Oh, would you know it? Just as I said at the start of the race, people don't lose it on the brakes very often in GTP anymore. Well, that's exactly what happened there. He might have caught the grass, but nevertheless, that's exactly the sort of incident I said pre-race that we don't see anymore. But there you go.
Blame me win.
That's definitely my fault, that one, so I've got to apologise on that occasion. Anyway, he's spun and he's down the back of the field at the moment. It's still very early. You'd imagine there's going to be safety cars in this race, but it's the track position really that you lose here that you'd be particularly concerned about.
Yeah, if there is not a single yellow flag in this race, I might just change my name to Enzo.
It wouldn't be that much of a difference, just getting rid of a few letters.
I know, it's just because I think that's going to be impossible. There won't be a safety car. But to be fair, that would go back to my planned original name. My mom wanted to name me Enzo, but she moved back to Lorenzo. But jokes apart, there will be a yellow flag. I haven't commentated a race in Imola there hasn't had a yellow flag.
No, yeah, I mean. It would be an absolute shock, as you say, but let's see how we get on over the course of today. We haven't seen any traffic yet, but we're not too far away. There must have been some trouble at the back of the field actually in GT3 as well, because Raceworks.com by Venari Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 are quite a long way off the back of the field, so there might have been trouble there. But at the front, Lucas Powell has converted quite well. Sven Haase right behind him though. Nicholas Lux has made a very good start as well. He's there as well. But when you've got Sven Haase behind you like that, and it's going to be a Volpe at the front of the field, then you'll be feeling the pressure in this early point in the race, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, and there's one thing that goes into Sven's heads, right? If he finds an opening, he's gonna go for it, and he's an aggressive driver. It's no wonder he's always been called out being one of the fastest yet one of the most overly aggressive drivers in the sim. His only mindset is trying to move forward. If he plays a little bit with the tactics and everything right now, that could work out in this way. Meanwhile, I'm getting information. I think there's a connection issue for the Fast Repair Motorsport. I just saw that they lost 9 places for Abel Salon sitting now in last place. And I think Bonini now has also an issue, loss of about 3-4 spots, moved back just outside the top 10.
Yeah, that's in GT3. Ryan Vandergrip, who Jack James is battling side by side with just in the background there over Piratella. So, yeah, moving backwards there, unfortunately. Comment of the day, just before we get into traffic, by the way, comment of the day so far. Enzo is just Lorenzo with the low downforce package.
I just
very good.
That.
Very good.
That is great.
If you think you've got a comment that can beat that one, then feel free to put it in YouTube, and we'll draw them up at the end of the day. That's very good. Made me chuckle.
That was great. That is going for my highlights in 2025. Not even lying, man.
Low downforce Lorenzo. There you go. That's very good. Anyway, this is the Beniti Racing battle. This is the Beniti Racing battle a bit further back. He's currently down to 10th, and actually it's all been created up front. Look at that through the bottom of the picture as Veloce, Thrustmaster and Vesta Sport Black go side by side. Unfortunately, Roberto Robetti is having a bit of trouble here early on, and Philip Ansel comes into pit lane for Fiercely Forward, immediately drops in the penalty box. Baptiste Jimenez is looking for 5th place here, and he's going to get it. Impulse are going to try and follow through. It's Mercedes land back here as they go side by side through Tamburello. Oh, Steinhoff goes off just as he was trying to get past there. Robetti, he can't do it, and Samuel Spezio comes through and takes that place. He's now the one attacking the Vesta Sport car, which is really in a lofty position compared to their race pace at the moment.
Yeah, but good to see that Ferrari is still running strong within the top 10, seeing more of the different cars other than the Mustang. But what surprises me more than everything, right, one is I would say the front pack of sorts, the top 3 broke away from PS competition from Elias Raikkonen, right? So 2 seconds already broken away from Elias, and after that, Elias has like 2 more seconds to the second group, which is led by Veloce. And now, bite your nails, Mr. Neil O'Leary has begun.
It has begun. Traffic for the first time this afternoon in the P1Sim 6 hours of Imola, and already Romanidis has got a 1 second advantage because of this. Lettinen has got his best chance at passing Lorenzo as a result of this as well, as they duck from one side of one, the inside of the other. A look down the inside there from Lorenzo on one of the Mustangs, who gives him the room coming in towards Ravazza. This top 3 now have got a huge gap over the rest of the field because of the traffic that has been created just in front of them, and now they're on the front straight. This is where all of the top contenders are going to hope to catch all of the traffic here today.
Yeah, I wish they could have the straights they're probably going to get around Le Mans. You can see now the blinking of the light heights coming from a Tatum Restec car from Nicola Forioni. Going around turn 1, and you're going to be seeing Becky just like being shoved off, sandwiched by GT3 cars, and just how things are. This sector 1, man, has so many tight curves that you can just be cut off guard easily. That
was the anti-cut curb on the inside there from Impulse. That was who's driving that at the moment? Tim Kern it is, and he gets away with that somehow. Not something we've touched on actually yet here at Imola, but even in a GT3 you do not want to be bouncing across them like that.
Yeah, Kern caught a curb. Kern curb.
It's not quite.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
good effort though.
Good effort.
Tom Moeller, meantime, putting the pressure onto fourth position in LMP2 at the moment. This is quiet, isn't it, compared to the madness that's going on in GTP and GT3. This is the point in the race, isn't it, at the front of the field? I guess you could say it always happens in IVRA these days, because the way we split the field, and it happens again and again. But Robin Schranker now goes around. This is why it's the time in the race for GTPs, and Schranker looks to have damage there as a result of that. Toka looks like he was involved.
Yeah, the car looking for Tokla, trying to look any perspective from Tokla's perspective, but the car seems to be fine, as now we're looking into Tanguy's beyond the perspective.
And it looks like he's got damage as well. Nice. So meatball for Tanguy Billon, and he must have been involved as well. Schranker, though, that's the crazy thing, isn't it? Billon could have carried on there with that damage, I would imagine, but he got a meatball. Schranker couldn't have really carried on, and he hasn't got one, so that's sometimes just the way that it works. But that's 2 casualties already, and it will not take you very long to lose a lap round here, so you imagine both of those two are going to be off the lead lap within 15 minutes now.
Yeah, not going to see you within 15 minutes. I'm probably going to see you earlier than that. Give it about 2-3 minutes tops. You're going to be off the lead lap. It's just how things are. Just hoping their issues are going to be fast to solve, but I think they're going to be about 3 to maybe 3-4 laps back. Oh, a little bit of a shove from Maxime on the Veloci card. Nearly caught the Veloci car off guard into Piratella. Now we see the LMP2s trying to double around the racetrack for the first time.
Yeah. This is the front battle in LMP2. The GTPs are not quite yet. Sorry, they are just about clear now of the GT3s. They are still in a 1-2-3 leading battle themselves, actually, as these guys are. So pretty, same old start in LMP2, really. Not too much change going on here. The only changes being Gorachov getting past Lezen and Ibrahim getting past Mahler. But inside the top 9, not been any other changes than that. You can imagine there will be some when they get to traffic pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, no yellow flags. That's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. We said that it would come in the early point of traffic, but that's not been the case. Even despite this, Tanguy Billon just in front of Robin Schranker here, and we know that they eventually come together. Billon, so Schranker was actually, Billon's so unlucky to get a meatball from that, isn't he? Schranker got absolutely power drive by Tokala, who's surely going to get a penalty for that. He didn't spot the slowing up in front of him, unfortunately. Didn't realise what was going on. Unfortunately, those two have both lost a lap because of that. And if you're Movano, you'd be especially filthy about that, because they weren't really involved in that at all. And they're going to end up not only behind the whole field and 2 laps down, as they're shortly going to be, but actually behind Schranker as well, who's already completed his repairs, which were only 100 seconds. His meatball is longer. This is the replay from onboard Tokala. Dear.
I wonder if he locked the brakes and tried to stop the car. I think there might be a slight lock of the brakes, trying to prevent an issue, but yeah, just couldn't read what was ahead of him in time.
Yeah, I just didn't, unfortunately. Billon was lifting off to, I guess, try and save fuel in all of that while they were all slowing in front of him, and that is the correct thing to do. But yeah, in the end, he gets a meatball flag, and that's very, very unlucky, I've got to say. There may be cautions that allow him back into the race, but the curse of the reigning champions continues, because at the opening round of the season they couldn't finish inside the top 5 when they couldn't finish outside of it in last season. Unfortunately, that's going to come very, very early this time round. This is Lezen versus Gorachov, and Boris Lezen is through. Automoves Racing Team back to second, where they qualified just before the GT3 traffic for the first time for these LMP2s.
Yeah, but they are not going to cut. They're not going to be able to catch the whole brunt of the GT3 class right now. I think they're still a few ways away from the main class, as I would say about 1 or 2 laps they're going to be catching the true tail end of the GT3s in the field. I would say the top 5 would be catching that. But that's another one I'm probably going to be looking forward to, because there are some points in the racetrack where the GTP does have a little bit of a initial acceleration movement advantage over the LMP2, But after about, I would say, a second or two, then the LMP2 just kicks off and goes away, just because of how much he lost power. A little bit of contact between Tom Mayo and James Ibram in the effect simulations while they were battling around Taza.
Just can't find his way past at the moment, can Tom Mayo. He is one position further down from where he qualified, with effect simulations taking that place. As we go up to Dylan Scrivens, who's also made it one place so far. Although that's mainly because of Teukela's spin from the front of the field, from the top 5 earlier on in this race. Scrivens still behind Nicolo Fioroni, who is the driver just in front of him and driving so well at the moment, Fioroni. VestaSport have been able to just absolve some of the pressure that they were under earlier on this afternoon, and Roberto Robetti is doing a decent job of defending from these guys, but he's got a big job in his hands to keep Baptiste Jimenez behind him, who's lifting off into Tamburello. That's a fuel save if ever I've seen it. VestaSport have got a different driver in, to be fair, from the one that qualified, and that is one of the reasons why this is happening to them at the moment.
Yeah, because over here you're not obligated to start the car. I can take a quick look, but I don't know if you are obligated to start with the driver that you qualified with. As now there's a little bit of a mix between LMP2 and GTPs, and Nürburgring's involved in the mix of all this.
That's because Schranker is coming out after his repairs, so he's only a lap down. He's getting his tyres warm, and he's, I think, gesturing towards that LMP2, which is not very pleased with him anyway. This is just about staying out of trouble now for Schranker. They've got to realise that there are going to be cautions in this race. They're only one lap behind. Well, I suppose they're closer to a lap and a half, lap and 2/3 down, I suppose. But even so, there's going to be safety cars that they can use to get back onto the lead lap. So it's got to stay out of trouble and not get any penalty, because you wouldn't imagine they're going to be judged at fault for the previous incident. And in fact, they haven't been. That's just come through now. 20 seconds for a moderate incident responsibility for Jesse Teukela. That will be served surely at the first pit stops of the day for them. Yeah.
As now Morero just shoving Visceral's BMW to the side a little bit, and moving forward further into the top 10, going to 9th place right now. Just to confirm, if you are qualifying, you must start the car. So maybe that's the driver. If there was another different driver for Vesta, they're probably going to get a penalty.
Down the inside for Tim Kern. He is through into 12th position, so nicely done, ahead of Jack James, who was briefly inside the top 10, but now down to 13th in this opening race. It's opening stint, rather, of the race. Connor Nixon making up places as well on the Moradner's car, which is surprisingly far down, you'd have to say. Oh, and he's diving back down the inside straight away, just in front of, behind Tanguy Billon, who's getting out on very, very cold tyres again. He has just come out 4 laps down, by the way. The number 1 car staying in the race, staying in for points, knowing that there's possibility for them to gain something from the rest of this race, and fair play to him for that. But look at how slow this GTP is when they're on the cold tyres.
Yeah, the LMP2 is actually a little bit better with the heated tires than the GTP. The GTP takes about a lap and a half before it starts to, finally getting on its groove, and also getting a little bit of the understeer versus oversteer snapping as that can generate in the car in the meanwhile. By the way, Ewan, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there some damage in the front end of the Moradner's car? I looked into it, I just glanced while we were looking into that battle, and it seemed like to be on the right-hand side.
I'm not sure.
Looks dented in a little bit.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right, actually. Maybe you're just about right on the right-hand side there, yeah. Just a little bit dented in. I think you're right, yeah. So I wonder whether they've picked that up. Tyrone Roberts certainly seems to be slowed down by this as well. Last time round he did a 36.1. That was slower than anybody else other than Auto Moves, who had a bit of traffic on that last lap. These guys don't at the moment. Yeah, you can see a bit more of that wheel than you'd expect to, can't you, from that LMP2. So, yeah, that is a bit unusual for Roberts. And that's why he's losing so much time. And there's some damage on that Mustang as well. I'd imagine that's going to be more common than not by the end of this race because of the circuit that it is. This, by the way, is about to be, I actually think, we always talk about the start of the race, but this, for me, is the time in the race because Drago Racing are just about to pass their first LMP2, who are in the middle of GT3 traffic. This is, for me, the point in the race. It's the second time through GT3 traffic for the overall leaders, because it's also the first time they passed those LMP2s.
AKA time of the race where you pick up a glass of wine or something else and you start praying that we don't see any contests and you don't have to drink away at every contest that you see around the racetrack. No time for drinking games.
Well, we won't be participating, of course, while we're here. Although that would be a rather different broadcast. Into Valente Alta for Oscar Soltero, who stays behind again. Very un-orange, this Nix Esports car, isn't it? I always like the Nix Esports cars normally because they're very orange and very spottable, but...
very Spanish, of sorts,
yeah.
If you think about it.
But it's not very orange, is it, unfortunately? Which is a bit of a shame, but anyway, I'll have a word. Out of the final corner, they're currently embedded in the middle of the traffic, and maybe this will be a chance for Soltero actually, because just caught up behind traffic there was Alex Jenkins in front of the Arete Esports car, which is still where it qualified. As I mentioned, all but 2 cars in the top 9 are where they qualified. Oh, Pillon is looking for the inside here, and he's just going to go on the grass, 3 wide, and in the end Soltero lifts off, backs out, and he's sensible to do so as well, because that was dangerous into turn 1. You don't often see 3 wide work round here very well.
Yeah, we nearly saw a Bottas versus Russell moment, virtually.
Yeah, that was very close to an incident on the way towards turn 1. And there's the leader, by the way, in the background. Drago Racing just over a second in front of BS Competition, who are just over a second in front of Williams Gaming Club at the front of this race. But this is just so difficult to deal with this traffic first time around. So far, Drago Racing have dealt with it very well. And to be fair, we only saw 1 incident in traffic when we went through first time round. So that was very good driving from everybody. Now time to do it again with twice as difficult situations to deal with.
Yeah. But one thing I just noticed is how much it's kind of like how much of time you can kind of like make up with that kind of traffic. You can see BS Competition and Drago just kind of like follow each other, and Drago's gonna have to check up. They're gonna lose time, and the same thing's gonna happen.
Contact with one of the Mustangs there. That was the Delta Sport Mustang that just sends him wide. And has he got damage here? He looks like he's got a little bit loose now out of the final corner. And here comes the BS Competition car in the background, trying to take both places here. They'll take the traffic easily on the front straight here. And for the lead of the race, Lorenzo, is going to be close to Romanidis. He's unfortunately got traffic as Romanidis. And so Lorenzo's not going to have the chance to come through here, although he'll dive through on the same traffic in towards Tamburello, side by side with another prototype. Lorenzo only just gets through. Here comes Lettinen now on the way towards the Villeneuve chicane. Not quite going to happen. That was close to Drago Racing having a small bit of contact and nearly losing the whole race lead.
Yeah, and potentially being out of the race as a whole. So if we can get a replay afterwards of what happened, we can actually grab the proper idea. Oh my god, and how aggressively that was the weave from Drago, and that could have gone wrong just in a blink of an eye.
That was very close over the top of the hill as they come down the other side. Lettinen not letting Lorenzo go at all as they come through the last bits of GT3 and LMP2 traffic at the same time. The race leader Connor Jupp has got a bit more of an advantage now in LMP2, as has the overall race leader. It's just spread out a little bit again, but we get away with that one, and Drago Racing, more importantly, get away with that one as well. That was mightily close coming into the final corner, and a reminder to all prototypes, I guess, that you've got to leave these GTs on the inside a lot of space, because they are very big and they can't change line as quickly as you can, that's for sure.
Yeah. Here's the replay.
So is it that I'm trying to work out which one it is in a moment, but it's the Mustang that actually just breaks a bit too late on the inside there. Romanidis was expecting him to be a bit further to the left, and to be fair, I can understand Romanidis' point of view there, and then he was in that, so that's why he was loose through the final corner, got in the gravel, and look at Lorenzo here powering through, and unfortunately for him just didn't quite have enough of an exit, even though initially it looked like he was going to get through before the start finish line. Just didn't have quite enough of an exit to actually get through here, and in the end it's this bit of traffic here that prevents him from getting anywhere near Romanidis, and very nearly actually loses him second to Williams, and so just about gets past Alex Jenkins and holds on to second at least. But that was a key moment in this race, or could have been a very key moment in this race, as Romanidis got under pressure for the first time, you'd say.
Yeah, but also Romanidis was smart because he made, I think that was the red car that was going around Tamburello and made him stop. It's kind of like just held the car at the very entry of the corner, and I think it made him reduce speed to kind of like be within the same speed as the BS competition car would be at the entry of the corner. That's why there was equal at the exit of turn number 2 going to turn number 3. This is how he managed to break away, as now we're seeing more cars coming in. I think that is the Tatum Restec car that is going through the red car, and right behind there's still the other one of the Fiercely Ford cars that is driven by Dylan Scrivens.
Just it either brings battles closer together or spreads them apart, and at the moment, in the first half an hour of the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola, it looks like it's just spread them apart a little bit more than anything else. There goes Lucas Bale in towards the Villeneuve chicane, and Hasser on a better line here, might have a pop at Tozer, unless that fiercely forward LMP2 is going to do anything here. Bale saw it coming, and he did very well there to protect the inside line. Hasser gets into the rear of him almost, in towards the hairpin. He's certainly applying that pressure to his fellow Mustang. He believes he could go out and get this leading and be quicker if he gets there.
Yeah, but he's not going to get a window coming around Piratella, so I think for now he just bullied the Fiercely Forward car out to not go through them, because I think he had to gone through first. I think that would have been a gap created between Sven and Lucas, and secondly probably would have been a dangerous overlap. But other than that, these two guys still following close to one another. But the problem is they cannot afford, I think, to go into battling, because the Budison VDS car by Undercut is still looming behind him. By the way, let me just mention, seeing the VDS logo on that Undercut car is beautiful, and it's good. It's also cool to see that car staying in top 3, because I'm a sucker for the VDS cars historically in Fords. Most specifically in the Ford GT3.
Yeah, it's an iconic livery, isn't it? Looks good.
It looks good in any car.
Oh yeah, true, but I think it looks, especially suits that Mustang, I think. But
yeah.
There you go. Remember, I must say, did they ever run BMW Z4s that were in the real world? Have I misremembered that or something? But anyway, I seem to have a memory of that livery looking quite good on a Z4 as well, though it's quite hard to make that car look bad.
I think they ran that in the Blank Pond Endurance Series.
Yeah.
I think in 2014, 2015-ish.
Yeah. I have a distant memory of that, I think. But there you go. Because, of course, those years are becoming quite distant in real life as well. But there you go. Yeah, looks fantastic. Running well at the moment as well. That VDS car up to 3rd place. That's up 3 positions, by the way, on their 6th place starting position. So yeah, very good indeed. Connor Nixon putting the pressure meantime on for 12th position. It's worth remembering, isn't it, that when you see the GTPs flying through all the GT3s in about 2 laps, that actually it does take quite a long time for the LMP2s to work their way through all the GT3s. They're still about 5 away from completing the whole cycle, these guys at the back.
This is at that point of the moment some people don't like, I'm not going to say probably don't like, but see the downgrade of the LMP2 class throughout the years, right? I think I remember back in the old days of the HPD, let me just say, HPD, best LMP2, and don't at me in the first place. The HPD used to reach about 330 kilometers per hour naturally down in the, for example, if you went into the Mulsanne Strait in Le Mans, up to the point that I think they were nerfed about 310 kilometers per hour. They lost about 20 kilometers per hour. They lost a little bit of the aerodynamic prowess, and the same thing kind of happened to the LMP2s in the Dalaras through the years. It was a fast car, but then IMSA regulations modified it to make sure that car stayed in the middle of the pack, in the middle of the field, and this is why it struggles in some corners, especially when attempting to reaccelerate. The GT3, I think, has a little bit of an, like I said before, natural reacceleration just off the throttle, but after that, I think about 1 second just when the car truly kicks in, that's when the LMP2 horsepower, I think, comes in, and the power to weight ratio just becomes much better than the GT3s and gets away quite cleanly against the GT3s. But sometimes there is a struggle, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone with some knowledge in YouTube chat, by the way, says that BDS had years of the Ford GT before they moved to the Z4, so you're absolutely correct. And my memory is not inventing things, which I'm very pleased about. Apparently they won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring and Spa with it, so maybe that's where I remember it from. I seem to remember watching that. I think they won it in 2015, so maybe that was...
Yeah, 2015-ish. I can actually look that up.
Yeah, definitely 2015. I think I remember that race pretty well, because I think it's one of the... It's when I first started getting into endurance racing, that kind of time. So you remember those first ones very well, don't you? I'm pretty sure they won by 2 laps.
Yeah.
It wasn't very close. But anyway, there you go. That's.
I can give you the lineup here, though.
Oh, go on then.
Nicky Katzberg, Lucas Leur, and also Marcus Paltala. It's awkward for me to see Paltala. He's a gold driver, but I haven't seen him drive anything in ages. Leur and Katzberg, it's a different story. We still see them drive.
Yeah, of course, especially Katzberg. Yeah, that does jog a few memories, doesn't it? Goodness me. There you go. That's back in the day. Anyway, this is the battle for third, and there is the VDS car just in behind Elias Riker here. While we're babbling along here, by the way, there's been some other penalties coming in here, and just for start line infringement, actually, for an overlap before the start line for Tim Kern and Baptiste Jimenez. When you cross the start-finish line, and this is how Riker got past, by the way, into third place. Nicely done at Tosa, and that Moradness car preventing the Mustang really from responding. But yeah, in IVRA, you can't overlap the row in front of you before you cross the start-finish line on the start. And got to say, that's a pretty elementary rule, isn't it? It's been a rule forever, as far as I've been watching IVRA, and for many drivers, I'm sure, as well. But still, people do fall afoul of it quite often, even though it's very easy to not do.
Also, because the start-finish over here in Imola is a little bit weird, right? Because the finish line is at the back, the start is at the front, right? And it's easy for you to make that mistake. And I know it's more like that in F1 tracks, because in F1 tracks, you would have the start-finish line. The finish line would be at the back. For example, Barcelona, right? Last track. The finish line is at the very entry of the start-finish line straight. Go back to you, Ewan. I'll finish up.
Oh, dive for the lead from Sven Haase in towards Tosa, and very nicely done as far as getting down the inside, getting alongside, but not hitting Scuderia Volpe, but in just getting in front. They're able to defend the inside. Haase goes really tight on the inside, and he hits them. He's definitely hit them there into Piratella, and he will redress the place. He redresses the place. He realises his wrongdoing, Sven Haase, and he lets Lucas Powell straight back through again on the run down the hill after Piratella.
High BS competition, high boots and VDS by undercut, so it's now a four-way battle.
Yeah, and created by that as well. It's why, you know, sometimes you can still get penalised, even if you do redress the place like that for Haase. Of course, it's cost them both a few seconds there, and as you say, those two have caught on because of that battle now.
I would say they probably lost about a full second with that, and that's how BS and undercut actually came closer and made that and now are starting to dispute that position. But then again, Elias just been on a tear as well in the track when the rubber picks up within that BMW M4 GT3 Evo.
Into the slipstream, and Haase's not going to be able to get anywhere closer this time round. I think that is the first go that he's had really at Lucas Powell so far.
It is.
And, you know, with 24 minutes to go in the stint, you know, not that long until they have to come in for a fuel stop here. You'd imagine that might be it now. I wonder whether Haase is going to change tack completely and say, right, well, if I can't pass you on the circuit, I'm going to have to try and do it in the pit stops.
I would say give it about 5 laps. See,
yeah, maybe,
and observe the behavior from Sven, because I think if he finds an opening where he's gonna be able to try to make a move without losing too much time, he's gonna take that. Let's just say start finish line, and he's within the draft and he's able to make that move. He's not gonna waste an opportunity, because I don't think he just want to be wasting too much time behind Bale, which he might think he's slower than the four of them, and let potentially BS competition nab 2 positions for free.
Well, that is true as well. Hasse doesn't seem to be taking the fuel-saving strategy just yet. He's pretty close on the way down to the final 2 corners here. Is he going to switch to the inside? You can see it coming, and there's a tiny gap on the inside. He's broken too late, though, and Rijkaard's going to take them both. Oh, it was always coming. The 2 Mustangs getting caught up with one another, and Elias Rijkaard takes the opportunity to take both places, and through he goes. Sven Haas is still second, and the real losers are Scuderia Volpe. Lucas Bile is down to 4th. He's trying to hold off Nicholas Lux there, who's on the inside, and he's going to back out of it. I don't think he wants to be in any part of this at all. Haase wants the lead desperately, and Elias Rijkaard is going to let him have it.
Yeah, I think Rijkaard was the smartest right here. I don't think he's going to be over battling way too much. There's a little bit of a blink of a headlight coming from Bale. I don't think he's doing that on Rijkaard. I think he's doing that for Sven, because goodness gracious, we know about Sven's sense, right? And that is a one big set. Remember what I just said about nabbing 2 places for 1?
Yeah. You saw that coming. Fair play to you
from
for that.
From a mile away.
Yeah, I mean, what did you make of the initial move from Haase? I mean, it's such a narrow gap. I mean, with nearly 5.5 hours to go, it's that kind of madness to go for that kind of move, isn't it? That's a last lap kind of move.
Yeah, but at the same time, maybe he saw that maybe Bale is not the guy he should be trying to follow around. Maybe the natural pace was starting to pick off, and with the BS competition now looming larger right behind, I think it's for him. He thought, oh, it's best for me to be aggressive out of the gate and try to make a move as soon as possible and get through it, than just linger around and wait for the best.
That was pretty close to contact on the way towards Tamburello, by the way. Moradna's car just slipping through. Clearly not too bad of a bit of damage there, although it definitely does have damage. They're carrying on until the end of this first stint, which is surely not too far away now for the LMP2s. We've already seen RAT Sports into the pit lane, although they were in for nearly a minute. They stopped in the box, that is, for nearly a minute. That's a little bit too long as far as that is concerned. Maybe this is the reason why. Morten Igerson it was, and he was hit. Yeah, I could see that coming, and he was indeed hit. Not sure who that is, actually. Was it Connor Nixon, I think, maybe?
Yes.
In the drop bear car, yeah, and there's the damage. Thankfully for Igerson, damage not that bad.
Yeah, I think it was just a broken axle in the car, and that was about a 4-second pit stop that I think was broken, and kind of aligned with the fact they're slowly coming into their window. So I don't think they're gonna. They didn't lose a full lap, but they're gonna be a little bit behind. They're gonna have to swim back the whole deficit. Maybe a penalty for the orbit drop there as well.
Yeah, it might be. I haven't seen a penalty for a while, but yeah, that might well just be one of them. It's been a quiet first half an hour in the pit race control decisions channel, that's for sure, but that will now light up again with some decisions to be made and some pit stops being made, by the way, from those LMP2s down in the background as well, by the way. So that will change the front of the field, you'd imagine. See how long these pit stops are going to be. 41 seconds for Connor Jupp. That's much more like what you'd expect to see from a pit stop round here. So they're all going to get their pit stops in before any penalties come in for LMP2, because I don't think anyone in this class has picked up a penalty so far. But it's been pretty controlled from Delachas Automotive and Connor Jupp, who had to pit early, yes, but he's at the very least controlled this race from the front, and that's all you can ask for from the opening stint of one of these races.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said before, this could be a convoluted race in terms of stuff like that. So if you can control your destiny, that's the best thing you can ask for, right? In a race like this. But the thing is, can you do that consistently for 6 hours, though? That's the larger problem.
As Telkula is serving his penalty, by the way. The GTPs won't be that far away from serving theirs, as these guys have pitted 1-1 after the other. And Mohamed Yanko will now drive for fiercely forward. In that LMP2, this is Baptiste Jimenez will have a penalty to serve as well, by the way, when that car finally comes into the pit lane. So 6th place for them. Then Lucas Cambermero, who's actually done a very good job of getting back through the field again as best as he can since that incident we saw on the opening lap for him. Now up to 7th place, which is not a bad job, but it looks like it's continuing here as he puts the pressure on the Veloce Thrustmaster Mercedes up ahead.
Yeah, and this is a Veloce car that is trying to pick up some steam, but the problem is it's not being faster than the remainder of the competition. Looking at laps over here, 141.030 done by that Mercedes, and the rest of the field in front is doing 40. So they're struggling. Meanwhile, Camba Moreira, I think, is maybe feeling held back from that Mercedes GT3, and it's gonna be looking for an opening to go through.
Yeah, may well do. You know, we're just a little bit too far to go until the pit stops for him to really wait, as we're seeing the first tyre warm-up phases, by the way, proper for these guys out on the circuit. Marcos Marquez de Silva, try saying that a few times fast. He goes for a spin.
Marcos de Silva, there you go. It's easier because it is.
I know, yeah, but you've got a Portuguese-speaking brain, and I haven't, so that's.
I know, I'm picking on you.
Meantime, Liz and Gorachov comes into pit lane. So they were the last ones in. They went the longest,
yep.
So 26, 27-ish laps for them. And we'll see whether Conor Jupp gets out in front. He'd imagine, now that he's got the tyres up to temperature, he might not be ahead of them straight away, but he will get past them once they come out of pit lane. An overcut is often quite advantageous in these classes these days, with the tyres coming out as cold as they do, and there they come. So Lezen especially is going to have to be overtaken, but he'll be so slow on this outlap.
Yeah, I think it might take about 2-3 laps minimum for I'm not going to see an optimal temperature, but and also maybe pressure for him to go on. So Jupp might get about a lap or two cushion for him to get close. Meanwhile, Bale still following Sven through, and the heavy traffic following behind with Manini and Orbit drop there. The GTP one, though, trying to go around the inside. Oh, that was a little bit tense looking from that camera angle.
Yeah, very close. As Lucas Bale, unfortunately, has been really driven away from by a couple of these guys at the front of the field. But Elias Riker, since taking that lead from Sven Hartzer again, has driven away to nearly 2 seconds now at the front of the GT3 field. Here come some of the GTPs again. Oh no, and that is a very damaged Aston Martin. And that looks like it's happened in the last few moments, because it's still shedding bodywork down the track. And that's the front bumper off to the outside of the corner. Now, I don't think there is anybody stopped, so it's not going to be a safety car, I don't think. Obviously, we don't need to run around and pick bodywork up in our racing, which is a good thing. Perhaps to stay green. What happened here to the Aston? Focused so much on what was happening on his inside that, he just gets into the back of that LMP2. And to be fair, for the amount of contact that's quite a lot of damage.
I really want to look from the cockpit perspective to see if there was like a very big contact for him to lose the front bumper. But the rest of the car seems pretty okay.
Yeah, it does. He actually seems to be getting on okay as well. So here's the onboard view.
It was.
It's just trying to do that classic thing of Yeah, to be fair, the LMP2 did get into the other GT3 as well, but and that didn't help. But it's that classic thing of being a GT driver in that situation, trying to sort of get the cutback almost on the prototype coming down the inside, because that's the most efficient way to sort of keep your lap time up as much as possible while letting these guys through. But unfortunately, obviously wasn't expecting that LMP2 to hit the other GT, start to slide, and then that's when Regensberger got into the back of that LMP2 and has got him quite a lot of damage, although it seems mostly visual.
Yeah, maybe Adrian Newey came up with a very innovational way of, decrease body weight and maybe the front, and you gain some air, and thus you gain some speed. But then again, it's just me waffling about a lot of stuff.
Well, into the pit lane, meantime, comes the second place car. It was Daniel Alves Lorenzo into pit lane now. With just about an hour complete. Just about 50 minutes approaching now. It's been a very good start to this race. Connor Jupp, though, is on the back of the second place car in front and so far has not been able to win these places back. He was a second longer in the box than Gorachov, but the time he lost on the lap or so he was out there while the other two were still going long on an overcut has seemingly massively changed this race, because Boris Lizon is quite a long way out in front at the moment.
Yeah. He is gone. Meanwhile, Simufy moves into P6 in the GT3 standings.
Another place made for Lucas Cambra-Morero. Up into sixth now, as you say, ahead of Baptiste Jimenez, who's now back to where he started in seventh. Cambra-Morero still a couple of positions further down than where he started. This is a couple of positions further back as IDL tries to get past Yannick Steinhoff and can't just for the moment. They're going to box that LMP2 in unless he's going to be nice and move out the way. Well, there's a gap created in between them anyway as the GTPs at the front now come into the pit lane. It's a bit of an overcut from Romanidis, who I don't think he's going to be overcut by anybody else, certainly not anybody close enough to overtake him. So after leading every lap of this race, not even the pit stop cycle I don't think is going to prevent Romanidis from continuing to lead in the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola.
Yeah, just doing a really good job unless someone tries something different. But then again, thinking about it, Ewan, we have seen some of these teams trying something different on early stints. Maybe cut back something kind of like maybe a lap or two in terms of stints, and then trying to regain that as the race goes on forwards for you to gain a little bit of a track advantage in comparison to the rest of the competition. So I don't think that's going to happen maybe right now, but maybe down the line, I would say approaching the halfway portion of the race. If we continue under green flag conditions for that whole way, don't think so that is going to happen. But if that continues, that we can see maybe a Williams or like a BS competition doing something extra.
Yeah, look at the time loss here for BS competition. Even normally in endurance racing you want to run as long as possible so you can open up your fuel strategy later on in the race, but the tyre warm-up phase opens up something different for us these days. That running longer even helps you as far as the tyre warm-up is concerned as well. Helps you get track position anyway. As we go back to one of the lower battles in GT3, there's so many of these, by the way. Team Huizinga have made it 3 places so far and are mostly battling with teams who have had trouble so far. Racework.com by Venari Racing are one of those, I believe. They're regaining places again. Back up to 21st for them after the start of the race they've had. So far, only Fiercely Forward Pink, who were in a very long time ago, and Solpet Precision Racing, who were in not that long ago, Brandon Roseborough, have been in. So still 23 GT3s to come in the next 15 minutes.
What surprised me is the gap that was generated between Romanidis and Lehtinen. Because that seemed to be a little bit closer when they came to the pit stop, about 3 seconds-ish? 2-3 seconds-ish?
I think he was about that far in... Well, yeah, maybe it was that far apart, actually. It does seem that Romanidis has had a good pit stop phase. As this is the battle for 5th place. Oh, Fioroni gets into the back of the Academy car. the Williams Sim Racing Academy car that has taken a slightly shorter pit stop, I think trying to get in front of Chatham Restec, and it's not worked. Oh dear, wow, was that 4 wide briefly there? A limping Aston Martin and 2 prototypes going either side. The Williams Sim Racing Academy car is now going to be slowed down. Oh, it's going to be... Oh, the GT3 saw it coming. But in any case, the BMW lifts off, and Mark Perez is up to 6th place.
Managed to get away unscathed at the end of things. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd place overall. Lorenzo, I thought it was going to try to go for a 3 wide suicide move on Lehtinen, but that didn't seem to be the way. Looked again here at Alco Minerale, but didn't find any openings. Just don't do that at Variante Alto with so many cars in front.
Up over the top of the hill, Lorenzo is trying to strike while the Williams car has got slightly colder tyres than he has, but that advantage will be quickly washing away now as they're going to go 3 wide through the middle of a GT and an LMP2. Goodness me, you see some heart-stopping moments around here. Here comes Lorenzo. He's not going for the move, and the inside there is Lehtinen, and through on the inside goes Lorenzo. He took the advantage from Jesse Lehtinen's hesitancy, and BS Competition are back to 2nd.
Good move from Lorenzo. Didn't lose a lot of time in the process. The problem is he lost a lot of time in comparison to what Romanidis is actually doing in the racetrack. So that's the problem. I think he lost about 1.5 seconds in total to doing that move. Meanwhile, battle for the top 5 spots between Fiercely Forward, Tandem Restec, and Simify.
Yeah, Noran Fioroni and Perez. Not far behind is Hilala. Teach me how to say that name.
Jesse Hiliaho.
Hilaho?
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's all right to say.
That's as much as my English brain can manage. So that's. Anyway, he's catching up, and he's not that far behind, I should say. He's in that group there, as you can see. This is just behind that group as well. This is Orbit Drop Bear and Maniti Racing, Maxime Naz down the inside. This first hour has just been a show of overtakes from Maxime Naz, who doesn't have the qualifying speed at all in that BMW for whatever reason. Maybe he just had a bad session, but he's been making up places since. This is overtake number 6, if he can get it done, and that was close, but he does get it done, and he's into 8th place. A good job so far.
Cue the DJ Khaled meme, another one. But doing a really good job on that Porsche. Sorry, I was going to say Porsche, but that's a BMW. Because I was gonna say Porsche because historically Maniti has always ran with a Porsche back in the even before they made the alliance with Team RSO, right? And Team RSO used to drive Porsches around the racetrack, so it's cute. It's interesting to see that as Baptiste Jimenez is gonna do his service penalty, and do the services. I think that's gonna be the first GT3 doing that.
Yeah, I think so. First notable one, anyway, doing a pit stop as Alex Jenkins looks to build a... Oh, that was close with the leader. Elias Riker would have seen that on his inside and been breathing heavily. Sharp defending from Jenkins as well as he tries to hold on to 7th place here in LMP2. And this is Perez trying to get into 5th place. Fioroni just in front, defending from him now. This is the best place to the Cadillacs, looking to interrupt the BMW top order at the moment, and not quite able to do it in towards Toza this time around. But this has been a good job so far from Simify as well, just hanging around the top 5 in 6th position at the moment, having moved up a couple of places from there where they qualified as well. Been a number of good drives up and down the field, and just so far non-stop action. This is for 7th place again. And this is becoming more of a group now in LMP2. There's at least 4 involved in this.
Yeah, if you look around, if we had a track map for you to take a quick look at, this is why Imola is a very interesting track, and maybe these under 5 kilometer tracks are kind of like interesting of sorts. Thank you, Mr. Iko Medicala. Look how condensed this is, especially going into the final sector. Like the GT3 cars bunched up with some of the LMP2s and then some of the GTPs, as Roman Fanger is going to go around the outside 3 wide.
And there's people coming out of pit stops.
Oy.
Oh my word, the LMP2s don't want to get caught up behind GT3s ever, but certainly not when they're on cold tyres right in front of them there, and they just about get away with it. So the 4-car LMP2 group remains, although maybe down to 3, you could argue, as Rommelfanger goes all over the curves, all wrong. Jenkins successfully defends from him, and now Rommelfanger's forced to defend, which is only going to take the sting out of his attacks for 7th place.
Yeah, and meanwhile at the back, Perez going to go around is trying to go around the outside of the Fiercely Forward car. He's not going to go through. He's going to get pinched in front of the Mustang. I think, which Mustang is that? I was going to say maybe WSR. I think that he got pinched in front.
And this is a real group that's starting to form in GTP now as well, with Fioroni getting past Noren. We've also got Mark Perez here, as we knew, but Hilario is there as well for Williams Sim Racing Academy, and then Maxime Naz is not too far behind. You can imagine he'll be catching these guys and making overtakes when he gets here as well. Perez with a good exit, and he will just get past his LMP2. If the car in front gets caught behind the Mustang, he'll have a chance at the end of this all, but no, down the inside for Noren. He keeps one car between himself and Perez, which is absolutely imperative to staying in front of Perez at the moment, and making sure he can focus on attacking Fioroni up in front for that position again. In the background, Hilario has now caught up, and he's in the slipstream of Perez here. Is he going to have a move on the way towards Tamburello this time round, or is he going to be forced to stay behind? He cannot get past, and Hilario has to wait further as GT3 pit stops are properly underway. The race leader, at least for now, Lucas Bala, is into pit lane.
Yeah, so there's still few cars still yet to pit lane, apparently, as Benitez going to go through another lap in their 278 car. So they're going to be pitting just about the hour approaches. As is that the P1Sim VDS car, maybe with a broken axle? From my perspective, for the rear left looked very weird from the camera. But I could be wrong.
I can't say I didn't spot it myself. Maybe it's just the angle, if you like, of that problem. But there you go. Letter, meantime, is continuing to put the pressure on Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who got through on him. And caution for the first time. Safety car out for the first time, and we're in the middle of a GT3 pit stop phase where might be emergency service required here for Ryan van der Grip, who is the only driver so far who has not stopped in GT3. And to be fair, also Fiercely Forward Pink were not that far away from a pit stop themselves. So what has brought out this safety car, I wonder? At the moment, scanning around to try and see what has brought out this safety car, but unable to see that just for the moment.
Just taking a quick look right here. I see the Movano Rosso and also the Map Performance car and the LMP2 with the meatball flags. Just a bad showing for Vicente Aparicio. We're going to look on the replay. Oi, 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 oi.
Oh, and as he rejoined. As he rejoined, he got smacked there. Tanguy Billon had to tow back to pit lane. Here's the reason why they could not continue here. And this is why the caution has been brought out for the first time. Tanguy Billon has had a dreadful start to this race, and the reigning champions have had a very subpar start to this season, of course, title defending campaign.
It's just
Van der Grip's in anyway. Sorry, Van der Grip's in anyway. So what are they going to do to him here?
I think they're going to give him an EOL and the flying penalty.
Trying to find the ruling about emergency service, but there is the race leader. Michael Romanidis backing up the field. The Scuderia Volpi car has been picked up quite nicely, actually, the GT3 leader. This is the onboard from Vicente Aparicio, and you can decide, Lorenzo, whether he really could have done anything about this.
Comes into the corner, sees the issue.
It's pretty hard to change your line in the middle of that, isn't it?
Yeah, because you're already committed into the corner. I don't know if that is a little bit untangy. Also, maybe Aparicio could have slowed down into the approach of the between the first and second a little bit more, and maybe lose 1 second or two to try to make a little bit of a better decision. It's just like heat of the moment situations that it's hard for you to take a proper reading of what is the best course of action. As now Van de Grip is gonna it's gonna have to wait for the pits exits to open, and it's gonna be thrown back all the way back to the GT3 field.
Yeah, unless anybody comes in, which you'd imagine only one or two will, he will be 25th. And it's actually Tim Matska now, by the way. They've just taken a driver change. Yeah, that is bad timing for Maniti Racing, isn't it? But they've been let out. Oh, they've been let out early, so that's unusual. He will now effectively get an extra lap over that. Well, goodness, what are they going to do with him here? I wonder in this...
I still think because they went into a closed pit lane, they will get an end-of-line penalty. I think it's once that gets sorted out, the leaders are gonna say that, because you can see right there. There's Drago, goes through one of the LMP2s. I really want to say that maybe the auto moves, but I could be very wrong.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, it will be an EOL that they will get for this. So they'll have to start at the end of the line. Now, are the GT3 field in entirety going to be waved past here?
Because don't think so.
The Maniti Racing car was let out in front of the overall leader. Yeah, if they send in the Maniti Racing car to the back, I suppose it doesn't actually matter, does it? But
yep.
The pace car is... of course, LMP2s will have to go past here. The race leader needs to be the first LMP2 in the train, and only the front three were not lapped by the leader there in that cycle, so the other 11 have to go past. And I don't say 12, because mapperformance.com are still into pit lane. Vicente Aparicio, they won the first race of the season, don't forget, at Barcelona, and so far they are going to lose this championship lead pretty comprehensively at the P1Sim 6 hours of Imola, as we have our first safety car of the day. I mean, positively surprised, Lorenzo, that it took us this long. It was always going to arrive at some point.
You stole my line. I was going to say that. It took about an hour to get our first safety, our yellow flag, you know. But I'm looking forward to see if this is going to be that situation of yellow breeding yellows, right? Because we've seen that before in a few occasions here in the IVRA Endurance Series, even at Club Sport. I think we've seen that. And also, I don't know if it was here at I think at Club Sport. It was at Club Sport. Now I remember. I think we had one of the most awkward race starts I ever witnessed in my life. Between TCR, I think it was GT4s and TCRs, and the TCRs. I think they had to check up on the GT4s, and basically the whole group of TCRs basically broke their cars. And it was, I think, the second to last yellow flag, nearly with an hour remaining on the Imola race. That it was scenes. I'll tell you that, Ewan. But I wonder how much that will do for the GTPs and LMP2s, because if you're thinking about it, they're early in the stint. They might get a free pit stop, you know, and then once they do that stop, I think they're going to be able to stop around the hour, because you can see some of the LMP2s being waved around. And that could basically reset, kind of like, I'm not going to say a full reset of the race maybe for GTPs, but it can provide a reset of the race for the GTPs and bring everybody together.
Not too many pit stops as the pit lane opens, by the way. Sven Haas has got a black flag next to his name for some reason, so that's why he's in. But otherwise, Visceral Esports, Impulse Racing, Fiercely Forward, Halda Motorsport, and obviously Grid and Go, as I say, are all into pit lane under this caution. 19 staying out then, but all of them still on the lead lap in GT3, which is an absolute relief. Solpec are not going to get their chance to go back onto the lead lap, so I'm surprised they didn't come in. Teukala and Vaz did did come in, though. We have got some LMP2s in as well. Gorchov, Janko, Bella, Soltero, Beringer all into pit lane. So is Nixon. But the top 5 all staying out here. Are you not surprised more prototypes didn't come in there? It's basically a free pit stop, especially if you're towards the back.
Has the pit lane open though? Because
pretty sure.
Yeah, there you go. Lots. The pit lane is open, but the thing is, I think they might extend the safety caution for a little bit because the pace of the Benny's pace lights are off. So
yeah, they will extend it. They will.
They will have to extend it and then reshuffle maybe the field a little bit. But yeah, a little bit surprised in that as well. And I think Andrew Service was one of the former managers from the Geodesic team just said the pit exit doesn't close until the safety car has done 1 lap, but they will get it end of line. I think they were going to get end of line, but I didn't remember about the pits close after 1 safety car lap. I didn't remember that. It's highly specific.
I didn't know race control controlled it either after 1 lap rather than just at the very beginning, but there we go. Thanks for that. Very often the people watching this know the rules better than we do. Even though I've got the rules document open in front of me, and I'm still getting wrong sometimes.
By the way, can we just check the Grid and Go GT3 car real quick?
Yes. Hearing reports that they got big damage, and they've been in for nearly 3 minutes. There they go now. So I wonder whether that's damage complete or whether they are just making absolutely sure they don't fall a lap down, because that's the big priority here. We'll have a
there you go.
Check.
Safety car has been extended, so
yeah. So yeah, to give you an idea, the race control always have control over the safety car, indeed, how long it's there for, and into the pit lane for Matsuka. So I think trying to, and is it pit lane open this time round? Because we're seeing a number in this time, including 2nd place Daniel Alves Lorenzo. So what was going on last time round when half of the LMP2 field and the last 5 in GT3 all came into pit lane? Was it still closed? I'm not sure. But some more pit stops this time as well. Robin Schranker decides to come in, and that's the right call for him, by the way, because they knew that they weren't going to get their lap back again. But surely Lorenzo's just giving up loads of track position here when he could have come in last lap.
Chess, man. A game of chess.
Here's Haase and his problems. Through Tamburello. Oh, big slide, big slide. Oh, that rear right looks barely attached to the car. What was going on there?
Cold tires? Maybe?
True. He was quite fresh out the pit lane at the time. Amazed I didn't see him running around with no rear wing at any point. But amazingly, didn't lose very much time. Now he will lose time, obviously, repairing the car. But hasn't really lost very much time from doing this at all. And he's still on the lead lap, which is absolutely remarkable.
You know, and that's a very... yeah, it was out apparently confirmed by our producer. It was in the outlap, and also a very uncharacteristic error. You know, you have your issues with the naming. I have my issues with English, not my mother language. Uncharacteristic issue for Sven Haase. So it's sometimes we see even the top dogs of sim racing are humans like ourselves.
Yep. Very true. As with an hour 10 gone, the class split now happens. GT3s will slow down. George Karakoulos, who's now leading for Scuderia Volpe, back at the front again after jumping Elias Riker in the pit lane. And the GTPs now come to the front. So surely these GTPs don't actually, or won't actually go very long into this next stint of the race, because you know, they've been out there for a few minutes before the caution. Obviously, they'll be able to save fuel while the yellow flag is actually out. But I mean, surely this is going to be a relatively short stint, and I think, you know, minus the track position he's lost and some of it unnecessary to lose from Daniel Alves Lorenzo, he will be in a better position to go much deeper into this race.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look to see when did they actually done their stop? Because and this is a good thing because I think we have now on our lifetime we have reports to pits. So if they pitted about lap 40-ish, because we saw them pit about 50 minutes in, right? Something like that, of 45, 50 minutes in. We kind of expect them to kind of like do something in the same idea, right? 40 laps, 40, 41 laps maybe total. So there's a good chance they could be pitting as the hour comes down.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I will just report to you the other penalties, by the way, before more gets decided on after this safety car period is over. It should only be one more lap now under safety car, I would guess. Other than the ones I've spoken about already, Cabe Middleton in number 200 has got 5 seconds for minor incident responsibility over car 206. Tozer and Connor Nixon has also got 5 seconds for making contact with car 108. So that is one of the first place drivers. Oh, sorry, one of the last place drivers who didn't stop under that caution there, who'll be coming into pit lane rather shortly after the safety car is in as well, or indeed to serve a penalty anyway. So there's a run through on the left-hand side, by the way, of GT3 and LMP2 overall orders, and there's the GT3s in an order. Do we think that this will start to, make the yellows a bit more frequent? Because it was a very good start to this race, but you do wonder that maybe another caution like this could set the tone for some more yellow flags. I'm hoping not, because that first hour of racing was entertaining without needing cautions, certainly. But you do just wonder whether it will create some more now.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too, because now they have a little bit of leniency to stay around. I'm just gonna look really quickly down here. Let me just bring it up because I'm really looking forward to see if they can. I know they can weave the car, but they cannot do the aggressive weaving they were being able to do at the race start, right? Because you kind of have to leave the left-hand side open for cars to come by, so they're not gonna be able to do that aggressive axle-to-axle weaving to bump up the pressure. So the pressure is gonna have to come more naturally, right? As it gone through. So but, there could be a chance.
It's like having 4 formation laps, though, isn't it? Because there's quite a lot of time between the pit stops and the race restart itself, which does help things a little bit. But I think once those lights go out and everybody realises there's nobody else coming back through, and there's and there's a restart coming, they will all stop or start doing it quite vigorously. But let's see as he comes out of Variante Alta. Lights still on. Just look above the safety car there. They're weaving it. Yeah, see, they're all over the road now, so that makes me think that the restart is coming here in a moment. But there's some shuffling going on in LMP2. Genesis Automotive gotten back into the lead again here. I wonder whether the LMP2 order is slightly out of position. And, it is always a bit of a nightmare for race control when the safety car comes out mid-pit stop cycle, not least for the teams, obviously, but for race control as well, because it's quite hard to figure out who was where.
Yeah. This is why sometimes you and I say, thank the maker, I'm not doing race control anymore.
Yeah, it's a very tough job, isn't it? Not least this admin stuff, but obviously the stewards' decisions you've got to make as well, which also, pleased to say, there's been very few of in the first hour of the race, plus qualifying, plus pre-race, only 12 incidents, which is way below what you'd expect to see in the opening hour of a race around here at multi-class racing. So fair play to everybody for that as well.
Yeah, good job, everybody. Let's keep it that way for the next hour. I'll put a goal. I'll put a goal over here, Ewan. I know you're gone in about 40 minutes ish, right? Before Jake comes in. I want to see before I end my first hour of the race, my first half hour. I want to see up to at least maximum 35 incidents. They cannot do more than 35 incidents. Whole teams.
Thought you were almost saying that you wanted to see incidents there. How many you wanted to see?
No, no, no.
Not quite. Okay, fine. I think that might be quite tough to restrict them to. I mean, we've already got 26 at the moment in there, which
All right, so I increased the number to
tricky.
45. I just realized
Changing your mind now.
when I said that, I realized, okay, we're at 27. That's never gonna happen. Give me 25, 45.
Yeah, we're already at 27, but there you go. Yeah, I'll be here for another 3/4 of an hour before Jake Sparrow takes over from me. And Lorenzo with you to the halfway point alongside Jake. So, going to be a good broadcast this afternoon on the IVRA Endurance Series again. Pleased to be back for another season. Season 25-26. Always fun IVRA races. Sadly, the last one before Christmas in the Endurance Series. Quite a quiet November and December. And just one Club Sport Series race in December yet to come as well. So it's a little bit of a quiet end to the year, but there's going to be 4 Club Sport and 5 endurance races between January and May. It's fairly regular IVRA racing for you on RaceSpotTV in 2026, and very much looking forward to bringing it to you. So more weaving at the front. You get the feeling here that the cold tyre thing is going to go away completely here because of the amount of laps we've run and under safety car first of all, but also the weaving that we're doing at the moment.
The cold tire, not so much, but the pressure is. This is something that I think. Going back to my rant, right? When I was talking about, I don't think the problem nowadays with the current tire for GTPs is the cold tires. Cold tires, you can kind of manage that like you would do that in a GT3 and an LMP2, but the pressure sometimes, I think it's kind of like the extreme lowest for you to get to the highest point or the optimal point. The way it kind of like the cold tire with the lower pressure mix sometimes make the car look what would be kind of like density on ice of sorts. It's very awkward. Is it somewhat realistic how it performs? We've seen that happen in the real life. Fuji, I think, is the best example with the Valkyrie incident, Aston incident. But you were going to say something, Ewan. I'll let you speak.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to ask you, so to return to the debate really about, you're already kind of touching on really for the weaving that you just spoke about pre-race. You said that, this big sort of white line to white line weaving is a bit unrealistic and shouldn't really take place. In response, somebody in YouTube at the time said, well, would you rather everybody just crashed in towards turn 1 because everybody's got really cold tyres? I know what my response would be to that, but what would you say to that, to those who would say, well, we need either tyre warmers or a good tyre warm-up phase, otherwise everyone's going to crash. I would personally say get on with it and drive better, but there you go. What would your response be to that argument?
I think it's a little bit of the mixture of the low pressure and low tires. Again, I reply in the comments as well. I'm not a fan of how it's deployed in iRacing either. I think nowadays with the current weight that is right now on the tires, and of course you're never gonna have the perfect world, right? How the warm tire physics would the warmer physics would do to the car. I know for fixed racing, for qualifying, what happens is the relative pressure of the tires and the relative temperature is raised up a little bit, so you can ease up the outlap and do what they are doing right now. So you can go side by side, axle to axle, and kind of do it a little bit more realistically, kind of like you would have tire warmers. But in real life, unfortunately, you don't have tire warmers, if I remember correctly, for the GTPs and stuff like that. So you kind of have to do that manually. So I think it is just more dynamic stuff, areas that kind of like maybe have to improve a little bit. on how things go, but that's always a very complicated engineering versus programming debate that you might have to get on and kind of simulate that. So you would have a more realistic behavior. Maybe the tires wouldn't be as oversteery as so much or as snappy as so much. You probably would have more of an understeery car than anything else. That's why I'm not a fan of the axle-to-axle stuff, because in reality you would kill the thread of the tires and the life out of it. But I understand that for what we have right now in the sim, that's the best way to go, because the first fast lap with the cold tires is actually a good progress, and you kind of feel a little grip when starting the race. Now we get to restart.
Now then, a couple of laps maybe after what we thought, the restart will come. So just about 20 minutes under safety car here in the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola, but it's the first caution of the day. Let's hope that it doesn't breed other ones at this restart as Michael Romanidis brings him out of the final corner. It's a very long run to turn 1 from here, so he's going to wait a long time and slows quite a long way down, actually. I wonder whether he'll get into trouble for that, but Jari Lehtinen can't respond. In fact, he gets a great jump there, does Romanidis, and he leads over the line. Closest battle for 4th place as Noren doesn't quite react so well, and Marc Perez will go down his inside on the way towards Tamburello for the first time since the restart. Noren lets him do it. Marc Perez up to 4th place. He's been making up some positions so far, and so has Maxime Naz. Hilaho is going to be the latest to feel that, and he is through. Maxime Naz goes through. Lorenzo in the background, having taken on a bit of more fuel as well, is coming through. This is an important stint in the race for PS Competition. They can't afford to get mired down in traffic, even though they do have an advantage as far as the fuel strategy is concerned.
Yeah, couldn't find the opening to go through, but he's going to be a little bit struggle.
Oh no, trouble for the leader. Leader in GT3 has been in the fence. And is this car going to be able to get home, or are we going to have another safety car here? He's going to be in big trouble here. I'm not sure this car's going to get all the way back. Skuderiv, and they've towed.
Oh.
That is not within the rules, and they will get a further penalty. I get that they're probably frustrated. They're probably furious. They've led a lot of this race, but they've towed without permission. I'm sure they have, and they'll get in a lot of trouble from that.
And usually when you tow without permission, I say this from experience, it usually triggers the yellow flag. Because you kind of have to simulate the procedure of, removing a car and stuff like that. But it's something that we're still going to be looking for to see that is going to happen. But we keep on the race, and meanwhile, Orbit Jopper gets a spot on the Mivano Zero car.
It will indeed be another yellow. You're absolutely correct. Just before the Drago racing car gets to the start-finish line, so the safety car can pick him up. So, how has this happened for George Karakoulos? It's a massive shame for Scuderia Volpe, it really is. Through Tamburello. It's the third part of it. Just a little bit loose on the exit. He tries to correct it one way, it goes the other. And that's a more exaggerated example of a crash that Sven Haase had when he was on cold tyres. That Mustang looks pretty deadly when the tyres are cold.
Yeah, because usually on outlaps, the Mustang is very snappy, especially when you think, oh, I have grip in the car, and as soon as you try to keep it at a certain angle, maybe the traction control starts to kick in, and you do feel the grip, a little bit of a grip loss, and that could have happened right there. If you can get a replay from the cockpit perspective, or gyro, if Viku can get us, maybe we can try to grab a little bit of reality to see if the car was already loose during transition from the entry of Tamburello to the exit, and if so, maybe the traction control could have aided, might have aided in the situation for the car to lose out and hit the wall hard and cause this second yellow flag.
Well, you wondered, Lorenzo, whether it would be a more yellow-filled race after that, and unfortunately you were correct. Because, yeah, straight away we've got to... and, if that is going to be the case for the Mustangs going forward, by the way, what an ordeal they have. Here's the onboard from Karakoulos.
Because looking from the entry of the corner, the car looked a little bit weird. But the car seems to be loose. And also, another thing that I'm noticing, but of course this is kind of like natural. You see there's a little bit of suing of the steering? Like the car, the car is moving up and down on the steering wheel as is he approaching a corner. He's not putting too much angle. He's not doing that fast, which is a good thing. You're not stressing the car to try to turn around and then compromise the axle. But I think that suing maybe a little bit can. Of course, you're trying to keep the car as steady as possible and feel a little bit of the grip and also feel the force feedback on your steering wheel. But maybe sometimes it could be a little bit dead. I'm not going to say maybe it might reach a little bit of a dead zone. It might could have triggered that he might not feel the grip loss around the car and maybe has done something extra to the left-hand side that might have put up the car to a certain extreme that then prompted the spin on that Mustang.
It's such a big shame, isn't it, for Karakulis? Really is.
Also,
really feel for him.
Oh, one more thing. Also, he caught some grass and curb on the inside. That could have aided as well on a grip loss. That was brought up, which is a good point.
It would have done, unfortunately. And that says it's a real shame. Because, as I say, they were running really well. And in the end, it's going to come to almost nothing. They're not even going to get to the halfway stage for those points, by the way, which are just over an hour and a half away. And so PS Competition will take the lead by default, and VestaSport will be back up to second, by the way. What a yo-yo first hour and a half they've had after getting smacked from pillar to post in the first part of the race. Vincenzo Soares Jr. is now driving that car, and he's alongside some big names like Elias Riker, Lucas Campbell, Morero either side of him. We'll see how that car gets on the restart, because the very start of the race, that car really was in trouble.
Yeah. Just how insane a race can go and basically shape shift just like that. And now we have Vesta in P2 in a race that they were thrown back all the way back into P14 earlier on. No, not them, actually. They nearly were thrown back. They were thrown back outside of the top 10 from pace, but they could have found themselves in the wrong side of the stores with the issue they had with Simify earlier on.
That's a big change in GT3. One of the big names gone, and just one Mustang now in the top 4, which is a big change too. Compared to qualifying. VestaSport with the only non-Mustang in the top 4, I think, from memory. So, big changes going on here. 5 different manufacturers in the top 6 too, if you count the Aston Martin there, running in 6th position. So, in GT3, that's now 2 cars off the lead lap. Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 are also at the back of the field. They pitted in again just to top off on fuel under this caution. In fact, they've been in 5 times. Grid and Go and Maniti have been in 6 times to top off on fuel each time. Makes absolute sense, doesn't it? Because Sven Haase might be able to go to 3 hours 30 to go by this point. Depends, of course, whether they will run long enough to have another green flag stop here, another full cycle of green flag stops. But let's see, as the restart is imminent now.
Yeah, I think like this will be a very fast safety car procedure. I think we might get a green flag in a short bit. Yeah, there we go. The safety car lights are off, and we're going to get our restart this lap. This is kind of like normal procedure. Just after a restart, if you tow, you just go back, and it's kind of like close to what would be a virtual safety car procedure. But here we go, a second restart of the race moving forward. 40 hours and 30 minutes left.
Yeah, 4 hours 30 to go. So 1/4 of the P1Sim 6 hours of Imola complete, and it's been the first half exhilarating green flag racing. Unfortunately, the second half of that mostly under safety car conditions. Just 1 green flag lap in the last half an hour, unfortunately. Time for Romanidis to put on another restart. He does exactly the same thing as last time, and Lettinen was expecting it a little bit more this time, although he's nowhere near close enough to be anywhere near making an overtake as they continue to weave and warm these tyres up again. More trouble for 4th position here, for 5th rather. Noren is not having good restarts, and Maxime Naz, who made up a place on the last restart, is trying to make up another one on this one. Inside for the second part, gets him the place. Maxime Naz goes from the back of the field to the top 5 in 90 minutes, and there's contact with the PS Competition car, which goes wide. inside, and the Williamson Racing Academy car goes past. Is there damage for Fildenez now? The new driver in the BS competition car, as of their pit stop under the first caution, he's now back to 9th as the Solpec car comes through. Trying to unlap itself, I think, here. Yeah, it is indeed unlapping itself on the inside. Denez's not going to be pleased about that, as he's just made a bit of contact through Tamburello and gone down a couple of places.
A semi-5S situation for Fildenez, and just finding himself in the wrong stride of things. He's going to lose more places now, being thrown all the way back to 10th, 11th place as Grid and Go nearly goes through. But yeah, what an awkward restart that was between everybody, as now Unity is also on the wrong stick of things.
That's Christopher Bella going past. So first runner of those who've pitted, in fact everybody's pitted twice now in LMP2 because of that previous safety car, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but anyway, don't know why he wouldn't come in on the first one. This is Marcos Marquez de Silva through the Villeneuve chicane, going for a spin. Again, coldish tyres, he drops from the top 5 now, well outside the top 10.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate for the Portuguese guys to have a bad restart, and to make it worse, they're now stuck in the middle of GT3 traffic. Yeah,
over the line again. So first green flag lap properly completed here in the last half an hour. Oh, and off again for De Silva. NCG down at the Ravazza corners, and that's going to be delightful for Romanidis to drive through all that gravel when he comes back through, as Conor Jupp goes for the lead, and he gets it ahead of Boris Lizin. He lost it under the first pit stops under green flag racing. That safety car's brought them back closer together again, and Jupp has not passed up the opportunity, as on the second lap of green he's back in front.
Yeah, a little bit of an aggressive move out on Villeneuve, but got it done nevertheless, as now we're shifting eyes to Nathan Perez and see the best of the Aston Martins try to go forward into this race. Awkward to see the Aston Martin not performing very well in comparison to the rest of the field, the Mustangs and also the AMGs, but still a very good team. We can definitely see maybe a really good result down the line for that WSR eSports outing for Imola.
Here's De Silva's second spin, by the way, towards Ravazza. So already, of course, on coldish tyres and in the middle of traffic, which is obviously not helping. And there was contact with the VDS car that sent him into the wall on the outside there as well. Hard to exactly know who was at fault really for that, but I mean, it's always going to be hard, isn't it, when you're De Silva there having to work your way through all the GT3s again, but sadly he's going to have to do it all over again, even the few positions he took before that incident there, because he is down at the very back of the field. That's why these restarts are so crucial, especially in the prototype category, not just for all the obvious reasons as well, but actually because if you spin too early, you'll be behind all the GT3s and have to overtake them all before your next class overtake, as Lucas Campbell Morero now gets down the inside of the Vesta Sport Mercedes and through on the inside into second now. What a great hour and a half he's had.
Yeah, what a resurgence from that CB5 car, as now one more time you can see that NGC by Margin Darada is going through the GT3 field one more time, but you can see now Sven crawling from the back, trying to go forward, and a blinking Aston Martin Vantage GT3 on looking forward to try to go forward as Sven dives down on the inside.
He's got to make up these places, only Sven Haase. He spun when he exited in the lead of this race. Don't forget, out of the first green flag pit stops of the day. Cold tyres on that Mustang looking very difficult to deal with, especially through Tamburello. We've already seen two race leaders have crashes through there this afternoon, and Haase was one of them. Harakoulos the other for Scuderia Volpit just now to bring up the second caution of the day. Already up to 19th, but it's just going to feel like an endless stream of cars he's got to get past here, Haase. But if we know anything about Sven Haase, he is going to be aggressive in winning these places back.
Oh yeah, especially if you're coming from the back, you're not going to rely on fuel-saving strategy, because you're going to be doing that naturally. So I know for a fact that Sven is going to go flat out, try to do his best to get through the field as fast as he can. And but of course, he triggers that mode of, you know, go as fast as you can, the van is usually one that is very recognizable around the community, that can get involved into pretty hefty accidents and get on the wrong side of the steward. So he has to be mindful of all the moves that he makes moving forward.
He certainly will. Any other penalties? My goodness, race control's been very busy getting penalties in. Connor Nixon's got another 5-second penalty, this time for contact with a GT3. I believe just before the safety car. Yeah, it was 10 seconds also just before the safety car for car 266 for contact with the GTP at the final couple of corners. Then since or just before the safety car again, KDL also getting 20 seconds of a time penalty for car 296 for making contact with another GT3 on pit entry. So there's been plenty going on in the steward's room in the last few moments as they've relieved of safety car duties. Those penalties will start to come through, and you'd imagine the acceleration of incidents will also start to happen here. 38 incidents, by the way, Lorenzo, in your count so far today.
Yeah, still cleanish, even though he picked up a little bit more than usual within these restarts and all. But other than that, it's still under the 45. But I truly think we're going to be reaching 45 by the end of the hour, to be honest with you.
You would think so. See whether your prediction turns out to be correct or not, as Janko in 7th place has a lot of pressure onto him at the moment. 5 or 6 directly behind him. Look at that, 6 up ahead as well, who have got quite some gap. Current leader is Connor Jupp at the front of the LMP2 field. He's got Boris Lizzen and Alex Jenkins now right behind him. Jenkins, who was slow to get away in qualifying after he spun at Piratella, but is now properly moving in this race. Sven Haas has been hit into the second part of Tamburello. His aggression has been brought back upon himself there, I'm afraid, and he's down to the back 23rd now. All those overtakes to redo again.
Yeah, remember when I said about being him aggressive and more contacts with Maniti off, and I think that's might trigger another caution that Team Matska's car is broken.
He'll be okay, I think.
He's okay, but I wonder if the Vistro car is looking fine coming in front of the leaders.
In front of the leaders, yeah, but it should be fine. They are damaged. I think they will pit, but I think they'll be okay. The one word you'd have massively here is that he doesn't spin in front of one of the overall leaders and try and... oh, and there's contact! Lettinen there did not give... I suppose he doesn't know that Hingston's got damage, but he did not give the damaged car enough of a wide berth there, I don't think. Not for his own safety, anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't have a meatball, though, which is more impressive.
That is impressive. Nobody tell that to Movano, by the way, who got a meatball for very little over the top at Variante Alta, of course, on the very start of this race. The first bit through traffic, of course, it was.
All comes down to physics.
So, first bit through traffic for the GTPs. This is the incident with Sven Haase, though. Now he's trying to get past the sole pit BMW in front. It's quite late, but that's fine. Now, does he give... well, that's sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, isn't it, really? I mean, he's dived very deep in there. I don't think there's anything wrong with the dive itself, but of course, when you dive in like that, you push in the BMW into a situation where they're not entirely in control of the car anymore, and so you've got to give a bit more room for the second part, and that didn't quite happen. Big stack up on the exit of Villeneuve, and the Hingston there just got sandwiched between the slowing Impulse car, and then, is that Matska who gets into the back of him?
Yes.
Yeah, in the other Maniti car, and he just gets sandwiched.
Yeah, another innocent bystander, but I don't know if Dalziel, if he's still driving that Soul Pack. Actually, it's Brendan Roseborough that is driving that M4 GT3 Evo. I don't think Roseborough is to be blamed right here because he was shoved off into the curbing itself, and there's nothing he can do.
Oh, good battle between those two. Gorachov just seeing off. Who was that? That's Bella, Christopher Bella, who was down to 10th in the fast lane RT car. So that was nicely done, but of course Gorachov has got a lot of work to do to get back to where he was before. very much embedded in traffic at the moment, as Benjamin Fergerio gets past Marius Rommelfanger as well for 4th place. There's quite a lot happening in LMP2 at the moment, and these are the guys obviously with no traffic around them at the moment, unlike the other 2 classes who are very much intertwined right now.
Yeah, I'm still surprised there's some action, as now we're going to be looking into GT3 on GTP traffic, as Fioroni's still trying to shove away any potential attacks coming from the semi-fight car that is standing right behind. Oi!
Fioroni has been very, very good so far in this race, I've got to say, for Tatum Restek. Really thought he's done a good job in this race so far. He's just in front of Perez, though, who's another one who's been making his way through the field very nicely indeed, and that will be a battle for a podium as well as they get into the GT3 traffic, which is very, very thick indeed. And down the hill they come into Acqua Minerale. Fioroni's going to be under big pressure now from Perez, but again, it's just going to be about survival. As I said earlier on, it's, you know, really sort of it's really these moments that happen just again and again, isn't it? Because the safety car, after all, does a class split, and it effectively creates a situation like what we saw at the start of the race. We're going to see it again and again.
People might not like it, but it creates racing.
Yeah.
You are put in a situation because it is a race restart every single time, and people might not like it, but hey, because you probably wanted to retain the gap that you probably created on your opponents. Like, for example, you would be mixed in the GT3s. We're gonna look what happened to Matsuka from his bonnet perspective, everything that is happening in front, and you're gonna see he's not gonna be able to stop in time to the visitor car. I think he's also hitting the back as well.
Yeah.
For what it looks like, he's hitting the back, and kind of creates a domino effect that is happening in front of him.
Yeah, it was, and the dominoes all fell, unfortunately. They will have to pick themselves up and maybe even repair damage down there. Just to quickly update, Visceral Esports are indeed in the pit lane right now. Fast Repair Motorsport also taking on minutes-long repairs in 2:02, so that'll be 3 GT3s now off of the lead lap. In terms of GTPs off the lead lap, we've got Tanguy Billon in the #1 car and Robin Schranker as well in car 62. And everybody in LMP2, apart from mapperformance.com, the race winners from Barcelona are on the lead lap as well. So it's been a mostly clean start to this race at Imola, but a couple of safety cars in the last few moments. And oh dear, the battles continue. Tyrone Roberts not exactly giving too much room on the inside there to Connor Nixon. Oscar Soltero rather, who flies across the chicane and retains the place either way. But stepping into the madness now, instead of me, will be Jake Sperry, who will take you through the next couple of hours of the race. Lorenzo Bonda will take over from me, but make sure you stay tuned. This is the P1Sim 6 hours of Imola in the second round of the IVRA Endurance Series. Now my time to hand over to Jake Sperry.
Thanks, Ewan, and what a moment to come back to with Tyrone Roberts, Oscar Soltero, and then Santiago Gonzalez Soriano, all there together and having a wonderful bit of argy-bargy going into Tamburello. We talk about this circuit, Lorenzo, being one of the great driving circuits out there in the world. To hot lap is one of the great challenges you've got here, but when you put endurance spec on this circuit, it makes life just exponentially harder, Lorenzo, and we're seeing that in spades at the moment.
I was talking about this, by the way, welcome to the booth, Jake, and I was talking this with Ewan at the very start of the broadcast. This race, ever since I think it became part of the World Endurance calendar, it's been good racing. This year race has been great. I think the GTPs and GT3s mixed up in the track provided some really good racing between everybody, as now we're looking between Unity and Fiercely Forward. I think Unity just goes on through. It's that thing. It provides good action. It was a little bit the same back in the 2011 days when I think they ran whack with the LMP1s and LMP2s and GTEs. But see this now new order of cars that they makes racing interesting, compelling, tense, and condensed. Because if we have the track map at any point, you're going to see the track is condensed everywhere. You have something happening at every spot in the racetrack.
Yeah, and everywhere you look, it's about hold yourself steady and do what you can. We did have a little look there at the likes of the 257 out there of Jeremy Östring, who is in the Impulse Racing by Volder Art car, which did cause the first safety car of the race. Their sister car walks into today, the 258, as the championship leaders, and they are having an even worse time of things right now, down in 47th position overall in this race, not in category. So they're going to be sitting down and realizing, okay, this is going to be a tough day at the office for them to try and work here, as we see Björn Anschlag here for racework.com by Venari Racing. That Ferrari working hard then through the Villeneuve chicane and over to the Tosa hairpin, looking to set up in this mid part of the race, and just an hour and 13 away from knocking on the door of the third of the points that you'd score compared to full, which you get at halfway. Drivers will now be starting to consider, what do I need to do to get track position for that?
Yeah, because I think this is a good talking opportunity, right? Because let's just take it to the fact that we had 2 back-to-back yellow flags, Jake, and one around the hour, one about nearly 20 minutes into the hour, into the second hour, and then I think kind of I've shifted the strategies maybe for GT3s. You can elongate that, and because you elongate that maybe within the hour, and you would do that, you would pit 20 minutes into the second hour. How do you approach this halfway portion that is looming large within the second to the third hour? Do you go only for the 40 minutes? Do you try to prioritize that? If you're needing points, if you're at the back and you try to think, oh, I want to secure my spot for pre-qualifying, something like that maybe in the future, or you try to, there's still a lot of race left, and because we've seen yellow flags happen, and there is a good chance of more yellow flags down the line, maybe we could think, let's just take out a race at a time. We might not get points over here. We got to think about the whole picture, the big picture that is looming 3 hours and something ahead.
It's very busy. Veloce Thrustmaster find themselves in the middle of it at the moment as they work through, and there is Benjamin Frigerio down the inside for Effect Simulations. That will put them past the Ariti Esports 180 of Alex Jenkins and into third position now on the road. So they're chased to Auto Moves Racing Team and Boris Leisen, and then also to Connor Jupp. It is right on for this race lead, and that traffic there of Tim Matchka isn't helping. Little wide there through the run at Tosa. Now the climb up the hill is very much in Boris's place. A full block over to the inside, climbing up to Piratella. It's one-line suits all through this section, and the hefty blocking needing to be done by Connor Jupp at Dulatra is now bringing everyone back.
Yeah, brought everyone into the mix, and also we can see Frigerio doing a really good stint so far, very fast. So there's a good chance that he might put the pressure on Leisen, as Leisen looked on the inside here, Jake, but is not going to go through it. I think it's a high risk, high reward move on Variante Alta that could have gone wrong, because usually 2 cars don't make a hole around that opinion.
No, they really don't, and so it does become as tough as nails to try and get these moves sorted, working hard through the 2 Ravazzas and onto that main straight. Once again, the clearance very much needed for these 4 out there at the front, and overall it's currently 1.2 between Drago and the Williams Gaming Club out there as it stands. So 69 and 66 continuing to remain close. This is the best way to make a pass, get it down the inside at Tamburello, but you are looking to try and navigate through. And these P217s, effectively, when you get to LMP2 Star Racing, Lorenzo, it's not something that every team loves to do, that not every team is going to put a car in an LMP2 spec, but those who do, they know how to race, and look at what they've got coming up.
Yeah, they got the whole brunt of the GT3 traffic. I was going to mention that they were coming up large. I think they might reach that by the second half of the lap. This traffic, or just outside of maybe Variante Alta, in my opinion, or the tail end. But as soon as you approach that, the problem we were talking about earlier is the reacceleration off the top, because the LMP2 struggle a little bit with that, and because of the gearing, this new gearing, because they took the horsepower and everything out of these cars, make the gearing stack a little bit awkward. So on immediate reacceleration, the GT3 has a little bit more power than the LMP2 cars does, but once the power to weight ratio starts to grow on the LMP2s, that's where they launch against the GT3s and then basically go away. But it can generate tight situations for everyone.
Sven Haase there and Brandon Roseborough create the moment that allows this gap to breathe just a little bit. 3-car scrap just in front of this though, or 4-car if you want to put the One Performance X Vermilion Esports car of Joshua Horton there. Philip Ansell fiercely forward pink, lunge there for Cade Middleton at Delta Sports Sim Shop, the 200, having to really defend then and keep that in play. There is Jeremy Erstring for Impulse Racing by Volder Art, and there are the leaders now looking to try and work their way through one at a time in your LMP2 division. And when you get a group of 3 or 4, it can very easily be the toughest scenario where drivers don't want to let you through because they want to stay with the train that's there at the moment, and it very much eats and opens up one at a time. It's like trying to walk through quicksand. You know that the moment you start scrapping, you start flailing about, you start fighting, it becomes 10 times harder to get out of.
Yeah, and now look at the situation that basically Alatra is going to find themselves in. That those 2 cars separating, that's like a breath of fresh air, because now he can basically dictate a little bit how he wants to go through maybe the Delta Sport car in front. He's going to lose maybe some time on the approach to Rivazza, but he's going to catch these cars on the straight, maybe lose about half a second, but that half a second is still doable and manageable in comparison to the other cars that you're facing behind.
Yeah, and they're not a million miles away from your GTP field, starting to catch them up too. So this is going to suddenly become all 3 categories jumping on each other at the same time. A little look back at Fastlane RT here, trying to get by fiercely forward Gold and Mohamed Yanko as Christopher Bella moving to the outside and just can't get the clearance, trying to up and under to up and under to up and under out of Tamburello, and now looking to get the run. They're 3 wide in front as they're trying to clear the traffic, but critically it is Yanko who's able to hold on at the Villeneuve chicane with an absolute rush hour of cars in front. So if you're going to want to try and find a way through, this is what makes this circuit so tough, because you are only got 3 wide at best at all areas of the track.
Yeah, it makes race tense. If this, probably some people would say, oh, maybe with if you don't have the LMP2s, this probably would have been tense. I think that's a lie. I think even with the GTPs, if we saw that in real life, it is tense. If you were racing even in ELMS, it's just as tense because you have LMP3s also to contend with. So this is the tricky portion of you picking the right spots for you to do the overtake, as now we're facing a GTP battle between Norbert Jopper, Fiercely Forward, and also Williams Racing Academy with Jesse Heliaho in the middle of the sandwich.
Yep, so Jesse Hiliaho will have work to do. Sam Sutton then will be looking to charge for Orbit Drop Bear. And then, of course, you've got Elliot Norrin then for Fiercely Forward Yellow, who will be looking to do as they can. There have been some more penalties applied as they have gone through. So for Auto Moves 134, who are second, they've got 20 seconds worth of penalty. Then for safety car procedure infringement, there's 120 for George Karakoulis and the 229 for a tow from a safe position without permission. And then 30 seconds worth of penalty will go the way of the 209. Out there on circuit here today. So that will be for boots and VDS by undercut, and that was for passing under safety car conditions and then losing those positions. So they've certainly run into a lot out there. Frigerio in 3rd position now in your category of LMP2, keeping honest here with Auto Moves. No, they don't have to make that move to go through, but the groups continue to close up. Daniel Gorochov is also in the mix there for Team Racing, who will try and go through. And there is Oscar Soltero there for Nix Esports, down 12th in category. But it is rush hour at the moment, up the hill towards the Curva Grassini, and they will have different types of car trying to jump through, including the likes of Manatee Black, who's just made the jump through those drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. If you bring up the track map, so you look how condensed it is. Basically, it is all cars all together. There you go, Jake. It's everybody together. No discrimination or dissociation between cars.
No, it is a case of who's who, keep out of my way, and the freight training, massive. Hiliaho having to make a lot of work of things here in the number 77 Academy car, and you can see here, moving by the likes of Matt Performance, trying to stay in range of those like Fiercely Forward Yellow. This is a case of how much risk are you willing to take? Oh, speak of the devil, massive amounts of risk there. Oh, and there's the hit for Solpek, and catching one of the GTs in trouble there. That's Philip Ansel of Fiercely Forward. Pink there running into all sorts of issues, able to keep the car going, so no need for a safety car to come out. But that's what we're talking about here. Something will have to give when the pressure point goes 2 or 3 wide in almost every single corner. Phil Dines then running a little bit wide is going to drop out as behind. Halden Motorsport and Team Australia by OPRX Vermilion find themselves then in a big scrap too.
Yeah, but I don't think he ran also wide, but there was contact because it was a little bit awkward from Dines' perspective right there going in around Taza. And everything just kicking off. I think obviously Sopak GTP is gonna get a penalty. You're gonna look on the replay. The Morandis car is inside, and I think there's a little bit of timing of the GTP. I think he just mistimed everything and misjudged the speed of the corner entry between the GT3 and the LMP2.
The argument they'll make of that is, yeah, we overcooked it into the corner, but yes, we did make the corner, and the car lost it all on his own without us making any contact. So that will be their only saving grace if they do want to go in it. But obviously, that will be down to Stewart's interpretation as they look to go about it. So there is a lot to try and uncover. The 225, by the way, has been given 5 seconds worth of penalty for a pit lane infringement. So the 225 team out there are currently running quite well. Veloce Thrustmaster, 5th at the moment in category, so they will certainly be hurting at that. And there is Elliot Noren again, looking to try and get busy down into Toza.
Yeah, they just moved to 4th place, by the way, Jake. As soon as you said 5th, they moved to 4th on the timing screen.
Good pass then.
Yeah.
So they would have got that done on North Sim Racing Red. So Baptiste Jimenez then through on Mattia Harpacher then to go and get that move. There is the North Sim Racing Ferrari out there, and they are trying to do what they can to deal with those at the front, because Simify and Burasud have absolutely ran away. Now, if you want to talk about this this GT category, GT3 Pro, they sit down today here, Lorenzo, 1 and 2 at the moment in this category, 17th and 20th as they go 3 wide down the hill almost in towards Ravazza, as Harpacher has to leave the room and just about manages it as they try fighting through. Dominic Push wants to have a push through, but 17th and 20th coming into today, 1 and 2 in this race.
Yeah, it's insane how things can shift from the perspective of the championship, right? And one bad race can turn into a very good race at the end of the standings. The question is, can they finalize that? Because of course we knew Barcelona race was a very crazy race because of the rain and the puddles and everything. But over here, we knew from the get-go there is no puddles, there is no rain, there is traffic. And the traffic in here is the puddles of sorts around the racetrack. So they
Definitely
have to
looks
contend with
like that. And there is a driver looking to try and hunt down for Simify Esports, Mark Perez against Nicolo Fioroni. And Nicolo here is going to do everything for that Taysom Restec team to try and just cut through like a hot knife through butter every car in front. That is effect simulations and auto moves as the next two cars to go, as Morten Orkerson then for Ariti Esports is now going to sit down and say, look, it's busy around me. Mohamed Yanko's there, and there's going to be contact there into the curve of Grassini. 3 wides to go through. There's the tag as they go around, and it will be one of the fiercely forward cars that ends up going the wrong way, and it's the wrong one. It's João Vaz. They're a fiercely forward black. He just moved last season from the Orion race team to them, and he gets a bucket load in comes a number of your wonderful GTPs.
Yeah, as soon as we just open up the second hour of racing, we knew this was. We knew from the get-go this was going to get chaotic, but we didn't prevent that kind of chaos. So we need to look on the replay because that started with Elliot on the end, right? Elliot and I think the LMP2, his friendly LMP2, kind of like shifted away going into the corner. And I think one of the GTPs right behind him maybe just overjudged the whole situation and created confusion. I think also involved one of the LMP2s that went into that inside curbing out of Variante Alta and caused the contact with João Vaz.
Yeah, it's a really hefty incident, and when you've got 3 or 4 fighting for the same piece of track, something will budge eventually, as we see Matthias Harpicher then just starting to get a bit of a gap then over Dominic Pusch, the Austrian, and will stay with Veloce Thrustmaster then in that 4th place out there, so 5th place, so certainly working. So there's the lapping of João Vaz. He's trying to get through everyone, but they're going to be very similar as they go through. Vaz is stymied. And if you're trying to go around the outside, it was always going to be a case there that the red and white machine was always going to outbrake itself on the outside, catch a bit of grass, and was trying to do everything to stay committed to the corner, just ran out of road and painted himself into a corner.
I was gonna say that. I think that's the fast lane LMP2 that got pinched into the outside portion of the corner. He just stayed there, you know, didn't move a lot in terms of his line, but I think he just ran out of room coming into the corner, and when he was going to commit into it, maybe came in way too hot, kind of rode the curb and made the contact with the GTP, and that's just how traffic goes around Variante Alta. It's nearly high impossible for 2 cars to go side by side cleanly around Variante Alta without something happening. We're gonna look on the replay from Beller's perspective over here, Jake. The whole situation.
Ooh. Well, that's the first bit. Someone moves across them on the braking zone. They do a very good job to avoid contact with the fiercely forward LMP2, but then realizes through the middle of the corner they'd have made it absolutely fine normally. They lose contact then with make contact with the fiercely forward GTP, and that certainly makes life very, very sticky for them in terms of how they want to go about moving forward next. So that will be a big hit for them, and they'll be certainly looking to push on forward as Ariti now up the hill. This is their second car, the 108, not to be confused with the 180, which is currently running a few spaces in front. So Ariti, fiercely forward, and Fastlane RT all in a line, and the silver and purple will be looking behind at the black and gold of the fiercely forward gold team trying to go through. In come your leaders from GTP, Drago followed by Williams Gaming Club. Matt Farrow jumps in, Michael Romanidis stays in the car for Drago.
Yeah, and Jesse Tekala is going to remain more and more lap. Also, Field and S and Marcus Hamilton, Line Natural, are going to remain more and more lap. You were talking about a car moving the line as soon as they approached the corner. That was actually the LMP2 who moved. That's the fiercely forward LMP2 that moved into the braking zone and shut that fast lane car down and caused the contact.
Yeah, so that made life a little bit tougher, and they clear your race-leading GT3 Pro out there of Burasud, and that's Elias Riker behind the wheel. Here comes Cade Middleton again, looking to try and make this pass. This a lunge down the inside at turn number 1, and thank you very much. The pass done on Björn Anschlag there for racework.com by Venari Racing. So a comfortable pass. Mustang on Ferrari, and the Mercedes sits back there of Impulse Racing by Voldart 257 and thinks, can I have a bit of this going into the Tosa corner? For the moment, the answer's no.
Yeah, didn't get his slice of pizza. Even though the Venari car got a little bit loose with the reacceleration out of Tosa.
Yep, needed that drive and found that it was always going to be very tough to manage it. There's the Manatee Racing number 78 that is out there, was one of the first to come in of the category and pit, and Dylan Scrivens is now in behind the wheel of the fiercely forward yellow car at the moment. Just a good time to talk about the likes of your title sponsor today for round 2 of the IVRA Endurance Series, P1Sim, for your P1Sim 6 hours here of Imola. It is where passion meets precision out there overall, with Jesse Telkala leading this race now, waiting for the pit stop to cycle. The proud partner of the 6 hours of Imola IVRA Endurance Series, P1Sim, stands at the crossroads of passion and precision. Based in France, P1Sim develops professional-grade steering wheels and pedals that merge motorsport DNA with cutting-edge innovation. Each product is designed to provide unmatched realism, from the texture of the grip to the pressure of the brake pedal. Whether you're a competitive driver or a true enthusiast, P1Sim delivers the immersive experience you've been searching for. Their newest steering wheel, the Beau Rivage, powered by Simacube, brings innovation to a new level, combining cutting-edge tech electronics and French craftsmanship for unmatched realism and immersion. Built for performance, driven by passion. This is P1Sim, and that is a move for Manatee Racing, getting that one sorted at Tamburello. Maldadinko, new into the car from Williamson Racing Academy, now missing a front clip.
And he's on his outlap.
And I would assume that Mal will be in on an in-lap just as quickly.
Something like that, as Dylan Scriven is going to lose one more spot. I think this is also Dylan's outlap. I'm just going to confirm that to you. Yeah, that is his outlap. So that's why he just lost position to Harrison Lilla's in the Arbitrop Air Motorsport.
That car is going to eat as much air as possible now, and Harrison Lillis will now be thinking about this, going, oh, brilliant, exactly what I'm looking for. So too Dylan Scrivens, but they're not going to get a chance here over at the Curva Grassini, and look at that nibble go through there by Sven Haase for Grid and Go. The mechanical grip of the GT3s is stronger than that of those of the prototypes and the LMP2s. So the tight corners out there, like the chicanes, it's so easy for an incident to happen by GT3 being slightly quicker and unable to lift off of it in the corner. In comes the Williams car again.
Just not a good day for that Williams Racing Academy car. Jesse was struggling a little bit earlier in the race, trying to make moves and everything, as now Maldadinka barely drove the car, second lap for him, and has to come to the pit lane. And now you can see that Dylan Scriven's car has some grip in it, has some apparently some pressure in it, and he's going to put the fight on that Porsche that is sitting right in front of him.
Yeah, there's a lot of fight that is needed to be had, and so when you're sitting down and saying, look, this is what we've got to try and uncork, LMP2s are now in their pit cycle. Boris Lysen for Automoves will have to serve that penalty at some point. Daniel Gorochov for Team Racing also is down in the pits, and they've just slightly missed their box. They've gone through. Lillis then trying to eye up, as there is Mark Perez for Simify. They're just new out of the pits, and they're looking to eye up Tatum Restec. They've got Matteo Aruki there, sorry, behind the wheel, and Matteo Aruki is brand new in the car, so this is perfect pickings for Mark Perez. He knows what the car's doing. He knows how to get it into an operating window, and these first couple of laps on the start of a stint are critical as they work past the WSR car of Nathan Paris.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the second driver from Tatum Restec is going to be performing in the racetrack, because his team had done very well. His teammate earlier on in the race was doing very good job placing the car, doing the consistent laps. So Nicolo was doing a fantastic job putting Tatum Restek into that top 5 spot, considering the fact they finished 12th in Barcelona. So here we go. Mark Perez is going to go dive down on the inside of the Nordstrom Racing and still be in touch. That's what's the most important thing you need to do. Stay in touch of your competition.
Oh, big scrap off the exit there, and Connor Jupp for Dullatra holds steady then and retakes that position. Connor looks behind. We'll see that Boris Leisen is going to be a little bit slow on tyre, so I don't think they took the penalty then at that last pit stop, so they'll have to take it at the next one. And now they're going to be thinking about, right, what do I need to do? Get up to speed, drive that Automoose Racing Team car up, and I do love what Automoose have been doing. They've got a very busy weekend ahead of them with 2 massive endurance races. Morten Augerson round the outside is going to look at that. Brilliant stuff there from Ariti 108 as they deal with Nix Esports there and Pablo Serrano.
I think the training that Morten did in the morning kind of like might have helped them do this overtake, because I saw him and some Fiercely Forward guys doing training. Yes, I am paying attention, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, of what you put up in your Host-its. done the overtaking now. Robin Camus, my own, is going to try to do the overtake on the Nix Esports car, and easy come, easy go. They go around. I just want to confirm if that's Nix's second lap. I think they're... No, that's actually their out lap. This is why they are all so slow around the racetrack.
Yep, so they're looking to try and get themselves up to pace as quickly as they possibly can. Mohamed Yanko there, and there is Wesley Caspers, who has got into the gridandgo.com GTP out there at this moment. So for Wesley, this is a case of up to speed. Simify have got themselves in front, and then Tatum Restek find themselves there. So still waiting on Burusud and maybe even Movano at Tsuro, the reigning champions, to jump on into pit lane. Outside of that, it has been a little bit of an extended cycle that we have seen due to the nature of the safety cars that we have had back to back, counting to at the start of this one. Uruki then gets the chance to try and stretch some legs and is certainly happy with the pace that is being set at the moment, and a tiny bit of clearance needed as James Gill now jumps in for Ariti and looks to try and jump through as Cade Middleton comes in at GT3 Pro. Ariti, now this is the first of the Ariti cars, the 180. Gill now looking to attack Yavor Kostov.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be attacking that as soon as he blocks the Sopac LMP GTP right behind, and now he's going to be, I think, be able to move through right before Rivata. Looking on the inside, a little bit of bullying with the poor GTP, man. He's getting bullied by the LMP2s.
Well, Joshua Horton is not going to be moving for anyone, and so it's covered there, but that's the reason why the Solpec car didn't want to go through and make anything of it at Ravazza. What Robin Schwanker dives into the pits then by comparison. Gill looking to try and hold station for Ariti here, but look at how difficult it is to just get any chance to breathe out there on circuit. This is a case of a suffocating 6 hours out there at the moment, and if you're in a battle right now and you leave it for a little bit of time, it's going to be tough. Johan Shirazi then is going to be looking around the outside of Toza and up the hill, has to fall back into line behind Nicholas Lux of Boots and VDS by undercut, and Nicholas doing a good job on defense there at the moment. And now here comes the next cars that go through, the likes of Phil Deness, who is your overall leader at the moment.
Yeah. The only problem for Luke's right now, he has a standing penalty to serve. That's a 30-second, sheesh. It's a 30-second penalty that he has to serve whenever he comes into the pit lane for passing 6 cars during safety car and after spinning and losing the position.
Yeah, so for Boots and VDS by undercut, of course, they do have to serve that, and they will be looking at it going, yeah, I'd really rather not, but I'm going to have to as far as this race is concerned. And there's a little flick right from another car that jumps in. That is your race leaders in at Burosud. So they're able to go a few laps longer, reach the 3 hours, 45 minutes. And if that works out the way I think it's going to work out, that will put them right on strategy for the halfway points, as there is Robin Camus-Mayon. Then for fast lane RT, still stuck in the battle, and Casper's side by side, working hard with the Manatee Racing black car of Tom Hooper, who's gonna get it sorted down the hill to Aqua Minerale, and it will certainly be great for Manatee, who get that move done with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, but I wonder how it's gonna the situation is gonna work whenever Casper has about proper pressure and heat in the tires. He's on his second lap. That's the second lap going for that Cadillac V-Series R. So whenever that pressure is up to optimal range, I think Casper's going to try to go into it. But then again, the Cadillac in comparison to the BMW in this build and apparently in this race looked not to be as pacey, and they might have to do something extra, maybe overdrive the little car a little bit more, put in more risky situations to maybe have a chance to go around the fleet of BMWs that's still remaining on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's a case of the BMWs looking a bit brilliant at the moment, and we've seen that in qualifyings, we've seen that in overall race pace, we've seen as well that Movano, who have traditionally been running the Acura, are a little bit ways off as well, and we've been talking about balance of performance. It's not just a GT3 spec. At the moment, you start wondering, this might have to be a prototype spec thing that has to be really talked about a lot more here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but it's something like, I know you have to look into the builds, look into the strongest cars. Of course, you're never going to have a perfect BOP, right? I think, tell me when, Jake, in the history of your commentary length in iRacing, ever since you started doing commentary, we can say, oh, this is the perfect BOP.
I think BOP is never meant to be perfect, and I think
yes,
that is the nature of BOP in its own merit, because certain cars will suit certain, tracks, and so you will see some that go out and go all dominant. And I mean, you have to look all the way back. The reason why we have that balance of performance, we have to blame a Maserati of all things.
Yep. The MC12?
The MC12.
Yep. Don't get me wrong, I love the grunt of that car, though.
It is a wonderful car out there, because it's basically a Ferrari Enzo engine, gearbox and everything, with just Maserati's wind tunnel put on top of it.
Yeah, pretty much. Take me back to the old days of GT1, man. I wish we could have GT1 racing like we used to back in the 2010s. But not complaining. I think the era that we have of GTPs and stuff like that is amazing, and we're only get better and better next year with Genesis, Ford in 2027, and there's been talks, I think, of more brands potentially coming in soon, as we see one of the GT3s coming in. I'm probably going to say Venari Racing, I think, is in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got a number actually in. So Smilai Esports and Ansgar Altrichter is in. Andreas Fink at Team Huisingveld. Jeremy Östring as well now hands over to Tim Kern for Impulse Racing. Josh Houghton is now going to be in. And the likes of Bjorn Anschlag, you are correct, Racewerk.com by Venari Racing hit the lane. Now we are going to see a fair amount of driver swaps at this point of the race, because they have to satisfy their quota that you're not going over, I think, something around 55 to 60% race distance in terms of how they stack. Loic Rabier is now going to be in the car for Movano Azzurro.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab right here what is the max that you can actually do. The time limit is going to be at max, of course, 6 hours, but I'm just grabbing the stink length. The maximum driving time is going to be 3 hours and 30. So just over 15 minutes, I think, is going to be a 60% of the race, or 55, I think.
Oh, and Rabier drives off the road, scares one of the BMWs there, and that is a trial by fire for Movano Azzurro. Back onto circuit there. That would have been Brandon Roseborough and the Solpec Precision Racing 262 that would have had a little bit of a scare going through that section. So able to navigate by it. But again, cold tyres really hurting as we're in the middle of that GT pit cycle as your leaders Vesta Sport Black and Vincenzo Soris Jr. Is down in on the lane, and also following in Mattia Harpacher for North Sim Racing Red. Phil Dines in the middle of a bit of a busy moment out there for the likes of Buroserd, because they have now, look at this, trying to really work that aggressive line, then by their own GT3 Pro, and then NGC by Margam Dorada. That was Andre Rosa behind the wheel. They are trying to run from Harrison Lillis here and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter.
Because the tires are still going up in pressure. There's just the second lap. I've been told it takes about 3-4 laps to reach optimal pressure. As we see a few more GT3s into the pit lane, we're still waiting for the WSR car to come in. About top 7 still yet to pit in the GT3 class.
Now, I'm starting to look around, and we saw how close Drago were to the Williams Gaming Club. The Williams Gaming Club now are a full 39 seconds off the pace, so something obviously there. I think it may have even been a penalty that could have been applied, is one of the reasons you could give for it, but they have certainly not dropped anything out there in terms of lap time, so it would have had to have been serving a penalty. That means that the Williams Gaming Club now sit on the back foot, or maybe they had a very long box time out there trying to put Matt Farrow in the car.
I'm trying to look. I saw there was a report done between Romanidis and Lehtinen. I don't know if that was Farrow in the car or if it was Lehtinen still driving in the car during the restart, but it was just a warning. Penalty itself, they have nothing, so maybe triggered by iRacing. I don't know. That could be a possibility.
10 seconds then have been given in penalty to the 113, sorry, out there of Fiercely Forward Gold. So Mohamed Yanko will have 10 to go out there and serve out there at the moment. There is Matt Farrow in the Williams Gaming Club car, 10th position now, and a lot of work to do. The car in front of them is Movano Atsuro. So if you're gonna jump through, Matt Farrow's a great driver to have, a certain Matt Farrow who won the IMSA Esports Championship last year.
Absolutely, and looking forward to see how they're gonna how it's gonna translate also in this year, because this year apparently IMSA, the category is, I think it's gonna be very, very competitive moving forward. We saw the domination from Red Lions and Coendas in round 1, but still 3 more rounds to decide, and still has one Long Beach they have to contend with. That can change a lot of stuff in the championship with 2 hour and 40 races.
They certainly can. Mohamed Yanko through then on Dennis Weaker there for Nürburgring Esports Flugplatz. So pass done and dusted. Pablo Serrano watches on with this as well, as Michael Romanidis sights his way through as the leader now by 11 seconds over Tatum Restek. So looking to build that. Morten Augerson then for Ariti is in the middle of this, as Robin Camus-Mayon will now have to work out how he goes through as well. So 2 very big battles going on in LMP2, right in front of each other, one on top of the other, and they'll work their way to Tosa Corner on what is a brilliant section of the circuit. So brilliant, in fact, they used this for the UCI World Cycling Championships back in 2021, which was won by Julian Alaphilippe.
I was gonna say a sprinter won the UCI World Championship.
I wouldn't have called him a sprinter, I'd call him a puncher.
Oh, fair. My cycling, lore is not the best. I only know a few guys like Pogacar and Van der Poel and some other dudes, but I'm not full into the lore, even though I've done my years of Pro Cycling Manager.
Well, at least for this, there is Baptiste Jimenez then looking to go through for Veloce Thrustmaster, and looking around at it there, he will get that pass done on Lasse Albrecht then for that place. So Albrecht will have to cede that for WSR Esports, and knows that that's Connor Jupp trying to get through that. Oh, Tim Kern takes a tap there for Impulse Racing. A massive slide through the gravel and back onto line. They won't be happy, and now they've got to defend from the other Mercedes that sits there behind them. So Impulse Racing realised that Sim RC wants in. It's Antonio Roger now who will want to eye up a pass here on Tim Kern. And then, of course, with Maldadinka trying to go through, Tom Volstra will try and jump in for Lion GP, Fence.com, ex-Riser Engineering.
Yeah, North Racing decided to get a little bit feisty around the corner, and Kern managed to keep the car on track. That's the good thing, you know, keep the car on track. Didn't lose any grip or something of the nature, so that's good to know. We're gonna look on the replay. Kern around the outside into the curb. I think there will be a little bit of a mess coming from North. He's gonna cook him around the outside, but he's gonna run out of room, and there's the contact.
You have to leave racing room out there, which is a car's width traditionally, but that looked for Tim Kern like he wasn't going to get any room there on the outside, and I think they can feel quite aggrieved that they've got caught in that. There is Alex Metier for Unity Racing Team, 6th position out there at the moment. And so for Metier, you start looking around and saying, well, are they going to be able to deal with much of a gap? Because they are being caught by Ariti here, and that is not just Ariti, that's Ariti and everybody else behind them. It's that sort of category here today, LMP2.
It's just like that. LMP2, because being its back, you kind of have to make your own pace and make your own luck, right, Jake, if you think about it? Because if not, you're just going to be finding yourself in these pockets of, you know, many LMP2 cars. One mistake can lose you, I'm not just going to say one spot, it can lose you about 3-4 spots. That's just how close the LMP2 field is, and that is regardless of iRating. You can go like into the 3Ks like myself and do those races. If you make a mistake, it's going to be like that. You're going to get punished. So you have to be consistent with your timing every single lap that you do on a racetrack.
Absolutely, and you see that time and again, and now you see the two lines converge as Tatum Restek and Simify fight for the inside, and there's contact between Camus Mayon and Marc Perez, and Perez is able to hold himself steady now back down the hill heading into Aqua Minerale, but you can imagine that there'll be a bit of gesturing in his sim rig at the moment at the Fastlane RT car, which pinched him there at the Piratella Apex.
Yeah, you can even see, I think Janko got spooked up to the fact that he actually took evasive actions to avoid getting hit by potential spin from the fast lane car, as now we're shifting our eyes to the battle between Dylan Scrivens and Harrison Lillis for 7th place.
Yep, so at least for the moment, you can sense that every time you're looking around, you're trying to just make sure that you are ahead of the situation. And we watched there the fiercely forward yellow car and that Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car continuing on their scrap. Yes, they are losing time to Phil Dines here. Yes, they are going to have to work through. They will shoot the gap through the middle of Sven Haase, of George Karakoulis and Philip Ansel, who are all there. But Scrivens here looking to try and work a way through on Harrison Lillis right now, who's been ever dependable in that 68 Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car for a number of seasons. And they're a very nice group of drivers who are out there. You've got the likes of Dan Yeaman, who's there. Sam Blacklock, of course, finds himself in and around the group. You've got brilliant work done by Sam Sutton. And then, of course, Harrison Lillis, who has been Mr. Dependable for them over the course of these races. Up the hill they go towards Piratella once again. And now working through back down the hill. A lovely flowing nature here of this middle sector. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. I like this sector from Imola. It's fast flowing. Has some good flow of corners. You can see, I think Dylan not appreciative with what Harrison did, trying to move the car around or just blinking, kind of like, you're smart, you're real smart. And I'm trying to grab my New York accent into this, but other than that, I think the one thing I have to bring up about the Orbit Drop Bear is the fact that Jack Styles, our fellow race spot commentator, has to put up with every single one of these guys.
Oh yeah,
speaking of course. And Daniel Yeaman, I'm just gonna say I want the commentator's title in the next commentator's race.
Well, that will be something else to go with. Scriven's fighting hard, but the Maradness car there. Now, one car's just gone straight across the chicane in front of them. It is very busy now around Kaspers and Dines here just in front. They are in an absolute slew as they go through. Of Janko, of Valstra, Dines is there, Augustin, Leitner, Vika, Serrano. They're all there. They're all, look at this. This is what endurance racing is all about. Give no room. Now, this is where the skill of a driver is. Find your way through. This is like, okay, no restrictions, work on the autobahn.
Yeah, something like that. If you can, what would be the best music to try to go around this? Kind of like, I'm thinking about Ludacris. The only thing I'm thinking about is Ludacris. The music of what is the name of the music, I will not say. But for those who have an idea, probably they know. For music,
for me, it's Claire. For me, I think you got this much traffic. I think you got to juxtapose it, play a bit of Claire de Lune.
Fair. It's a pretty appropriate song as well.
Here's a look. This is Morten Augustin. I think it was Augustin who ended up getting the hip check here into the corner. Cami Mayon getting into the side, and Augustin then has to take the tip through the middle of the corner. So that then will really hurt them. Fast lane RT easily dispatch then of that pass and make it work. Now here's Norbert Leitner down then in category. They are about half an hour away, just under, from those halfway points being scored. 1/3 of the full 100 points for a win, and Tom Valstra is doing enough to defend. But Norbert Leitner is one of those drivers that you sit back and go, yeah, he is quick, he is all that. And there's Nathan Olsen for Maradness trying to jump himself through right now on the likes of Pablo Serrano for position. So Knicks at the moment have themselves very busy with a bit of Maradness battling.
Yeah, some interesting battles going on as Leitner's gonna catch the back bumper of the Ferrari, of the Manetti car in front. Not Manetti, but Lion GP.
Oh, there we go. Round goes, the likes of Norbert Leitner. He gets tipped through the corner and troubles a lie. There's also more troubles out there in front because a car slow, I believe, is going to be Alex Metier of Unity Racing Team Black. So they've gone around in a bit of a tap. I think they've had a scrap with a Mustang of Switch It Amber, and they've come off second best.
It's just kicking off like that, man. And now you can see Maradness is trying to go through. Is going to dive down on the inside of Nix, fully diving. Mete tried to go for the dive as well, but nearly made contact with the Nix car, but luckily just avoided the LMP2 in front.
It is rush hour right now here in Imola, and so as they look here in the Emilia-Romagna region, we are currently in sim time, heading to 20 to 3 in the afternoon. So it is going to get dark later on in this race, or darker, but this is Alex Metier's perspective of this then. Frenchman on the outside trying to fight there with the Mustang, and look, Mustang's not going to move. That is a brick of a machine. Metier realizes he gets turned across what we call quarter paneling out there here in sim racing. He has nowhere to go, and he's not going to stop an absolute massive force like that Mustang going through that section of Aqua Minerale.
It's basically the 2025 version of the BMW M8, right? If you think about it, Jake. You're never going to be able to move a M8 away. Now it's the Mustang. You're not going to be able to move that Mustang. Could have the Mustang lifted? They could. Are they obligated to? They're not. They're doing their line. That's pretty much it.
It's the responsibility of the faster car to make a clean pass around, and that does have to be remembered there, as the Mustang was always going to carry that speed and work on through. And there is the likes of the Nix Esports car there just behind, trying to get a bit busy and letting through Ilka Harpala, who has jumped in to the fiercely forward black machine that is trying to work its way through as GTP traffic out there at the moment. 11th position for them currently. So that is a case of, okay, can we leave the room? Can we go through? And always when you're on the back foot, you're looking for ways you can start jumping on forward, ways you can wrestle back the tide in a race like this. And it's never truly a simple formula once you find yourself behind what you need to do to get back in front.
No, it's not 1 + 1 equals 2. It's kind of like you have to grab Baskara, you have to grab something else. There goes Moranis on the inside. They make the move quite cleanly on, I think, on the Nürburgring team.
Yeah, that was a very nice move on Dennis Weaker, so there's not much that Nürburgring Esports can do about that. Moradness and Nathan Olsen, I think Nathan's their quick driver here, and they are trying to make some hay in the middle of this race while the sun is still shining. So that certainly gives them a little bit of confidence to go out there and work with. Tatum Restek, by the way, have been able to drop Simify Esports by a couple of seconds in the battle on for second and third. Manatee fourth, and then GridandGo.com Esports IVRA GTP currently in fifth position. But keep an eye out on who needs a pit stop when, because I think there'll still be times for shake-ups, and that Burosud car in sixth that's trying to get around that GridandGo.com car for P5. Phil Deness has really got into that machine and gone, right, on my back this team will go, and I will carry you up the order.
Yeah, because they are on a different strategy than everybody else. I think the second yellow flag, I think, prompted them to do something different. Actually, not the second, but the first yellow flag. Oy, oy, oy.
Wow! Phil is taking no prisoners today. James Gill, and the pick there of Patrick Hingston there was going to be huge for Visceral Esports IVRA GT3. My, oh my. Phil does not waste an opportunity out there, and Wesley Caspers was thinking, yeah, I think I'm going to take it a little bit patiently. You can't with Phil Deness. He just shoots the gap every time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a good cook from them. What a move. Put Casper in place. Put the LMP2 in the GT3 in place. And now Olsen's trying to find ways to go in front of Aret. But not with not having the proper opening. Will that Veloci car in front be the opener for them? Doesn't look like it at the current moment, but yeah, what a move. By the way, another thing to bring up, Jake, about that discussion between the Mustang and the LMP2 that we saw earlier, that instant. James Zubrum actually brought a really good point that they were advised to make it easier, that overtake, but of course, is advised. Not always they're going to take that because they don't want to lose time. That's just how racing is. Sometimes maybe ego, maybe, you know, positioning is important, but it's not an obligation they have to do it.
When drivers look to take an inch, they will take a mile if they know they can steal an inch. So that's something that they will always try and do out there, and they'll get the clearance then from the Vesta Sport Black car that is third overall. So field has cycled right now. Ruben Bonga is in at the Burosud 289, and there is also Adrian Ferrer for the Simplify Esports 214. A look here at Phil Deness's move. So sees the three in front, thinks, are you going to go? Are you going to go? No, you're going to sit back and wait. You left the door closed. The lane was open, and round all three, Phil goes.
Yeah, what a move. Nothing that Caspers can do, nothing that the Dutch driver can actually do and try to go around. That is pitch perfect movement using traffic as a way to go forward.
It's a simply wonderful pass, and we've seen it time and again. Jan Senkowski now in a bit of a scrap here as he looks behind at the likes of Matthias Harpacher a few seconds down. He'll actually look in front at Mark Winkler here for Switch It Amber. This is going to be an important pass through, and Hoisingveld love that Ferrari and what it can do for them. It gives them a little bit of luxury. It really suits the driving style of Jan out there, who is lightning fast and even moving across a little bit there. Was Mark Winkler saying, I don't really want that mapperformance.com SRP championship leading LMP2 to go by, but ultimately they're going to find it. Tough day for Map Performance, 3 laps down on where they need to be. They're going to need a lot of help to try and catch back up to get anything salvageable out of today.
Now, I would say for Map Performance is just stay on track. do the required laps and go back home. I don't think they're gonna, unless something dramatic happens and they steal some positions. That's where they're gonna stay, because that's just their death at the early portion of the race. I think was kind of like decisive as Senkowski looks away on the inside of the switch and Ember car. Winkler is not budging one bit with that big boy Mustang with the Falcon V8 and still retains position.
Leitner with a good run here, and this will be to try and jump through on Halder Motorsport in towards the opening corner. Mike Halder then, so you would say Team Owner will lose out in the 207 as Norbert Leitner comfortably dispatches of that pass, but we are nearing towards a little bit of a commentary switch here with us in the next few minutes. Lorenzo, you've been here from the drop of qualifying out there as Senkowski again looks to try and push. What has been so brilliant about this opening 3 hours of this race? Because it has sat itself down to be an absolutely brilliant second half as Senkowski gets a big wiggle.
It's just action-paced. It's been action-paced, and most importantly, it's been clean. I think only 2 yellow flags. I expected way more. I'll be very honest. I expected like at least 3 or 4 yellow flags. I expected kind of like a repeat of what I saw Sebring a few seasons ago, where we had, I think, barely 1 hour in or something like that, we had about 4 yellow flags, 4 or 5 yellow flags. It was just chaos. So looking for the second half, I think that's where the action is going to pick up for everybody in the racetrack. And one thing I wanted, instance at 45 incidents at the half hour when I get out. We got 52, so we got close. I'm proud.
Kern looking to try and get that pass done. That would be a move then that they are desperate for right now here on Mattia Harpacher and the North Sim Racing Red team, who are 8th position at the moment in class and trying to navigate through what they need to do. So thank you very much, Lorenzo, for joining us over the course of those first 3 hours. Moving into the commentary booth with us right now will be Ron Mones, who is here along with us. Ron, you come just at the perfect lull at the moment in this race. Everyone's had the crazy run after back-to-back safety cars that brought themselves in, but now will come the mad scramble in this race. We are 18 minutes away from the half-distance points being scored, and so everyone now is going to be looking around thinking, what do we need to do now? Is there anything strategy-wise that gets ourselves there, or are our beds all made?
And when we get to this point of the race, a lot of these competitors may have to look in the rearview mirror ever so slightly to think, okay, how well have I set myself up? How well have I set my team up to really run well as we get a little bit farther along in this event? If you've run into some difficulties early, had to go with an off-kilter strategy or whatever it may be in the early stages of this race, that can really snowball from there. If you have one trip up at the start, this is a rhythm-based sort of event. You gotta get off to a good start. Keep that momentum rolling. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. If you snap your ankle on step 1, that's not going to bode well for the rest of the trip.
No, it really won't. And so if you're realizing that you're on the wrong foot here, you're going to have to do something to patch it up really quickly, as there is Veloce Thrustmaster. Baptiste Jimenez has done a good job of catching up Vincenzo Soris Jr. here. And so for Jimenez here, these two now working together and looking at this for 3rd overall in your GT3 Pro category right now. And down the hill through Acqua Minerale, back up the hill again, looking for the Curva Grassini. There is no corner section, there is no complex like Acqua Minerale. It might be the greatest corner in the world.
I won't go that far, but it is pretty darn good. There are so many iconic sections of this racetrack, even though it has undergone many changes over the years. Some chicanes have been added in, of course, in Tamburello and Villeneuve. There was a chicane leading up to Acqua Minerale way back in the day. I'm not sure if you've ever driven on a version of I think there was an Assetto Corsa mod that had that old chicane and kind of the version of the track back in the 90s, pre the Senna accident in 1994. They had a chicane heading off into Acqua Minerale many many moons ago, which did disrupt the flow ever so slightly, but this track has so many iconic bends, not just in European motorsport, but global motorsports, period. Whether it be sports car racing, whether it be Formula One, it puts on some good racing, as we got the battle right now in GT3 into Tamburello.
That wasn't clean by Baptiste Jimenez there to get by Vincenzo Soris Jr. There was contact front to rear, but Mercedes versus Mercedes. Unfortunately, it's the Veloce Mercedes that goes and gets that pass. Senkowski still stuck there behind the Mustang, and I can't help but feel that Ferrari, it is built here. This is one of the homes. This circuit, of course, named after Enzo Ferrari and Dino Ferrari. So you'd say this is home for the car out there. But Senkowski finding out you could be great in the middle sector and finding all that pace. But when you've got an engine block like you do in that Mustang, it is very hard to get by.
Yeah, that Mustang just has the sheer unbridled American grunt to tug it along, heading through these long flat-out blasts on this racetrack. Imola may have a heck of a lot of turns, and you may have to rely on the grip a lot, but if you have the power and the legs to run off into the sunset when you head your way onto the straightaways, it can help you out quite a lot. What I always love about GT3 racing, no matter what the track is, you can see the quirks and features of these cars, and you can see these racers having to try and tackle every single turn in a different manner. Mustang racers have to race this track differently than that Ferrari right behind, as I thought we were going to see a move from the Ferrari heading off into the chicane.
Well, it looked like a feint to go and make it happen, and then it was very quickly decided against in the same breath by Jan Senkowski, maybe just trying to scare Mark Winkler out there. It's German versus German out there, so they'll be very alert to what everyone does, and the German sim racing community has so many amazing drivers. It is the lifeblood sometimes of iRacing that you don't often get to see just how much they go. Matt Farrow now, this was the car at the Williams Gaming Club that was running in 10th, in second before the last round of pit stops. They dropped to 10th through a long stop, and Farrow here, just getting all sorts of caught out now as Connor Jupp tries to muscle his way through, and that's the LMP2 lead, then giving no respect to the category in front, and Farrow will lose the back of the Acura of Movano Azzurro, your reigning champions.
Yeah, that looked like it was contact as they came out of the Tamburello chicane, and that huge stack up, 3 different class of race cars converging into one single point. It looked like your LMP2 leader maybe gave a bit of a hip check to that Williams Gaming Club BMW in the GTPs. That looked very touch and go as we saw those racers get choked up there. We talk about the story surrounding Imola. This is a storied motorsports facility. It's old school though, even though it is still grade 1 certified. F1 was racing here up until this year. Sadly, it's not going to be on the calendar anymore, but I adore this track. It's old school though. It is narrow at many points, so when you have to worry about the lap traffic, and we brought up the game of lap traffic leapfrog a lot during the IVRA Club Sport broadcast 1 week ago here on Race Spot at the Bend, even in those slower class cars, the game of what I like to lovingly refer to as lap traffic leapfrog can very much so come at when you've got very quick race cars converging on points of this racetrack that are so narrow that it feels like there's not even enough space for one car, let alone 2 or 3.
Manatee Racing Black, I've just hit pit lane with 12 minutes to go. That's really going to hurt them in terms of their time. So I would look around at teams like Burasud, Grid and Go, Movano Azzurro. They could be in for some good half-distance points if teams like Drago need to stop. And that Drago car, at least, number 69 car out there, as Winkler still keeps himself steady there in that 273 in 6th place in class. That Drago car's got 5 seconds worth of penalty for overtaking outside the limits.
Now, when we talk about building a big gap here, you got to worry about the penalties. We saw it during the Club Sport broadcast last week, how the penalties really shifted, how many a racer and many a team had to tackle the race. And now we're probably going to see the same thing go on with Michael Romandes behind the wheel of that number 69 car. Let's see what he can do, as he still has some traffic well farther up the road, but has a very comfortable margin. With that penalty, though, will you want to try and build on that even more, or will you say, okay, even with that 5 seconds taken out, I still have a 13-second gap to the car right behind? I really want to wonder how this team is going to try and tackle the rest of the stint, whether they want to build that gap up even more, or if they're going to try and settle into a groove and let the race fall into their lap.
LMP2 are in as well. Caden Richardson now in behind Uriti 180. Matt Performance in 3 laps down. Maradness have made a stop. Tyrone Roberts back in. Morton Augustin out for the second of the Uriti cars. And then Lockhart Brownlee in at Orbit Drop Bear Mars. So it is going to get busy, and it's going to get busy late. Tim Kern there. Not the championship leading Impulse car, but the one that is looking to try and do anything possible to get very close to 257 here. Now eyeing up a pass on Mattia Harpacher for position. So Mattia Harpacher now will look around and think, where can I go? Oh, that's late. That's very late with LMP2 leaving the pits of Tyrone Roberts. Outside line searching. It's a little deep by Harpacher. He's over the anti-cuts and around the outside. Pick a pocket, why don't you? Oh, Tim Kern gets the move.
Oh, and he had to fight that hard, heading off through the Tamburello chicane. Gets it done, though. Tim Kern jumping his way up into P8 in that GT3 Pro category. Now he's going to try and drive off into the sunset. Fascinating to see how well the Mercedes are running here. As much as that car has a hood so long that he could probably land a 787 Dreamliner on it, on these rather quick racetracks, they usually have the leg up. We talked about the Mustang a little bit earlier on here, talking about the muscle that that car has on the straightaways to really just drive off into the sunset. These Mercedes have quite a lot of grunts too, and even with the tight and twisty turns around this circuit, looks like those Mercedes are running very, very strong.
Yeah, so at least at the moment, it's going to be how do you run, how do you go and navigate through these cars, and now where do you go and jump through? Say, look, I've got to gain places, I've got to do what is necessary for me at this stage. This is a brilliant moment where you just got to sit down and say, right, as we are fighting for the point, now this is where you're thinking, right, more is more, and the difference of a couple points here and there will be massive here on compared to the end of the season.
Oh, absolutely. I talked about how the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, kind of talking about the way these racers have to tackle these single races. But at the start of a season, you want to start it off on the best note that you possibly can. Make sure you keep that momentum rolling through the entirety of this 2025-26 season here in IVRA. So these competitors want to get off to the best start that they can. Make sure they can hit the ground running here at Imola. If they can get a good result here, it'll spell well for the rest of the championship. Doesn't matter who you are. If you have a bad start and kind of get into a bad frame of mind to get a season up and rolling, it can really do you in mentally, both from a driver and a team perspective.
Yep, so Pablo Serrano now is going to be jumping his way forward. And so now he's thinking, right, okay, now up to third, and those points will catch. In comes Tatum Restec then to make their stop, and Philip Ansell staying out then at the moment for Fiercely Forward in a very big scrap. Michael Romanidis will be looking around this thinking, can I hold out for 7 more minutes for the points? Otherwise, it's going the way of everyone. It is a full pit window that they've just jumped into now.
Yeah, now that pit window firmly open, we're going to see a big change in philosophy for a lot of teams. We're going to see a wide variety of strategies get called, whether or not racers are going to dive in at the earliest opportunity, like we saw that LMP2 racer go through a few moments ago, whether we're going to see some of these battles really get shaken up. And when we get to the pit stop discussion, we have to worry about how these teams are going to tackle it in terms of where they're going to exit out. Just a matter of about 24 hours ago here on RaceSpot, I had the privilege of covering a wonderful series, that being 60 Plus Racing Adventures. They were running a GT3 race at Monza, and what made that race for your eventual winner was coming out of the pits and finding himself in a nice little bubble, not having to worry about traffic. Now, in a series with as high of participation as we do have here in IVRA, can be a little bit tricky to try and find a window of opportunity where you don't have traffic around you. But if you can find a spot where it looks slightly less chaotic, comparing the opening of a Kmart back in like 2015 on Black Friday versus the opening of a Best Buy on Black Friday, you're going to see something different. You're going to see one crowd that's a little bit thinner. That's a racer's dream. You don't want to just find yourself in the midst of a gunfight, because you're eventually going to get caught up in the crossfire.
Yeah, you absolutely don't, and that is going to be critical out there for many. So for Leon Weigel at the moment here on, now it's a case of hold on, 6 minutes are left before the clock ticks.
And as we get closer and closer to the final 3 hours of this race, I bring back the discussion that I raised during the Club Sport broadcast, really talking about sort of matter of these racers having checkpoints and these teams having checkpoints. Oh, what's going on with Solpack?
Oh, I don't know. It's 262 that finds themselves in all sorts. Oh, and they're off the road, properly off the road, able to get that one back running again by the looks of things. So they're not going to get themselves the safety car right before the run, but dramatic to say the least at Aqua Minerale.
Yeah, and big drama heading off through that part of the racetrack, and these GT3 cars so tricky to manage that part of the circuit. Unfortunately for Brandon Roseborough, going to go off the track. He dips down to P23 now, as your leader in LMP2 has come down pit lane in the 134 machine. Fascinating to see that pit stop now going on, as also your leader in GTP, Drago Racing in the number 69 effort, coming in from the lead of this race.
Yep, so that is certainly looking to bring into a wonderful battle that we have. Roseborough now hits the lane just before the point, so that is going to be critical, but at least for the moment, Drago in, and so Burosud look like they are primed.
Yeah, they jump into the race lead there. So BS Competition in that number 89 entry, and Phil Dinez behind the wheel gonna jump into that top spot in GTP. That BMW has been the car of choice up to this point in the race, and the BMW running strong. Phil Dinez, we saw him just a matter of about 20 minutes ago, really cutting shapes with the lap traffic, and look how well it is played out there. Jumps into that top spot, now holds on to a 6-second gap in GTP, but it was certainly helped with that pit stop coming along for the rest of your competition. Now that we're firmly in that pit window, gonna see a vast majority of this field make that call to come down pit lane here soon.
Yeah, grid and go, 5.8 seconds, the margin that they now have out there at this stage, and they will be looking around. Phil Dinez with control of things at the moment, and now looking to try and make this work out there at this moment in time. They realise that their strategy from the long drop has certainly worked through, and the 262 has been given the mechanical black flag for a hardware failure by the sounds of it. So that will be Stephen McDonald, who's now in behind the wheel. So Roseborough obviously had something go wrong, so that will certainly try and figure it out. So for the moment, Ron, I'm going to leave this in your capable hands for the moment, and we'll keep this race going on. 3 hours, 3 minutes are there on the clock. So now this is going to be a critical run as they head themselves towards halfway points.
Oh, it is going to be a very important run. We talk about these racers trying to set their own checkpoints for this season and for this race. Getting to that halfway mark is a huge mental toll that you have to go through to get to that point in time, but these racers ever close to that mark as we follow Phil Dinez in that number 89 machine, dealing with the lap traffic in that BS Competition machine. That BS Competition team is absolutely a powerhouse on iRacing nowadays. Got an opportunity to cover one of their newest stars, at least on the BS Competition hybrid side of things, that being Andre Castro, who you can catch on track in the Radical SR10 official broadcast that we do here on RaceSpot every Friday. But he holds on now to a 6-second lead over the gridandgo.com esports number 7, slotted in second at the moment in GTP. Your leader in LMP2 is a Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage entry. Second tries a charm there, leading in that class at the present moment, as BS Competition also holds on to the lead in GT3 Pro. So that's how it stands as we get closer and closer to that halfway mark. 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from it, and the points that come along with it, that is huge. I mentioned a few moments ago, these racers wanting to start this season off on the best note they can imagine. Put your best foot forward to get the season up and rolling, as much as you still want to get those bigger points right at the checkered flag. To get some halfway points will certainly help you out as well, especially considering there's a lot of drama that can go on in 3 hours of a motor race, doubly so on an old school racetrack like this. Jumping to some battling a little bit farther behind in that GTP category, though, it's Manatee Racing and Tom Hooper trying to find any way in the book to get past the other driver right in front. That, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, in that yellow BMW right in front is a driver who may get overtaken here sooner rather than later. Not even going to be the opportunity to do that. It's driving off into the dirt over the curb, heading off through the turn. That right there was through Toza of 7, trying to find any way in the book to get past the competition, but not close enough just yet. Tom Hooper trying to find any way in the book to get this overtake done. Look at them nearly bump drafting as they head their way out of Piratella 8 down the hill into Aqua Minerale of 9 and 10. This is incredibly touch and go between these BMWs. That's going to continue on with side-by-side racing down to the braking zone. A Variante Alta not able to pull fully alongside, but certainly tense stuff there with this battle for 7th. It's Elliot Norgan behind the wheel of that car right in front, so keep an eye on this battle. That's certainly going to be intense as we get farther along into this pit window and get closer to that halfway mark. Now 38 seconds away from halfway points being awarded. Phil Dinez still in the lead in the GTP category in that number 89 machine, was able to jump in front as a result of some pit stops a few moments ago, but my attention is still drawn to this battle for 7th. Tom Hooper in the draft car trying to look for it around the outside, got some lap traffic farther up the road, maybe a big factor in this as contact nearly made between the two as they head their way into the braking zone of the Tamburello chicane. Oh, so close to contact at many points in time. Pitter from P2, that's Wesley Caspers behind the wheel. The number 7 Gritting Go car has come into the pits from that position there, as I think we've had a third car join this battle in this right now, as with the absentiness, that was the wrong word that I should be looking for. With the departure of my colleague, Jake Sperry, we can now bring in my co-commentator for the next hour, Cameron Roger. Welcome into the booth. You've come at the right time as all pandemonium is breaking out in GTP.
Absolutely, it's been pretty hectic. Just jumping into the booth here very quickly with Jake, having to go. We're already seeing some amazing battles up the inside in towards Piratella, Aqua Minerale, I should say. That is not necessarily the place you want to make the overtake, but the traffic is going crazy. We're getting 3 classes going side by side down in towards Variante Outer, and that was almost a 3-wide moment. But the BMW there having to back out to that one. But when you have your battles in class, you have to send it down the inside of these slower class cars. It is so tight out there at Imola as well. Old school circuit, very tight and narrow, and up the inside he's going to have to dive on an LP2 machinery to try and hold the fort.
Yeah, you got to be decisive in the moves that you pull off on the lap traffic. You can't be half and half. I did a decent amount of race control myself with multi-class sports car racing, the likes of GTPs, LMP2s, and GT3s that we've got here. And one of the main things that I would always say to drivers, especially in those top-class prototype machines, if you try and get a move done on lap traffic, you got to make a statement. You got to say, hey, look, I'm here. I'm trying to get this move done. Please get out of the way. If you go for a half move, as I like to call it, maybe dive down the inside, and don't really give your competitors too much confidence to say, okay, they are actually going for the dive. That's usually when the contact can be made. Indecisiveness can really kill when it comes to lap traffic.
Yes, it's pretty tight out there in terms of just where everyone's found themselves on the track as well. It seems like everyone, because sometimes the 3 classes sort of spread out over the course of the track. Oh, we've had a bit of a spin there down in towards the hairpin. That is the BS competition car currently in the lead of the race. Phil Dinez, was there contact, or was that all on his own? That's a bit of an interesting place to have a spin by yourself in normal conditions, so I do wonder if there was a little bit of traffic. Oh yes, was one of the Mercedes there, and that is it going to be a dive up the inside, or even a bit of a send to the outside? It's on the outside line, but naturally you come to the outside of the track, and there's contact on the rear left corner. Phil goes not quite into the barrier, but is able to continue on.
I wonder if there could be a penalty to go the way of that Mercedes in the GT3 category. Talking about the lap traffic dilemma and the changes in these cars, you got to think, I mean, you just see it. It's obvious when you look at a GTP car compared to a GT3. The GTP's heck of a lot lighter, heck of a lot more nimble. They can go through turns. They can stop into the turns. They can do a lot that the GT3 cars simply cannot. So sometimes you got to have that give and go situation, as I like to say it. The GTPs are just as responsible for getting the moves done on the GT3s as the GT3s are responsible for making sure that GTP can get around as cleanly as possible. So a little bit of touch and go situation there, as I think we'll take a look at the other perspective of that GT3 car on the inside. Just missed the apex a little bit. I think that could potentially come down on Vincenzo Soares Jr. behind the wheel of that 211 car in GT3 Pro. But I think the point remains regardless that if you're a GTP competitor, you do have to think about the limitations of the GT3 machinery that you're trying to get past.
Yeah, I mean, GT3 is a fast one on their own, but when you have the GTPs coming around you, it's so different. The speed. Oh, that is a terrible move over the chicane. So we're 3 wide on the exit tab. Contact is made off into the grass to go. More cars spinning around. This is not the ideal situation to go 3 wide at that point of the track. Sven Haase going off, and unfortunately, when you try to go to the outside there's just not enough room.
Yeah, the other driver involved, the Team Australia Mustang, currently Richard Mitchman behind the wheel of that race car. He's going to drop down like a stone thrown into a pond. Contact made in the choke point coming out of the Tamburello chicane. I talked about it, and we kind of saw it a little bit earlier on, how that is a bit of a choke point, especially when you've got multiple cars going side by side. That's tricky enough single file. I know from my experience, albeit I'm not a very good racer, but I know from my experience for sure, it always feels very claustrophobic as you head your way off through that section. So to go side by side on the kink coming out of that chicane, there's only so much you can do.
Absolutely. Let's see this actually once more. So we're going to see Aston Martin bump over the curb. We could go 3 wide. There's Haase on the outside, just not enough room. And then a little bit further contact here with the 212 machine of Ansel. Not really much he could do with 3 cars in front of him, all being slowed down and checked up. But that just shows you how tight it is around this circuit. Just, you know, the tiniest bit of a mistake, you go side by side, but there's just no room here.
Yeah, this is a narrow track. I talked about a few moments ago how this is an old school motorsports facility, and when you've got the side-by-side racing, it can usually end in tears, as the BS competition leader at one point in GTP has now come down pit lane. Phil Dinez has bring that BMW into the pits, and he was not alone in that call to come down pit lane in that top class field. Drago Racing, who were your leaders a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes ago, have jumped back into second. Movano currently leading that field in the number 33 machine at the current moment. 40 seconds is a gap, albeit they have yet to come down pit lane. As here is Luc Rebier behind the wheel of that number 33 Acura, holding on to that top spot. It seemed to be a matter of BMW dominance up to this point in the race. When I came into the broadcast booth and got started on the show a matter of about 22 minutes ago, it was all BMWs up at the front, and it's probably the first time that we've seen a non-BMW lead in quite some time here in this race.
Absolutely. But I think, oh yeah, obviously we are just waiting for the pit stop though. But the pit stop cycles are kind of all over the place. There's going to be a lot of offset as we're now entering into the second half of this race. There's been gaps built up, and there's already drivers who've done 8 laps, and the likes of Tatum Restec, and then he hasn't even stopped yet. So big difference on the lap counters here, and hopefully that will sort of balance itself out. So it's a nice battle when we get in towards the final hour of this race. There's battles all up and down the field though. We saw LMP2 there at Esports. They had their 180, the 108, 2 teammates going side by side. But here for BS competition, here we're trying to have a bit of a battle as well. And it looks like, unfortunately, Phil Dinez is under big strain here because Casper's there just getting ahead.
Yeah, so Wesley Casper's holding on to that P4 spot in that gridandgo.com esports Cadillac, really trying to use the muscle that Cadillac has and that beautiful sounding engine in that machine as well to try and extend that gap. Phil Dinez still behind the wheel of that BS competition BMW right in tow. There was not a driver swap there. So we jump back to this battle here. Elliot Noren currently behind the wheel, the fiercely forward number 11 BMW. We saw this battle going on not too long ago between them and the Manatee car right in tow, and it is still going on. These racers were throwing haymakers at each other a little bit ago, and looks like we'll have a case of deja vu.
Certainly will. They've got obviously another car not too far. Well, I've got a couple of cars actually not too far behind. The Orbit drop bear Jupiter. We've got Williams 68 and the 66 not too far behind. So it's a 4-car battle here, as this is for 6th place downwards at the back end of the top 10. So one small mistake here for Fiercely Forward, and they are going to be dropping down 3 positions. There they are. Big train as we come up the hill towards Piratella. Some cars up ahead that they'll catch on this lap as well. That is going to be very awkward. It'll probably be even down towards Variante Alta, which is not the best place to catch the traffic on this lap, and is going to be looking in his mirrors. Izzy, the number 11 for Noren here, working his way through Aqua Minerale. Up the hill they go, and this is where they're going to hit some of the traffic. He's already got P2 going past GTD, and is catching him at the worst time. He's going to be held up here.
And finding the lap traffic at the worst spot of the racetrack to catch up to it. That's going to be a big block there from Noren. Going to essentially be a cork in the bottle in that case of that GT3 car. And now they got to worry about the LMP2 as they head their way down the hill off into Ravazza of turns number 14 and 15. It looks like the fiercely forward car has been able to get away rather scot-free. In the meantime, though, we have seen a pit stop and a swap-roo once again at the front in GTP as your at one point leader of Luke Rabu behind the wheel of that car has come down pit lane, and we'll have to see how he can do, currently running in third. But we have to keep in mind the very slow outlaps that we have here in these GTP cars as they try and get the tires up to temperature. Look at Sam Sutton trying to sweep around the outside. Contact made heading through Tamburello. That's P7 for him. Tom Hooper now going to have to worry about getting his bearings straight again in that Manatee Racing 78 BMW, but that could have ended so much worse than it already did.
I thought it was going into the wall, to be honest. Managed to gather that one up. And a big send for Williams up the inside as well. So that's going to be 7th place for them. So Orbit Drop Bear thought they were going to be getting a place on Maniti, but now they've actually dropped down behind Williams. That is a load of traffic, actually, as they continue their battle up towards Piratella. It is tight and twisty out there. But that 4-car battle has been swapped all around, considering what we saw earlier. So Fiercely Ford, they've gotten away with that one. And they're going off into the sunset up ahead. Around the outside, Williams go there. That is not an ideal situation, but they've made it work. So just showing you how tight overtaking down into what Tamburello is. It really is difficult. Doesn't matter what the class is. We've seen issues there for GTD, now GTP as well. Just very very tough to make the overtake at that point of the track, and unfortunately further contact was made.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that squabble end in a punch-up as they headed their way around this racetrack. So tricky to try and get the moves done successfully and, more importantly, cleanly. Race Control always going to be looking over these racers, keeping an eye on everything, making sure they can get it done as smoothly as they can. Seeing some drivers come into the pits from LMP2. That's right in the midst of their pit window right now. We have seen that slow trickling of cars go on for quite some time, and we will continue to see that as we follow Matt Farrow behind the wheel of that Williams Gaming Club number 66 BMW, running in 7th at the moment in GTP, and I wouldn't say effectively in no man's land, but found himself in a nice little cushion for now. However, there is a lot of battling going on right in front. 2 Aston Martins, in fact, duking it out. There's a battle right now for P12 in that GT3 Pro category. Philip Anziel currently holding on to that spot. The Fiercely Forward team is finding themselves involved in so many battles up and down this field, whether it be in GTP or GT3.
Yeah, it's Mike Howder for Howder Motorsport that he got past there, and a little bit of traffic getting through them as well. So Ansel, I say, got that the 212 car in P12 up position there. So definitely shows you that the battles, they're not stopping. We've got so many cars out on the field, to be honest. I mean, we started with 54. We've only had a couple of DNFs, so well over 50 cars still out there, and that is very good considering we're over 3 hours into this race. Often in these races, you get quite a bit of attrition. You know, by this point, we may have 30-something cars left, but everyone is still going on, and that is what we like to see. So despite all the issues that we've been seeing for a few drivers and some contacts, etc., they're still going on with the race, and that is what we like, especially as it's only the 2nd round of the season. They're obviously trying to get all the laps in, get the points that they can further down for this season. There is Sven Haase. He's one of the cars that we saw going off the track a little bit earlier, and he is now getting onto the back of this battle that we're just seeing with Howder Motorsports just ahead.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point there, Cam, kind of talking about how in the early stages of this season, with the first race already in the rearview mirror for these competitors, they want to keep the momentum rolling in the early stages, but make sure you don't run off the track. In the case of that Aston Martin, who I think got forced there, saw a dive from a GTP car heading into Tamburello, and gave that Aston Martin a quick trip off the circuit into the gravel trap, and a pretty wild whack over the curbs. I'm surprised I haven't talked about the curbs already in this broadcast, my time on it so far. The curbs, I can't even say brutal is the right way to describe them. I think deadly is probably the way to sum it up. They are just absolute menaces to society.
Yeah, it's the biggest talking point of this track, to be honest, because I guess maybe just the way it is with the nature of the corners or something. You use the curbs on basically every corner here, which kind of sounds obvious, but there are some tracks where you avoid them like the plague. And here, despite how treacherous they are, you have to use them to get the speed around here. As we're almost onto the grass for Matt Farrow for Williams. That was, yeah, not a curb, but the grass he was able to do so. He's going to have to slide down the inside of the GTD machinery as well, as this is for 7th position as he's trying to get onto the back of the fiercely forward car. This is the battle that we've seen just a little bit earlier, and it is Naren, the car ahead of him, that he's trying to get the slipstream now down this front straightaway, although it's anything but straight. It's got a couple of corners in it. He's now going to the outside of one of them, down in towards Tamburello. We've seen how tricky it is to do so. He's going to have to back out of that one and slide in behind. But also we've seen, big contact is made. The Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports car has lost his wing as well, as that is Maniti making further contact as Matt Farrow does get the fiercely forward car. We go 2 by 2. Farrow gets through, as so does Maniti.
Unfortunate contact as they had their way through the Tamburello chicane. I think that rear wing dropping off, popped back on it. It popped off like a misshapen Lego, but that rear wing is back on that Porsche. But either way, spinning off the track into the gravel, I'm sure there is some damage on that race car, either aerodynamic or suspension. No matter what the deal is, that's going to be a big setback, and the tires probably roasting after that moment as well. But as we see these GTP competitors dealing with the traffic, I want to elaborate on the point that I raised a little bit earlier on, talking about the game of lap traffic chicken. One driver in the top running class goes for a gutsy move, and then another driver has to try and go in suit, and then another, and eventually the tensions boil over. And even in the interclass battles, in the case of those two GTP competitors coming to blows down into one, I think some lap traffic tension may have eventually played into it. These racers, they got to keep their heads screwed on straight throughout their stints. The lap traffic can sometimes be very grating. It's not hacking away at your mental state like a chainsaw, but it is certainly whittling away at like a nail file.
Yeah, that's the pressures of being in a battle in a race. As Maniti, after that contact, they're now getting on the back of Fiercely Forward, who've really dropped off behind Williams at this stage. So Maniti pressing on despite that contact on the previous lap at this corner, and Fiercely Forward looking in their rearview mirrors basically all the time over the last few laps or so, losing a couple of positions, and this might be another one. In terms of the sort of the lap counts, there's only a couple of laps between. It's slightly longer for Fiercely Forward out there on the stint, 17 laps to 15. So yeah, not too much, but maybe making a bit of a difference. And also, when you start going backwards, you start looking in the mirror, as we see for Noren, you do lose a couple of tenths a lap there as well, because you don't focus on going forward, you're just focusing on the cars coming up behind. But fortunately, one of those cars did get out of the way with Sam Sutton for Orbit Drop Bear, but he does seem like he is going by 7 seconds behind this. That's a terrible run there for Fiercely Forward once more. Hooper gets the run. He's going to have to go on the grass. Bit of contact between the two as we work our way down this back straight in towards Ravazza. To the inside is going to be for Maniti, but he's got a car blocking him. Is he going to be able to brake late enough? Yes, he is, to get through, as Noren decides not to battle that one on the outside. Very difficult to do so, to be fair, through those final couple of corners. And now the LMP2 will give Hooper the draft as well to try and hold on. So Fiercely Forward continuing to go backwards.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, losing out on another spot. Hooper had to work for it, and he got a fantastic run heading out of that chicane to go nearly off into the dirt. You can see, I mean, it is a green race car that it is racing in that number 78, so maybe that's the reason why he was inclined to run off into the grass. But either way, a slice it, a gutsy move coming out of the chicane, heading under the bridge into Ravazza to bring this lap to a close. Hooper jumps his way up into 7th. Do want to talk about your race leaders in GTP, though. Drago Racing did have a 5-second penalty, if my memory serves me correctly. They have served that and are still holding on to a pretty comfortable gap. 16 seconds is the tally between themselves and Tatum ResTech in the number 9 car, slotted in P2 at the current moment. And even though Nicholas Blue, behind the wheel of that Drago Racing effort, has got some lap traffic to worry about, he has been able to manage it as expertly as he possibly can, as Matteo Rucci, behind the wheel of that Tatum ResTech number 9 car, has thought about maybe trying to just settle into a groove and not have to worry about closing up a 16-second gap. That, even though we've got 2 hours and 42 minutes left to go in this race, that is a rather comfortable cushion for Nicholas Blue and that Drago Racing team to find themselves holding on to.
Yeah, the biggest factor of that as well is in some cases you can just take a little bit less risk in traffic. You don't have to push for every single gap. Of course, you're still going to go there. I mean, they're still racing drivers, but every now and again you can just lose that second here and there if you need for risk versus reward. Although you can't do that forever because those 15 seconds can change around very quickly in 2 hours 45 minutes remaining in the race. So do you have to be pushing forward, but still there is just a little bit more of a comfort gap as we look to kind of jump here for Delatraz as he works his way forward in the lead of the LMP2 category. He's got a 33-second lead as well, and that is on on strategy and everything. They're only 1 lap difference to the car behind of Effect Simulation, so they are looking very comfortable as well in their position from pole position.
Yeah, that's a comfortable position for them to find themselves in at the current moment, holding on to the lead in LMP2, and James Ibram behind the wheel of that 199 machine. That's Effect Simulations holding on to that P2 spot well farther back, so we'll have to see whether or not there will be a swapperoo between those competitors between now and the end. Still a lot of racing left to go here in round number 2 of the IVRA Endurance Series. It's been a good one here at Imola, and we're expecting a lot of tension, a lot of action, and a lot of brilliant racing as we get farther along. Looking at the lap traffic still being played, we've raised the attention of how it is in terms of the lap traffic dilemma. Oh, as Sven Haas dips off into the gravel coming out of the Villeneuve chicane and nearly loses it right in front of that LMP2 car right in tow. Perfect time for me to kind of raise the LMP2 side of things when it comes to the lap traffic. That's got to be a terrifying position for them to be involved in as well. I always say you got to feel bad for the middle child in endurance racing because they got to worry about the GT3 cars that are quite significantly slower than them, but they also have to worry about the GTP cars, which basically come up in the rearview mirror like an Exocet missile.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in, especially as if we look at the lap times, they're only about 6 seconds lap slower than the GTPs, so it's not massively different. But then it's only 6 seconds again to the GTD. So actually, at this track, the gap isn't that big, so they're kind of stuck in the middle. They're not quite fast enough just to drive past the GTDs in the way the prototypes can. But then they're also having to look in their mirrors. So as you say, it is a difficult game. And to be honest, I wouldn't want to be in the LMP2s if I was a driver. I'd want to be in either the top or the bottom category. But it is so cool that we have such an array of cars here. We've got 15 LMP2s out there on the track. So even though the GTP has been such a big thing since 2023, everyone is still loving to come back, and there's still a lot of fun to be had in this in the Dallara LMP2.
As Sven Haas behind the wheel of the GridandGo.com Esports 247 Mustang has jumped into P2 in that GT3 Pro category, not with an outrageous lap, getting 5 moves done in 1 shot. Nope, we've got a vast majority of that GT3 field coming down pit lane. Lion GP has come into the pits. Impulse Racing has come into Fiercely Forward. P1Sim RC and Manti Racing all deciding to come down pit lane right now. So Sven Haas has been able to jump into that spot as LMP2 traffic still being a factor in this battling as well. And there is that train of cars, Johan Sarazi behind the wheel of that Sim RC 276 car. That's the Mercedes coming out of the pits, and what a tough spot for them to find themselves in as contact made between 2 Ferraris right there in the back of shot. Gabriel Rizzo in the North Sim Racing effort nearly just fired his way into the barriers.
And Mark Winkler as well for switch. Oh, we're 4 wide for a moment in time here. So you come down towards Villeneuve, a couple of LMP2s. Oh, the contact as Winkler hits the back there of Rizzo, who just went off at turn 1. And 2 chicanes in a row. We saw the North Sim Racing Ferrari go off with contact with other cars.
And Gabriel Rizzo is going to be fuming behind the wheel of that 232 Ferrari. He tries to get the car rejoined back on the road without losing out on a whole lot of time. I mean, that car is still ready for the scrap bin as he's going to pull over to the side of the road. Now we got to worry about a yellow flag coming out as he is stopped on the side of the track. Huge damage in that race car. This may very well bring out the first yellow that we have had in quite some time here in this race, but contact made into the braking zones. That's huge, and because of that threat of yellow, I think that has brung your LMP2 leaders down in pit lane. Connor Jupp behind behind the wheel of that 188 Delatra car. He is now in the pit, and James IVRA may be going to follow in suit, or maybe he's going to stay out on the road and decide to inherit the lead before that yellow comes out. Actually seeing a driver swap as Thomas Einborg is now behind the wheel of that 188 car as a yellow flag is out.
Very interesting situation there. That's going to change things quite a bit, and let's see how the race is going to be reset, with everyone having to slow down and get in line, put the gaps back together. Can't wait to see if this is going to just reignite a battle in the second half of this race. We have obviously just shy of an IMSA race distance to the end, and the drivers will be now pushing hard. But look at everyone lining up here as we're going to get a bit of a reset. The gaps are going to come down. We're mid pit stop cycle for a couple of the. We're just coming up towards a pit stop cycle for the top two classes as well. So everyone is going to be sort of reset once more, and we're going to have a sprint further down towards the end of the race.
As let's take a look at the double whammy that has ruined the 232's race. Gabriel Rizzo behind the wheel. That Ferrari contact made into the braking zone of Tamburello. That wasn't too major of an off track, as there's actually a whole lot of drama going on right behind the LMP2 and the Mustang right in tow making contact, and Mercedes spinning off the side of the road. That Mercedes who spun in the Ferrari that got shown the cold shoulder were right behind Rizzo, who I think maybe dived on the brakes a little bit early, heading down into the Villeneuve chicane, potentially to let that prototype car go on the inside line, but no matter how you slice it, that was the contact into the wall. He goes. Such a shame to have that contact made, as that's going to completely gut what was looking to be a pretty all right race for them, and has brought to an end a very long green flag run as well. We had been green for a pretty big period of time. Now, as you said a few moments ago, Cam, there's going to be a huge reset.
Let's see this from Winkler's point of view. So we're all good at this moment in time. Obviously, he's got the car on his inside, and that Ferrari that Ferrari's braking way earlier. Obviously trying to let them maybe down the inside, knowing he's got damage on the car. Just a bit of miscommunication there, and trying to do the right thing, but in the end causing an incident. So again, some cars are unlapping themselves here as the pace car is obviously out on the track, and Drago Racing 69 having to line up behind. So this is going to definitely, I think, change things, because maybe 5 10 minutes ago we were talking about the fact we had 30-second lead here, 15-second lead here in each of the classes. Now all this comes back to zero. Everyone's sort of had a plan in their head of how they're going to get to the end of the race, assuming that it goes green. But now, if you're having to start battling, it may be some fuel saving that the teams are doing. That is going to change their thinking quite a bit. So, although I'm not against it, I like the fact that we get pushed together and see the teams having to go once more. But for Drago, the speed that they had to get that bit of a gap, I'm sure they're going to be confident enough to hold on to it.
And as we see this field pacing around under yellow, the lapping getting taken care of and getting this field shuffled out before we get this race restarted in the not too far off future. I've done my own investigative journalism, and by investigative journalism, I mean looking back on the other RaceSpotTV broadcast and seeing when the last yellow we had was. It had been a while. It had been a very long time, nearly 2 full hours since the last restart of this race that came with about 4.5 hours left on the clock. So it's been a very long time. Some of these racers behind the wheel of these cars have not had to worry about a restart thus far. And when we talk about some racers trying to deal with their first restart of the day, and some of these teams having to worry about yellow flag procedures and all of that stuff for the first time in quite some time, we also get into the team side of things as well, how exactly these teams are feeling as they try and go throughout the final half of this race.
Yes, and I guess depending on driver swaps as well could be a bit of a thing, because I doubt some teams have made their final driver swap. So that could always change things just a little bit in terms of their planning of how they get towards the end of the race. Obviously, it's about 2.5 hours. And I guess it pushes the stint times quite a bit as well. That would potentially be a more interesting factor, because you sort of obviously work out how long the stint is going to be. Now that we're pushed further and further back, that's going to change your fuel calculations for the final stint. Could change when you want to take tyres towards the final couple of stints as well, if you're somewhat on the limit of that. But hopefully the teams would have at least had a bit of thought in a certain situation how they would handle how they would handle that. As we saw, there was the grid and go car. So Sven Haase has got out of the car. Roy has got in. That was obviously from up towards the front of the field. They're going to be dropping down, but obviously they're going to be fresh on tyres, and they had to do that. They were at the end of their stint because they're quite a bit off. I mean, the leading GTD, which is now Elias Riker for BS competition, they're already 7 laps into the stint when grid and go, obviously saving a bit of fuel going longer into the race, only just making their stop now.
I'm sure all these teams do have the yellow flag procedures kind of down to a science, for lack of a better term. They know exactly what they need to do. They know exactly how this is all going to play out. I mean, everybody with these teams usually has some sort of practice with just about every single set of circumstances. That's one thing that I always love about team endurance races, because, of course, on the regular iRacing side of things, with just one driver running out there on the racetrack, probably not racing for a whole team, and having a team behind them to work out the strategies, work out the permutations of everything that may go down between yellows, pit stops, maybe some penalties. Everybody has their own deal. It's like a fire drill whenever you're in school. You would always practice a fire drill just to always have a plan and know exactly what the plan would be in case some sort of disaster may break out. These teams always have a backup and a backup to the backup.
Yeah, that's a funny way of putting it, but probably quite a good analogy for these for these teams. They should have a thought about what they're going to do in a certain situation, because nothing beats a bit of planning, especially in an 6-hour endurance race. So this should be very good indeed. 2.5 hours going to be remaining in the race. Drivers are all lining up. Just looking at drivers on the lead lap or not, because obviously when you get a situation like this, being a lap down can often be quite a difficult situation. So we have 11 drivers in GTP on the lead lap. We've got 13 in LMP2, and in the GTDs we're going to have 20 cars basically there. So a lot of drivers, it's still there, and now everyone's been pushed back together. There's only a couple of tenths of a second between them. Is going to be basically a second race that we're going to get into. Although to be honest, Ron, I wonder if we're going to get another safety car a bit later in the race, because we've seen a couple of big crashes now, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point that you raised there, Cam. Earlier on in this event, there was a bit of a cycle of green, yellow drivers running into some difficulties right as they got the race back up and rolling. Would not be shocked at all if we see that between now and the end. 2.5 hours is plenty of opportunities for side-by-side battling to go clean, and plenty of opportunities to go side-by-side racing and not have it end very clean. Also got to worry about just going side-by-side with the amount of marbles built up on this racetrack. Had a fantastic view of it from the shot on the outside of the gravel trap, heading off through Ravata. It was down the hill into turn number 14 specifically, where you could see all the marbles built up. As here come the pit stops. The GTP drivers making that call to come down pit lane. Nicholas Boo behind the wheel of that number 69 effort for Drago Racing, going to lead this train of competitors down into pit lane. Looks like a vast majority of the field in GTP will all decide to come into the pits at the exact same time. I think there is one breakaway. I believe that is your current 11th place runner, if I can spit my words out here. Actually, no, they've come into the pits as well. Thought we were going to see one GTP racer decide to buck the trend, but nope, everybody all uniform coming into the pits, and probably having some varied times too down in the pits. So we'll see who can exit out with the lead in GTP, as everybody else still out there on the racetrack, and the GT3s as P2s have come in as well.
Yes, they're all getting towards the end of their stint length, so it makes sense. But what it does is it neutralizes all of the the fuel saving, everything. We had even up to 10 laps difference almost between some of these drivers. So now that's all going to be neutralized. Everyone's going to be back onto full tanks, back onto the tires you would expect as well. So they're all basically ready to go to the end. In terms of their fuel management as such. In terms of the stints that we're seeing, 2.5 hours is going to be about 4 stints to the end. So that should work out fairly nicely actually in terms of the number. So I think they should be pretty fine. So that's why everyone's coming in now. They're taking that opportunity, that free pit stop. It's just if you want to get a bit of an offset to your rivals, then you're going to need to obviously do that in just the 2.5 hours remaining.
Yeah, the 2.5 hours, plenty of stuff can happen between now and the very end. I think these racers know in their heart of hearts that, hey, as much as we may feel good now, we could very well end up feeling really, really bad in even a matter of about 15 minutes. If we get this race restarted and drama goes on there, that can turn your race on its side in the blink of an eye. Phil Dinez has jumped out into the lead in GTP, that BS competition car, with a very short stop. I think it was about 14 seconds that they spent down in the pit stall compared to everybody else in the 20s. So they've been able to jump out into that top spot, seeing the unlapping process still go on with some of the GTPs getting back up to the front of this field and trying to get their way around that iRacing sedan pace car. And now we're going to see the GT3s come down pit lane this time by. Already do have some GT3 competitors in the pits currently, notably Stephen McDonald behind the wheel of the 262 entry, but pretty much everybody else in GT3 Pro will probably come down pit lane this time by.
Yes, let's have a look. Yeah, I think there's a couple who only really need a splash, but we'll see. Because with 26 to go, they just got to make sure that they're going to have 2 normal stints to the end. Because sometimes in a situation like this, depending on what the maths is, you could actually make yourself need another pit stop from what your plan was effectively. So yeah, they just need to be careful not to do that. And looking at where everyone is in terms of the lap count, they should be okay. But you never know, some might just drop down there and do something different. But when there's all the cars backed up together, if you're one of the only ones come down pit lane, you're going to go to the back of the train, and there's a lot of cars. As you see there, 20 cars. So, if you're going to take a risk and go to the back of the train, you've got a lot of work to do in a category where it's very difficult to overtake. So hopefully everyone is okay with that. But it looks like obviously the pace car will go around as everyone, seemingly the prototypes, all getting back and lining up, ready. Hopefully for a restart, and here comes all the GTPs getting back to the front of the line.
Look at those GTPs just running on the outside. Everybody else looking like they're standing still. That's roughly the pace differential that you have when they're just running at full speed. I'm kidding, obviously. It's actually a little bit more pronounced when they're under green flag running. But no, kind of talking about the pit stops and how badly it can affect you if you do have a mistake down in pit lane. There's 2 different dynamics to it. If you have a mistake on pit lane under yellow, either overshooting your pit stall, maybe overfueling the car slightly, whatever the case may be, you lose out on track position compared to green flag stops, where if you make a mistake, you're just going to lose out on a little bit of track position, but a whole lot of time with it. 2 different ends of the spectrum, and it's pretty much the choice between whether or not you want cow feces or horse feces as your air freshener in your house. Both options are not very good.
Yeah, lesser of 2 evils. That's an interesting one on the stint, I think, LMP2. So the fiercely forward, that's now in second place, didn't stop. So that is going to be an interesting one. They're going to have to stop not so far into this stint, but they're thinking that is going to be the way to the end. I'm not sure if that one's going to work out. We'll have to find out, as Delatraz are leading the way in that one. Thomas Imborg has got into that car in the 188 machine, as they are obviously all the P2s now filing themselves into order, getting past the GTD. So the GTD sitting there patiently. They didn't stop during this whole process, and then they're just having to wait for for all the prototype classes to do their thing, get back in line. But everything is looking fairly sorted out now. So it shouldn't be too long before the restart, but it's been a good long yellow section. Drivers cooled down quite a bit. They need to get back in the game, though, get the adrenaline rushing, because when we go back green, this is going to be a perfect opportunity to start making some positions, start making some overtakes with all the cars so close to together, considering they were spread out quite a bit before.
Yeah, it's a great reset for these competitors. It is a massive breath of fresh air for some who are maybe feeling down in the dumps thinking, oh man, my race is just about ruined. There's no way to bounce back, even with so long left here. But this yellow is going to breathe some new life into many of these teams' efforts today, and I think that will be a bit of a motivator as well. If you're feeling down in the dumps and then you see the light at the end of the tunnel, as long as you know for sure that that light at the end of the tunnel isn't a train coming the other way, you're going to feel happy for quite a while, and you're going to feel like you have a very good shot to get it done still in the early stages of this season. So many of these teams looking to start this season off on the best note imaginable.
Yeah, and I guess when it's a longer season like that, you do have that in the back of your mind, I guess, but you also want to get the points on the board. So let's see how aggressive they want to go in the opening points. Of course, we had Barcelona last month here at Imola. Before we have a little bit of a break now. Actually, the next race isn't until the 24th of January, so we've got to wait quite a long time. Where we go to the Glen, then we go to Indianapolis in February. We've got Sao Paulo in March, Monza in April, and then the final, the 24 hours when we get to the French countryside in Le Mans in May. So we got a lot. First of all, that's a great calendar. Secondly, we've got a long set of races to come, a lot of hours coming their way. So let's see how this one goes. They have but basically plenty of time to get the points on the board, but you want to be getting it earlier on in the season. You want to be having it being a bit more of a comfortable situation. And with what is a 7-race calendar as well, those races can go quickly. If you start having bad issues here, Barcelona here, the Watkins Glen as well, you've only got 4 races to turn around, and that is not a very long time with how competitive this field is.
And I like how you brought up the schedule, because I was going to say, with the large break between rounds number 2 and rounds number 3, that can really, talking about the reset of this yellow, that can be a big break for these competitors. It is a big break for these competitors. So if you can hit the ground running in the first part of the season and carry a lot of momentum off into that break in the championship, that will really do you good mentally. One of the other series that we covered throughout the year here on RaceSpotTV, the Radical America Championship, they had a de facto summer break where they had the entire month of July off. It was I think one of the races was at the start of June, and then the next one was at the very end of August. That's a large break to have, and the competitors that ended off that part of the season and got a good result right at the end before that summer break, they went on to win the championships. They did fantastically at the end of the season because they had the momentum. If you head your way into a break with nothing behind you, that's when you get to the point where you just have that small little voice in your head eating away at the back of your brain. And as a driver who spent many years in karts myself, I know how bad the mental side of things, it can be your best friend or your worst enemy, and you can never really tell.
Yeah, I'm just doing the maths now. That's like 10, 11 weeks we've got to the next one. So they've got a long time to practice. But as you say, if you don't have any momentum, you don't have any motivation to get the practice, it is difficult. So you've got to be finishing off this race with a great start to the season, getting a good result, just keeping that momentum going before you get through the Christmas period and then in towards January. That is a little bit of a tough racetrack there as well. Tough race it's going to be for those drivers, as it looks like the light has come out on the pace car and everyone is going to get ready for the restart. It's been about 15 minutes or so. They've cooled down, the drivers have warmed up their tyres, and they're going to get ready for a restart. But for those who thought they were in a good position, they now need to restart once again and try and get themselves ready and prepared for a push to the end. 2 hours, 20 minutes to go.
With 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 20 seconds left to go on the clock, this is going to be a huge break for some, and this is going to be a bit of a downer for others who are thinking that they're running away with it. Now, we have got a hornet's nest in all 3 of our classes as we look to get this race back up and rolling with less than half of the race left to go. It's BS Competition leading us back to green in the GTP category as a green flag is back out. We're racing once again at Imola as we see these racers build up the speed heading down into the Tamburello chicane. Keep note of the very cold tire temperatures that these GTPs will have to deal with as well. They're going to be skating around like declawed cats trying to climb up an igloo. As look at the side-by-side racing, 3 wide now coming out of nowhere, and that's going to be spots gained for Manatee Racing in the 78.
Yeah, lovely move there, just taking advantage of the situation of others as, Williams are going backwards here, sliding down orbit, going to get through past up the inside. And is that Matt Farrow? Yes, it is still in the car, but he is just going backwards, losing a position there up the inside in the background as well. Simufy making a move on the other fiercely forward, the black calf Hapala. Side by side, we go up the hill towards Piratella, and it looks like then the other fiercely forward of Noren, who's dropped way back down the field, is trying to get involved, is up the inside still for Simufy. They complete that move in the end, but this just opens up a little bit of a gap to the cars ahead.
Yeah, now as we see these competitors heading their way up through Aqua Minerale for the very first time, GTP was hectic. LMP2 is pretty chaotic as well. Look at Thomas Imborg, just recently got in that 188 car. Talk about being thrown into the deep end of the pool right as you want to try and get into a groove. You got to worry about traffic. You got to worry about pandemonium on a restart. And with the cold tires on those GTPs, the LMP2s can be a little bit quicker through them, and not even through some of the turns, even on a full lap if the tires are just cold enough in those GTP machines. So talk about getting chucked into the deep end of the pool. Wowzers indeed for Thomas Orberg, as he's built up a good gap between himself and James Ibram. He's currently about 1.2 seconds ahead, so a nice comfortable margin at the front of LMP2. There he is, keeping it honest and running up at the front of side-by-side racing going on right towards the tail end of GTP as they head their way through one into the Tamburello chicane right about now. GT3 Pro, meanwhile, still duking it out, is up towards the middle of GTP. It is still pandemonium as well.
Certainly is. Side by side we go. Maniti get up into third place. This is a great restart from Naz, as he's already got a couple of places there. As Grid and Go, he's got past, and obviously Mivano as well a bit earlier on. So it's now Drago in that second place, been absolutely lost by Phil Denez. We go back to the GTDs, and this is all very interesting situation, because the line has got past now is side by side in the background, as it's Sim RC trying to make a move up the inside in towards Villeneuve chicane. That is so difficult. Side by side we go. He's now going to be to the outside of the second apex, and that is going to be pushed back. Oh, contact is made. He's put right though, as that's Fiercely Forward who slide through too.
Yeah, and in all three of our categories in this reset with that yellow, the first restart in nearly 2 full hours in this second round of this season. It's chaos, it's pandemonium. All of these racers continue to duke it out as we see that side-by-side contact go on, heading at the top of the hill off through Piratella. This battling in GT3 Pro just as close as it is in GTP and LMP2. But talking about getting chucked into the deep end of the pool, I'm going to step out of the broadcast booth right now. JP, Mr. Justin Prince, I hope you have a bag of cough drops, buddy, because I think you're going to need it.
Thank you very much. And talking about timing, especially with some of the contact starting to build up here. Justin Prince alongside Cameron Rogers still in amongst the hurricane of chaos we started to see develop off this restart here. Already these drivers having a busy old time at GTP and LP2 and GT3 amongst the pro side so far here at Cameron. These drivers trying to get themselves up to grips as quick as they can here. The shade continues to hit the track.
Yeah, welcome Justin, good time to join on a safety car restart, and the drivers have been going just a little bit crazy. We're still side by side, obviously all these GTPs, basically all of them came into the pit lane, so they're on the cold tires, and this is towards the back end of the pack, but they are still fighting. So that's Harpala as he tries to hold on. He's got the Precision Racing car in behind as they manage to get past the Orbit, a drop there, but they go wide actually, all of them go wide. Harpala basically the sorry, I can't remember, the Precision Racing car there. They go wide in towards Aqua Minerale, and then unfortunately that's going to lose them position down in towards Variante Auto. They're going to drop over the curb as well, and now it's going to be Simify who get the run. If they thought it was going to be one position, but unfortunately Precision there, they're going to be dropping down 2 positions as we get down towards Ravazza. Unless they want to hold it down the outside, he's braking later, trying to keep that move, and he's actually trying to do on the outside of the final corner as well. He's going to have to back in and get in towards the draft.
Yeah, that's the thing about restarts like this. You have to be able to take advantage of the positions here as quick as you can, because in many of these cases, you get separated out, you have a harder time to pass from here on out once things get sorted. So it's so critical to get the job done in this sequence. We're taking a look at Line GP meanwhile, by the way, with Fencer.com and Renner Racing amongst the line. Switch It Racing is also wants this choo-choo train. And that's the thing. There's only so many chances in passing opportunities to play out here, to say the very least. And lots of potential points you have to think about on the line when you're thinking about the championship equation here too for the second round season.
Yes, definitely. They're going to be thinking about that, and having the extra points in their bag early on the season is always such an important factor. As we're Winkler here, we saw him some contact, almost that came out and caused the safety car, but he can't quite make the move there. Now he's going to be losing some time, and unfortunately is now going to be looking in his mirrors. He's got quite a few cars up behind him trying to make a move, but not this time around. It's actually going to be the Team Australia car that is trying to chase him down, trying to get closer and closer. He's also got the Switch It entry as well. There's also Howder Racing just up ahead of him, all here in the mid part of the GTDs. But look at the absolute train that they are in. It's so difficult to make overtakes in this class, and I mean, there's so many positions up for grabs, so don't make a mistake. Otherwise, look at all the cars that are going to be coming past for you. It is going to be a very tight situation for those drivers. We go back to Matt Farrow. We've been on board with him quite a few times over the last half hour, so he's really getting involved in some action for Williams, trying to make some moves. And now he's on the back of Tatum Reztek, who's up into second place at one point, but they're now down to sixth.
Yeah, so far, a lot of swapping off this restart sequence. A couple drivers have ducked down pit road, but for the most part, everyone else staying pretty firm around this racetrack. Kaden Richardson, Marta Esports right now running in that spot for reference. Amongst the Lara chassis, they're third in the point standings coming into today after the run at Barcelona. And right now, just trying to play themselves forward here. Right now, they need to pick up a decent amount of points to get up to map performance. Delatraz in the standings, who scored 190 in the full race points respectively, but also didn't have the greatest of halfway points in the start of the season. So there is the opportunity for them to be able to pounce ahead, but so far, we'll say Switch It Racing continues to get these good corner exits in this fight. You can see how aggressive they're willing to force it. How about a pinch down by the car in front? Hunter Motorsports saying, you can't take that run. You hold on back behind us.
They've got to be so careful because the Team Australia, but oh no, down the inside, contact is made. Howder, who's doing such a good job to defend in the opening part of this lap, but contact on his rear left corner sends him around. Was there enough room on that inside, or was that a little bit too aggressive from Winkler? We'll have to see on the replay, but what the outcome is Howder's down to 18th place.
So there goes the contact. There was also the contact into turn one hearing in terms of the radio, so they have been chipping away and bouncing off each other for a while. Here is Mark Winkler once again. Seen him already going on the aggressive a couple times. Right there, they actually made contact the first time. The first time, pretty unfazed despite the hit to the right rear, but things kept boiling over with Winkler trying to get run after run.
Let's see this. He's going to be squeezed down towards Villeneuve, backs out of that one, allows the move. The Aston goes in actually quite nicely. He's miles behind. There's no chance. Yeah, I mean, that was just way too far back. Winkler, I mean, it was a couple of car lengths back in terms of the braking zone. Tried a little bit of an aggressive lunge, and already Aston Martin Howder turning into the corner by the time there was some sort of overlap. So I don't think that one is going to go down too well from his point of view. And unfortunately, they might be having a penalty a bit later on. But it's so important for Howder, as I was mentioning, because they now lost 4 or 5 places, and getting those back, even if they're only a couple of seconds behind in terms of lap time. The 5 cars that are in the middle are going to be so difficult to overtake. So yeah, that's not going to be very helpful for them as we come up to 2 hours to go in the race. Matt Farrow continuing his battle on, trying to get up into 6th place. He's got a couple of cars up ahead as well if he can make the move, but he's still sitting there behind.
Put a little pin in that conversation previously. By the way, Howder is one of the teams connected to real-world competition this year, but the chairman and with the champion, rather, TCR Spain and TCR Rico, along with the vice champion TCR Germany and Denmark, amongst that previous incident, the 207. Thomas Delcourt in Fastlane RT, right now trying to find a way to pounce ahead. And Thomas Delcourt was competitive. We've seen him with a couple of different organizations in this series. Right now, just looking for the crossover. You can see teams like Effect Simulations just trying to play the defense as they go here. Hold on to second right now, though. James Abram trying to hold on with the pressure.
An interesting situation in all three classes is we've got a big train behind, but the leader has run away. And over 5 seconds now for Delatraz. This battle is going to be important for second place. Ibram obviously not quite having the speed of the 188 up ahead, and he's battling on in behind for this second position. Fast lane, Delcourt not able to find a way through at this point. And yeah, especially the LMP2 is not having the most slipstream in the world, so you have to try and make your, force your rival in towards a mistake, and that is that's the difficult part, to be honest, because it's if you get in a bit of a comfortable rhythm, you can just keep the flow going. But if you can try and do something, try and get your rival off track, getting on break later, that is how you're going to be making an overtake. They do have a bit of traffic of the fiercely forward gold car, Thomas Mayle, in that entry, as we're getting some GTPs going past the GTDs for the first time since the restart, and this could change a few things as well.
Yeah, Williams Gaming Club, of course, reference to their gaming club in the UK in part, continuing to try and pounce forward. Look at this traffic, though. You reach the wrong part of the traffic, Aqua Minerali in particular, you get coiled up pretty quickly here. Right now, Matt Farrell doing a good job keeping heads up with said traffic, as look at that, some of it breaking up the pack a little bit. There's all things here. Williams Gaming Club so far this season, just trying to maintain the distance over teams like Simify in the midst of Hornets Nest. Also, Simify getting boxed in, a couple others forced up to the high side. To the Rubiatzas on the far side. Near contact, in fact, in the backdrop. Williams Sim Racing Academy nearly sent for a ride.
Yeah, this is for basically last place in class. So that Williams car, 13th place, this is last position as they're trying to get fiercely forward. That's Naren just up ahead. We're going either side of the Mustang in the foreground, with Simify going to the right-hand side position to the left. Simify keeping that position, and now the Mustang is going to get right in there where he's going to have to lift off a little bit more than he would have wanted on the exit of the chicane. We go 3 wide for a moment. Simify on the inside line in towards Villeneuve will hold on to that one. Fiercely forward holding on in the background too, but this is not over for either of these battles. Down in towards Tozer, Simify going hard to the left-hand side to defend from that one. Unfortunately, not able to get past as the Switch It car is just up ahead that they get past. I don't think this battle's completely over, and it might be actually as they hit traffic. Simify will hold on.
Take a look at the eNASCAR driver in the past, Blake Reynolds, meanwhile. Of course, spent several seasons as a fan favorite. Picked up a win at one point in the Road to Pro ladder when he originally was looking to just run for fun at Daytona, then ran Las Vegas because that win a few years ago was at the top of that leaderboard and proceeded to crash to the inside wall. Reynolds these days loves the road course racing, usually enjoys thrill, has had assistance in some leagues on the road side of things. He's been able to, at this point, just try and have a little bit of fun here at Cameron compared to before, where it was full out about the pro side with the NASCAR. So we move up to Vlache, who tries to go for a send.
Not quite enough move there enough for a move there in towards Tamburello. Look to the inside as this is getting tight once more. The traffic so difficult around this circuit. Simify, they are really struggling to pull away in this battle, but they are holding on from precision, and the traffic just makes you gain some time in some corners, then you lose some time at others. They're being held up just a little bit there. He's going to have to dive to the inside of the impulse car, but is he going to be able to hold on? Yes, he is, because unfortunately precision just getting squeezed out there. But now they got the big gap up ahead, at least for a few hundred meters before they catch up to the next car. So the Lion GP entry, but we go back to the LMP2s. All right, going to the left-hand side. They were on the right, go to the left, up the inside, in towards the first corner in Tamburello. They should have that one done, and that is a move. That's a nice little slide job there for 7th place.
See these slides on through here for many of these drivers. Delcourt has not been able to have the easiest time here with their slip and slide. So how would you try and set up a lot of these passes here today? Try and get these moves done, because the longer you wait, the harder it is to make the pass in some sequences. Keep in mind, since the restart sequence, the leads remain relatively close-ish once some of these cars in that class. Medici also has stayed relatively close. How would you set up some of these passes here as this run goes on with 2 hours to still go?
Yes, it's a bit of a long game left in this race. 2 hours, so easily got a couple of pit stops for the GTDs. You may even have 3 for some of the prototype categories, depending on when they so they're fuel saving and when they pit because of the safety car. So you have to figure out over the course of a longer distance. It's not a sprint race where you just send it down the inside into every corner, as Lanzani here is on the back of a 3-car battle trying to find his way through. He's got a Howder who's now actually in himself diving up the inside. That Ferrari's gone deep, actually. Sorry, that is a car that's a lap down, so do not worry about that, as Howder goes through and basically getting that position done. But Rizzo, that is the car that caused the safety car about half an hour ago, as is now a lap down, almost a bit of contact there, as Delcourt continuing his battle here for 3rd place in class.
Yep, some good battling across this field as Team Racing, very namey, so to speak, for Daniel Gorojov in the midst of this pack. And at this point of the race here, this field staying packed together when it comes to these Solars. Keep in mind, though, Deltraz Automotive has pulled away in that class 8 seconds. All while Team Australia in the GTs continues to pounce here. So for now, though, it's going to be interesting where things get strategized coming out of this pit stop window, per se, since we've already had the caution flag a few minutes ago for a lot of these teams here. But now for here, you mentioned the pit stop window, it's also going to be, that's going to impact how far some of these teams go potentially in the later stages here, as Nürburgring Esports tries to hold on to their fight.
Yeah, the battles seemingly haven't slowed down since the restart, which is what we like to see. There's still plenty of opportunities for these cars. So Des Vika here in the 187 machine. This is 6th place in class, and he's got a little bit of a gap up ahead. So this is what he needs to be holding on to. Valencia in the background as Holder and Maniti continue the battle. So Holder actually going down, Maniti getting past there as we come out towards the field. Contact is made between the two. Give each other space, boys, as they finally do. Up the inside is going to be for Holder. That's going to turn to the outside line. Maniti still trying to complete this move in totality, and I think as we go up to Toza, that one is done, but not without some contact and a little bit of a dodgy situation, considering that's for 18th place. They are fighting so hard, as Mike Holder there drops down to 19th.
Yeah, and remember that is team with the real world experience, as we touched upon. Effect simulations continuing to try and hold off the Hornet's Nest here as we go. As we reach the 2 hour to go mark, it's a good time to mention that P1Sim, the official sim racing equipment partner of the 6 Hours of Imola IVRA Endurance Series, brings professional performance to every driver's setup. Known for its French craftsmanship, P1Sim designs high-end steering wheels and pedals inspired by real racing. Every product reflects the brand's commitment to quality, innovation, and authenticity, delivering sensations that mirror real-world motorsport. From precision engineering to immersive design, P1Sim is shaping the future of sim racing for professionals and enthusiasts alike. Their latest innovation, the Beau Rivage powered by SimuCube, redefines performance, offering flawless connection, pure feedback, and exceptional build quality. When passion meets technology, it's not just simulation, it's P1Sim. Good time to bring that up with us being at the 2 hour to go mark in this one. Here from the circuit is a little bit of argy-bargy, a couple drivers behind. Gorchov trying to duck underneath. That included Pedro Valencia having to get the elbows out, able to get alongside and making the way through for a pass attempt as they make the way through Toza. Some side-by-side here.
Certainly, and it's getting very close in this LMP2 field. They're going past the GTDs now, and with that, some further opportunities. This is right up towards the front end, so this is Valencia that we're looking at. So he's got past Dennis Vika there for 6th position, so they swapped that one around, but they are right up behind the cars up ahead. He's got his other teammate for Arret with Caden Richardson, and this is going to be a tough battle. Look at these GTDs getting close down in towards Variante Alta, gets another position, so that's his teammate that he's gone past. So Valencia being gifted that by Richardson, and look at the time that he's gained from that, as Richardson really lost a lot of time. So Dennis Vika is going to be getting the run. I'm going to think about it down in towards Ravatsa, going up the inside. It is a bit of an opportunity, but he's got a GTD. Oh, he goes for it anyway. He tries to make it stick in towards the final chicane. But actually, sorry, that's Serrano actually trying to make on Dennis Vika there. And so Dennis, he was keeping it nicely, but a couple of them do jump in towards pit lane. So after the LMP2 didn't stop there at the safety car. That's an interesting one though, because there's only been 15 laps since their last one, so halfway through a stint cycle where they're choosing that this is the time with 2 hours to go. There's still about 3 stints left in the race.
I'll try to split things up pretty evenly or set up a short run towards the end possibly in terms of the mathematics there. That's racework.com by Binary Racing. As part of this draft train, we're keeping an eye on here down the straightaway. And for a lot of these competitors here like Sim RC, who's trying to hold things on in front a long time in series like this, Sim RC has raced everywhere when it comes to big competition here in terms of the top special events. That yellow and black livery has become very well known, but is one of the teams who did not score points to start out the season in Spain to start out the season.
And that just shows you how it doesn't matter your history of the team or how good you are, you have to be doing the execution on the track. And it should be fine with the 7-race calendar. It should be fine in terms of points to get back from that. I'm sure other teams will have some issues over the course of the season, but they basically can't do too much in the way of mistakes now to the end. If they, consistency is always a big thing. So if they want to be up towards the top of the championship, they need to have a very solid season from here on out. As we saw another one of the LMP2s jump into the pit lane. That was Maradness with Tyrone Roberts, and just in behind we've seen this battle as well with Jordan McDonald. But we go up to the GTDs. This is for 2nd position. Simufy, they've lost 8 seconds to BS Competition, but they got Veloce Thrustmaster all over the back of them.
Yep, right now providing a lot of pressure. Simufy with Adrian Ferrer trying to hold on for now in the midst of this fight. Simufy, 18 points to start the season, down in 20th. Big improvement from where they ended up cycling around in Spain last time out. But Simufy, we know based on what we've seen with some of the broadcasts, can perform well in these races, usually in the faster prototypes. But today their drivers have been able to dial up the strategy pretty well so far, it seems, in the GT3 Pro class to be able to keep things up firm up at the front. Downside is BS Competition's already ran away from them 8 seconds.
Yes, and that is starting to be quite a big thing, as the other BS Competition, the 89 prototype car, just came down pit road. A lot longer service than what we saw at the pit stop in the safety car, so maybe short fueling as such and trying to get themselves a little bit off strategy. I do like this idea of short fueling if that is the way that they are going. The car's way faster as Delatraz slide the way through Simufy for this battle for 2nd place. They're still continuing on with Simufy in the 214 machine, holding on for GTD, as it doesn't look like the Veloci car, which is Noah Edda at the moment driving that car, is able to do too much about it. They have pulled away from Vesta in behind and Team Hoisingveld, who are having a small battle in behind, but Simufy and the Mustang holding on very nicely in 2nd place as they work their way through this point of the track. So difficult basically to make a move in GTD apart from on the straight, unless someone makes a mistake around you. In GTP, this is Wesley Caspers for Grid and Go. We've been seeing him a couple of times so far. He's got Matt Farrow up the back of him, who's made a couple of moves so far and been in some battles during my commentary stint, as he's been very aggressive. Now he's going to the outside of Toza, trying to get offline, considering there's the Maniti car just up ahead, but not able to get through just yet.
Grid to Go Esports, remember, starting things off about a couple of years ago now. Originally started in part by Sven Haase. In terms of things, started as a setup shop, then immediately started an esports program because it has a lot of talent behind the wheel of its cars. For example, a lot of creators from it. That wasn't the best of lines for it there, but hey, they've really built up the team roster with plenty of pro drivers willing to put their name behind the organization in terms of saying they want to be able to build for this group. And that's really led to a lot of fast drivers being a part of their camp. Somewhere upwards of 20, 30 competitors now, including Wesley Caspers, now driving for the organization with the most recent podiums coming, of course, from IVRA Endurance Series competition from the previous run in an Acura, and of course, the Nürburgring 24 on iRacing and an M2.
And that mistake for Matt Farrow leaves him under attack here as Aruchi for Tatum ResTech is getting close, but he chunks the curb there. That's going to lose him a bit of momentum, and he might just get away with that one. But Cersei Farrow will catch up to Grid and Go, and as you're saying, they've just exploded, haven't they, over the last couple of years, getting bigger and bigger. They have so many team entries now into all these competitions. They really have a big roster of drivers, as you're saying, and bring themselves to the front and been trying to one of the big esports teams, which is funny because from at least from my perspective, the team looked very casual a couple of years ago. You know, just a few fast drivers getting in there, you know, getting involved with the big boys. But now they really is a proper team and trying to go for these championships.
Really develop as a result of things, absolutely, in terms of the talent they brought in terms of what their targets are, to say the very least. And now, during the midst of the fight going on here, oh wow, Tatum ResTech holds on for now. Looking back at Simify with Cuba Torres, still trying to move forward. That's the Simify car as reference. Simify itself, very busy when it comes to its racing, just took part in IMSA esports competition. That, of course, with the IMSA sanctioning, proceeded to have a wrecked race car in 29 spots there. Also, the last time out in Barcelona, their prototype finished about 14th position in the race as a result of a very hectic weekend in their words. So they have Veloce trying to hound their other car as they go along. Noah Eder trying to go to the outside, trying to force the squeeze, doesn't work.
Not quite enough. He's thinking about going to the left-hand side, but I mean, he's just absolutely on the rear bumper of that Ford Mustang. He's got P2 going down the inside. He waits for the opportunity to dive his nose there. He can't brake late enough. Simify hold on with Ferrer at the wheel down in towards Aqua Minerale. He needs to try and just find somewhere that he can just be a little bit bold and aggressive. The issue with Ferrer, if he's braking as late as he can on the racing line, it's going to be so difficult to ever go down the inside. We're getting some traffic come through. GTP, I should say, of Maniti. I think that was diving up the inside, and that's a little bit off track there. He's having to bring that one back on. But now he's got to go offline. He's got GTP to the side, LMP2 to the left-hand side. This is why it's so difficult to overtake it in a GT3. Because you just can't find the position on the track, and then when you do, you get one of the prototypes diving into that space as Matt Farrow still is trying to work his way forward in this race, but can't quite get from Grid and Go just yet.
Yeah, and that seems to be the most difficult thing, is actually set up the passes here to be able to get alongside and be able to get the job done. How about a cut hard to the inside of the fin? Watching Thrustmaster, though, looking for the thrust power. No, that seems to be the case. Veloce, they've become a pretty big esports organization. iRacing presence has been around for a year or two now for the service for this organization. Actually started off with some of the console games when it came to their presence as an organization. They brought a lot of creators forward over their time. Veloce, as a result of series that we've seen on rival platforms, has really built things. They built up their iRacing program to try and go for second here. No, not for the time being. They're pushing hard, still side by side.
Traffic being a big factor in this battle, and around the outside of Aqua Minerale, surely he's going to have to back out of that one. He will slow the Simify car down though. He had the run through Tosa up the hill, but then he was one of the fiercely forward GTPs being badly timed getting past. And look at this train of prototypes as well. He's going to lose some time here. The Simify car trying to help out their teammate. It hasn't worked though. The Veloce car overtook a GTP in the chicane as, oh, this is 3 wide once more. This is way too much chaos here at Imola. Cars on the grass trying to get past them. This is a battle for second place in GTD, but the prototypes do not care. They're going for their own battles, and this opens up the door once more to slide down the inside. Can he make it work this time? He's braking late, he's squeezing wide, and finally Noeda might have this move done as they go side by side down this front straight. It's going to be a long, long run. He does finally get the car ahead, but the issue for them is there's further cars getting involved in the background as well. Unfortunately for them, this is not going to be a battle over just yet. In towards the braking zone, Simify squeeze into the left-hand side. They might lose another place here, all the way around the outside for Vesta. They go off onto the gravel though, braking way too deep, and that position is gone.
Got a very chaotic, very much so in that sequence. Launching now does have that spot as a result of all that squabbling. That was aggressive in the first place, but it's something that seems to have been building for a little while, to say the very least, since the restart sequence with how tight things have gone, and the separation in the class for the lead has grown up to 16 seconds. That's how heavy it was. But now some of the air battles are looking to try and do the same thing. Racework.com, Binary Racing, still trapped amongst the trap lock here in their respective pack at the moment. Right now, SimRC actually losing a spot previously in this said pack. Looking to try and get back on the snide, try and pick up the ground yet again here. You can see just how much strength teams like Soulpack Precision Racing may have said, okay, enough talk. We've been coiled up a little bit, let's try and run.
Difficult to do so. Unfortunately, at this track, we're seeing that when you get your class open like this, it's difficult to overtake, and then the classes come together to lap each other, and it gets even more difficult. Crazy difficult track here at Imola for round 2 of the season. Matt Farrow still sat behind that grid and go car. The GTD traffic not helping at all, and now some LMP2s actually just sort of separating this battle a little bit. He's going to go for a dive up the inside, but no, he's just squeezed off there a little bit, so that battle opens up once more. Now he's going to have to look in his mirrors as the Tatum ResTech car thinks about coming back to him and trying to make a move, but not enough in towards Piratella. But this is just ebbing and flowing, and since this restart, it has not calmed down at all. The driver, I mean, this is a high-pressure situation for the drivers. They had 15 minutes behind the safety car to cool down, and now it is a pressure cooker as they try and find themselves some positions out here on the track.
So far, so good in a lot of these teams here today, and a chance to try and show a lot of development for them. We've seen Team Racing, for example, in this respective pack, amongst them trying to get themselves to move on here. The organizations that had to qualify their way in for IVRA competition. That IVRA competition originally take place for pre-qualification at the Bend. So for some organizations, about a few weeks ago, to even have the chance to race in that first round and set as speaking of the championship, for it's a huge opportunity if you can get yourself into a series like this to prove that you belong with the big boys on iRacing.
And there's so much demand for this for this series. That might be a reason actually why we just have the 2 DNFs from this race. We got the Fast Repair Motorsport GT3, the 202, and then Movano Rosso, the number 1 car. Both of those are the only 2 cars out of the race, because everyone wants to keep going. They want to get to their points. They want to be keeping themselves in this championship, and they know how hard it is to get there, and then also obviously in the end to stay there. As Noah Edda, as we saw, second place done, but the battle is not over. Team Hoisingveld are coming for Simufy. Then we've got Lion GP. So Hoisingveld actually made that move ahead of Lion GP, and now they're going for 3rd position, trying to push their way forward. But look at all the cars in behind. We've got Vesta, we've got Impulse not too far behind as well before our second train of cars. This is a very tough situation for these drivers.
Funnily enough, by the way, was just checking on something following Noah Eder. He is a streamer that has around 18,000 YouTube subscribers alone. He's also got double the viewership here today so far compared to the Race Spot broadcast. So he's got a lot of people watching out for him up in that Valanche machine as they hold on. As Jan Senkowski has the watching on factor of he's a veteran when it comes to IVRA competition and all things endurance. He and his name have been hooked up with Team Hoytenveld for a good half a decade now. Always known for those blue and silver paint schemes. Of course, Hoytenveld involving the hardware side of things in sim racing over the years as well.
Yeah, of course. Providing, most notably the pedals, which, to be fair, a lot of drivers use. They're one of the first big companies that everyone started going to when things started to get serious in sim racing 5-10 years ago. And it's just continued on from then. We have a couple of stops actually in this GTD battle, I should say. We got BS Competition, the 289, and then also Impulse in the 258 coming down with 31-27 laps or so on their stint. So this makes sense because GTD didn't stop under that safety car, so they were waiting and waiting. And this is why, because they didn't need to do so. They're going to pit now and then easily have one more pit stop to the end. So there's no reason to risk losing track position under the safety car. That is why we ended up in that situation. But now the pit stop window is going to open. A lot of the drivers, they're sort of on the low 30s in terms of lap count. So I don't think it'll be too much longer before we start seeing most of these drivers come in, which could change this battle quite a lot because everyone's so close together. A couple of seconds here and there in the pit lane will make a big difference.
What happened to Daniel Gorbachev, though? Gorbachev able to get the second place here. This is why. Seen lap traffic, got a little bit of contact, forced a bit of a slowdown, if anything, possibly, with how much you've seen the left side curve being taken by effect. That was a little bit naughty, per se, on that send attempt, as some would say.
Yes, that was Team Racing getting past Effect Simulations, the 111 and the 199. I'm not sure what I think about that because there was a bit of contact. It was going for a dive, and then there was a bit of contact before that first apex, which is really what helped the overtake happen. So I don't know what the stewards are going to think about that one, because I don't think the overtake would have happened if there wasn't that contact. But either way, he made it work, and he's up into second place, and he needs to do so because Delatraz, 17 seconds ahead, just flying off into the distance. Lap count as everyone. So they're absolutely dominating the field as it stands. So hopefully that gets a little bit closer later on in the race, but they're just showing you why they are the fastest team and obviously got the pole position earlier too.
Once pit stops, MRC now up to 8th, by the way, in their sequence. Are still staying in the train. Looks like a few people looking to try and jump some cars ahead. That includes Switch It. Mark Winkler already with the elbows a couple times out this run. At this point, just trying to get the squeeze on, trying to force their way on through for the pass. They haven't been able to get really successful when it comes to these moves so far, per se, in that Ford, but you have to give Winkler up for it. He's been trying to push as well. That's a way to pressurize a mistake. Way off the racetrack goes Racework.
Yes, and that is just the easiest way to lose places. Now, I was saying earlier, it's so difficult to make the move on track, but if you go off, you force your rival into a mistake. There you go. Bish, bash, bosh, job done. And unfortunately, down in towards 11th place, Racework by Venari Go and Anschlag. So that is a nice move in the end for Winkler and also Albrecht to get through. So that was Switch It, Amber and WSR both getting through on that car at the back end of the top 10 as we get some more drivers come down. Impulse and Smiler Esports as well come down. So they are choosing this time to make their final their penultimate pit stop of the race. They will have an easy pit stop at the end. So the fuel number will be quite crucial to make sure you're not taking too much fuel, because if they stop in an hour's time, they're only going to need 2/3 of a tank in that final pit stop.
It's where the strategists are so critical to make sure you know exactly that and also use your fuel calculator. Just know exactly how much you need for the later stages here. iRacing, of course, provides that fuel calculator these days. Looking at one of the Acuras, meanwhile, this is Movado, Model Azuro specifically, in their team pecking order. Right now, Maniti Racing Black just up the road from them amidst the traffic. And Maniti, it's not Manatee, it's not any other word of that combination. Maniti has been around also for about that half-decade of range so far, and has been one of IVRA's more well-established organizations at this point, where they've really developed from that sparky startup team to be able to thrive in some of the iRacing special events. Today, looking strong to try and pick up a great points haul here in race number 2 after they started off the season 13th, exiting Barcelona in points.
Yeah, this is looking a bit better, isn't it? Up in second place, 13 seconds off the 69 of Drago's. All we got in Smiley Esports. We're just saying about them coming down pit road and maybe on some colder tyres going off the track. Or was there some help for the 277ers? By the way, a lot of the LMP2s coming down to pit lane, including your race leader of Delatraz as well, though they rejoin in second place. Smiler might be losing another position here as we come up in towards Piratella. Might be 18th position. He's going to have to back out of that one. They drop down, but here is how it happened. So Regal, he's got a couple of drivers behind him. We're a couple of corners away from the incident. So how many of these drivers are going to go down to him? It's a 3-man push. They're all flashing their lights as we come up in towards Villeneuve. And he's just going to be pushed. I think that's a bit of a Skittles moment. One into the other. I think the grid and go car started that one with a bit of contact, which ended the 277 getting pushed into the barrier.
Yeah, I think that bit of contact between all three of them at first kind of let things boil over, absolutely. At this point, Weagle going to have to drive a pretty wounded race car, possibly from that hit to the barrier here in 17th spot. Class leaders are in an LMP2, by the way. Girl Chomp amongst those who peeled down. Also had a spin. If you are the 134 machine, you're not having the funnest times. They just went around as well in front of SimRC off screen. But this is where we were expecting some of these machines to have to come in on their fuel runs a little bit slightly off in terms of those numbers compared to what we'll see for the GTP fuel runs. But the prototype's pretty much reaching the end of that fuel tank, as you would expect here, Cameron. That will set things up for a pretty tight window towards the very end of this race.
Yeah, first green flag pit stop after the restart. So this is a full stint that they have done, as Matt Farrow is going to have to defend here. Tatum Restek getting closer and closer, but not enough space with the traffic there in towards the first braking zone of the lap. So Farrow is able to hold on to that one. I mean, this has been in a constant battle so far in this race. A lot of energy being used up as he goes down the inside of an LMP2. I think it's one of the erect cars around the outside. He's managed to get through. That opens up some door to the Tatum Restek. So very important move there in traffic. And Grid and Go is the next car up the field with Wesley Caspers. They are a long, long way off the lead. We got Dylan Scrivens getting in the number 11 Fissy Ford is currently down the pit road, as Nicholas Bowe, I'm sure, is going to be coming down pit lane like all of these GTPs will very, very soon indeed, but not just yet. They've done 31 laps under green since the restart from the safety car. We've got Maradness here. They're one of the earliest stoppers in LMP2, now up into second place, getting past the racing team. They've already done 12 laps. A bit lighter on the tank, obviously hot tyres, and using that to good effect to get through.
Yeah, Moranis, of course, Daniel Morad, a part of those connections with that organization. It's been around as well for many seasons. One event covered back around 2021, got the chance to speak with Daniel Morad, also a very avid sim racer that actually attended some of the races like Red Bull Ring Masters under the radar back in the day. To be able to keep an eye on his drivers, very supportive of his organization. Effect simulations, trying to regain some of the positions up on the board here as they go. You see right now, them just dealing with some battling at the moment with Arda Esports trying to hold on with that pit undercut. These two need to close up 10 seconds to get to where Moradness is on the racetrack, and then an additional 10 seconds to find their way up to the race leader. So a bit of time lost there as Fiercely Forward had a bit of an off track there in that sequence.
Yes, we saw that on the outlap, so it must have been cold tyres. Scriven's getting in for the final couple of stints of the race in that number 11 machine. So it changes quite frequently, doesn't it, when we see the pit stops come in because of the cold tyres and the sort of the effect that we have of that nowadays. And it takes multiple laps to get up to temperature. It's so easy to make a mistake, and things can happen very, very quickly indeed. We come back up to the battle a bit higher up. This is for the final place on the podium as it stands due to some of the pit stops. Grid and go. Then we have Williams and also the Tatum ResTech car. Coming up to 90 minutes to go in the race. So definitely time for 2 final stints in the race for these cars. And we are going to see Casper stays out, but Williams and Matt Farrow, they come in after a 32-lap stint.
They come as here's Boats and VDS by undercut. Try and hold on to 16th amongst the lap traffic so far today. Very quiet run for the 209 entry here today. They're amongst the many teams that didn't get points to start off the season, though, as touched upon with their organization here. And let me get your thoughts here on the balance here, because the thing is with GT3 is the different manufacturers that can come into play here. The Ford platform, for example, has been developing a lot in terms of that side of things. For example, keep an eye on some of the air battles as on screen as they go here. But we see a lot of the AMD, as in the Mercedes machines, on screen that have been populating up towards the front. Where do you find that balance, or rather that preference on your balance and performance for a track like this for the car manufacturers as GTP starts its window?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't followed the GT3 so much, as there's a car off there in reverse, might be the Simify car up ahead of them, to see the exact battles. But it is very interesting how you see teams go to a couple of the chassis. They obviously find what is best for them. You know, they start practicing, and then everyone sort of seems to follow suit. But it does seem like it's going to be the AMG versus the Mustang versus the Aston really up towards the front. At this sort of the BOP, there are slight adjustments that are made every now and again, a couple of percent here and there, which can make a difference to try and keep things balanced. But in the end, I think a lot of it is also to do with the sort of the driver preference of the feel of the car, because even though we have a lot of front end machines here in terms of the engine, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the fastest. It's all about the feel that the drivers have, because over the course of a stint, consistency is the biggest factor. You can have a 10th here, 10th there in qualifying performance, but if over the stint you have one car that is more consistent than the other, for instance, or maybe it works rear tires in a slightly different way, then of course you have a lot more control over what the car is doing. And for an endurance race, you need to be able to step in and just be comfortable. I'd rather be a quarter of a second lap slower for the whole stint than going 1 second faster in half a second and 1 second faster in half a second.
At some of the cars here, and I'm just trying to catch up on some of the incident sheets here as we go. A few different incidents have had recent clearances here of note. As we've gone around, we had a couple of moderate incident responsibilities of 20 seconds given out. Those involving cars 419 and the 9 in recent times. They're still pending, though, for their penalty serve status. Same can be said for the 410 machine, according to the penalty sheet, for their respective incidents, those involving incidents with their competitors a while ago. But there is another one that's popped up. Remember the 78 machine? As well as we CBS competition zip on through. 78 machine, according to the sheet, Beniti Racing Black did something that you normally don't see per se at this level. They had a driver register that wasn't a part of the series roster. Yeah.
That's very much a procedural error, although we'll get back to a second, because BS Competition going through for the race lead, they are half a stint off strategy. We saw them pit way earlier and go to the back of the field, but they're now up towards the front. They've used their strategy to good effect. They've taken the lead back, and now Drago Racing need to chase them down. The issue is that BS are going to be so much lighter at this point of the race, and they might be able to keep some shorter pit stops depending on how they work it and how they even it out. So I think BS Competition are in a very strong situation at this point as they've retaken the lead there.
Done with the pass very quickly in that sequence. Just at the blink of an eye when it comes to that pace, but was about to say, from an AT, that's a 2-lap penalty for them. They'll have to serve for their situation here.
Yeah.
That's why I was going to mention that one. It says they've already technically served that per the deadline, but that is something that is going to have to be factored in for the 78 here today for the rest of their performance. Unfortunate for them, as we see the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine now has a different driver trying to go on the attack on Simulify, who's going to wide a couple of times this run. Jesse Hill-Iho is up in front of him at the moment.
Yeah, that is, yeah. I mean, you're just sort of saying about the team, you know, coming through, but that's quite a big thing to get wrong. But sometimes, I guess, maybe you don't have a choice. As Daniel Ferguson here, diving up the inside, WSR trying to make the move to 13th position. He has done so, as that is very, very close through Tamburello, but he's made it stick. But having said that, he's got the LP2 machinery coming up his inside. This might get a little bit awkward down in towards Villeneuve, but he's made it stick. And in the end, it was the 266 race work by Venari Cup that was able to get through. So WSR moving at least one place forward. They are quite a way off the lead, but of course, that's because we're still looking at some cars that have stopped, some cars that haven't stopped. It's the restart. We are now starting to see the first pit stops here for the GT3s. Actually, this is quite an important battle as well. We got a different driver in. Lettinen has got in from Matt Farrow, trying to get around the outside. This is a battle they've been doing all day, but he can't quite get through for 5th place.
Just going to make the move there, and want to correct myself with the egg on the face. Was reading the club sport penalties in that regard, but was about to say, there are a couple drivers that just got some notifications of penalties. The 212 has a 5-second penalty coming up in that series. Westwood Caspers also was given an aggressive driving penalty in the past 5 minutes as well, for 5 seconds as well, that they recently had to serve. So a couple different penalties going on there, to correct myself on those totals. We'll see if anyone made the driver mistake here today, is what I'm trying to say. My apologies once again on that situation. But John Michael Dunnigan, his Solpac Precision Racing car, follows in the choo-choo train. And again, that remnants involving Precision Racing League. Remember, that organization built its esports program about a year or two ago through its roots, but shut down league operations. We missed the PRL. What else can you say? And a lot of their drivers still race on the service, obviously, today.
Well, yes, maybe the league going with, they can make the team good, then that would certainly be a way of resurrecting the name in esports. And interesting battle we've got here, because it's 3-car battle. Lettinen stuck in the middle, so actually Williams lost this position. So Lettinen for 6th place. They're now behind the Tatum Restec. Tatum was chasing them down before the pit stops, but that has swapped around, so not the ideal sort of cycle, let's say. They pit just 1 lap apart. Tatum actually going a little bit longer, but seemingly that was working out for them. But Dunnigan is now sitting in behind, watching as Lettinen tries to get close enough. P6 for the number 66. How far have they got up ahead now? They got 10 seconds to Maniti up ahead, so they really did lose quite a bit of time in all of that. And their pit stop wasn't too much longer, just a couple of seconds here and there. So definitely something going on as they get past Winkler, I think that is, but not enough to make any overtakes just yet.
So far, things have gone well in this sequence. So let's take a look at Veloce once again. Now they're 10th with those current cycles right now. Again, amongst those, and with some of the pit stops recently here, cycling a bit downward in the running order per se for now. But teams like Team Australia, they're just looking to pounce ahead here with Impulse Racing by Tam Livery just in front. The battle of the teal cars per se. Norbert Leitner has been with a lot of big organizations, including Impulse, known for its speed in touring car classes. But Impulse today is doing a decent job, just trying to get the best finish they can here, trying to battle the Australians.
Yeah, Leitner's a name who's been around for a long, long time. I mean, I remember his name from other competitions like 10 years ago. He's been around for a really long time. Experienced driver and knows what he's doing. Still going to this day for Impulse. And interesting, I just noticed there with Impulse having a couple of different chassis for their name as well. So just separating their chances in terms of the tracks where a certain car might be better or worse. As Fironi is still holding on to his P5 battle, as Lettinen can't do anything about it, and it's just sitting there in behind. Dunnigan has sort of dropped back a few times and then caught back up, so I think there's more speed in the two cars behind Fironi, but for now he's able to hold on and doing everything that he needs to. In this situation, we get a couple of stoppers in GTD. It's Grid and Go who are finally coming in. They are one of the last teams, though, to do that after obviously going longer and longer in the race earlier on today. And they are getting ready. They're going to have such a short final pit stop. We saw the first GTD stops almost 20 minutes ago now. And he's only just coming in, so he's going to have a lot shorter pit stop as Vesta involved in a battle. This is what we're seeing just a little bit of time ago. They got Switch It up ahead, Impulse in behind. As a bit of a dive up the inside there for one of the LMP2s, but not quite enough as Dominic Push It in the sixth position, trying to work his way through.
And we know before with Winkler, they were having a hard time getting the job done. Now they're getting past attempts pushed back. Dominic Push is pushed off the racetrack for good measure. And that drops him down to 7th position as a result of that swap around. A little bit of aggression building up after they were trying to be the aggressors, the aggressees. Now responding back as a result of things here in the later stages. And that's the interesting dynamic where these battles can shuffle once the drivers get changed on through. Right now, Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim, ready to try and find their purple car in front. Lap down, though, but some of the other drivers are trying to find a way to zip by. You can see how much, even with the lap difference, they're bundling up with Impulse right behind.
Yeah, it's just an awkward position for a lap car to be in when it's such a tight battle. They got the Veloce car coming in the background, as well as Noah Ed has lost a lot of time through that pit stop sequence. That's not ideal, but there we see the Volpe car is going to get through in terms of track position, but now the Switch car needs to defend for the real position in behind. So this is the Switch It. Amp car pushes out the wheel. Tim Kern is getting close up behind him for Impulse, and then Veloce, Noah Edda. 3-car battle. Well, he's currently 7th place to the outside. The Impulse car is going to go. Not enough to try and make a move this time around, but getting closer up towards Toaster we go. Any sort of door, any open opportunities we see moves from further back, but not this time around. They're all keeping it very nice indeed. So 3-car battle here towards the back end of the top 10. Unfortunately, they got quite a big gap. They got about 7.5 seconds up ahead to some big moves. As Lettinen finally to the outside. Can he try and make it work on Restec? Not quite enough as we come up towards Piratella. He's going to go to the left-hand side. Big defensive maneuver. It's going to be, so he's going to have to be to the outside. That's not where you want to make a move. Almost contact made. He's pushing him as we come down the hill.
Looking to try and burst away on through on the bubble. That's it in. Looking right now for a place to go. On the run once again. On the send yet again. Staying bundled up here. Still 1 hour and 20 minutes to go, by the way, in the action. Hope you enjoyed the action so far here on RaceSpot, the IVRA Endurance Series. Continuing to have a good old time when it comes to Italy here today. And this track, always the more technical of the Italian circuits when you think about things compared to Monza, which is known for being the temple of speed. This one has its technical areas where you have to be good on speed for the front straightaway, but also your speed when it comes to the corners, to be able to have the right amount of downforce to get the power down in these corners, it seems. Right now, things getting boxed up here.
And this is getting tight. Then I see Sim RC car just diving out of the way almost, trying to get away from this battle. It's so close in towards Tozer. Not enough space. Lettinen looking ahead, looking in his mirrors as we come up the hill. This is exactly a repeat of what we saw in the previous lap, although Lettinen maybe a couple of centimeters further back. A dive up the inside from Precision as well, and he's got the run downhill. But look how many cars up ahead. So many GTDs. There's no space for them to go. Impulse getting dived down the inside. That is not ideal. Oh, contact is made. I thought that was going to take out the ResTech car, but now we see it up the hill we go. That's going to be a side-by-side for ResTech, for Precision in towards Variante Alta. Precision to the outside are going to get through, and actually that's on the Williams car, I should say, so they get a double maneuver. But have they got a slowdown? They might have done so. Williams goes back through, and that is all change. You thought it was going one way, it's gone the other, and now Dunnigan is diving down the inside trying to hold on, because this is also the fiercely forward black car now that's got into this battle.
Yeah, fiercely forward black, who's had a couple off tracks in this sequence. They're having already blinking lights here with that. Right now, Yalvaz trying to get in the mind space to make the move possibly here. Right now, the tough thing is going to be getting close enough to set something up here in this sequence right now. You can see how much time they lose whenever they're behind one of the GT3s in the traffic jam. They've also got that grid and go machine right on behind for good measure to provide a lot of pressure for them. And we know Caspers want to make up some ground from his penalty situation.
These drivers are just continuing to push forward and try to overcome any obstacles that they come up in this race. We've seen the drivers be very aggressive, actually, to be honest, so far in this race, as the sun is definitely getting lower and lower in the sky. A lot less light out there on the track. Yeah, these drivers, I mean, they are just going for it. And I absolutely love Imola, and also for multicast racing. It's such a difficult track. The big open tracks, the way you can just go past traffic, are fun in some ways because it's more of a hot lap competition. But today, this is a tricky challenge for the drivers. I mean, even Barcelona a few weeks ago to start the season, and that's tough in itself. As we look back at ResTech here, who of course had some issues not so long ago. They are back ahead of Williams though, so we've regained this order that we saw not too long ago. It's all changed for a minute, but then they've sort of reshuffled themselves into the same order, and we're now going to see Lettinen try and get back through once again.
By the way, we just had a 5-second penalty just come on through for aggressive driving for the 108 camp. That involving incident 77 per the sheet. They had that with the 168. There's also been a blocking penalty given out amongst the penalty sheet as these battles go on. 122 driven by Pablo Serrano just got a 10-second blocking penalty. So a couple drivers getting a little bit into the naughty box here as time ticks away. Look at this hornet's nest.
Oh, this is this is crazy. Every couple of laps, all the classes find each other on the track once again, and Simufy go around the outside of a 3-wide situation down in towards Acqua Minerale. They back out of that one, so Helio manages to hold on, but this is for the back end of the GTPs. No one wants to finish last, and this is why they are battling so hard. Got 3 classes on track. We're seeing a dive almost down the inside there from the Williams car. Was there contact, or was that BMW just getting out of the way to avoid something? But that was way too aggressive there in his battle with Simufy.
Some great battles going on still in the months of these fights as time ticks away. So as they continue to zip on through for these cars, let's give the updates as they play out. Right now the lead for GTP has separated by 2 seconds as we go on. Arte Esports just came in right now. The 180 is coming down pit road to serve their penalty. Here is the 77. What just happened? Let's take a look. Oh, that was a little bit naughty there with the push off. Bit of contact there in that sequence with lap traffic for Williams Sim Racing Academy. So they try to hold on there. That might be looked upon potentially in their situation with that little bit of a boop. Do not see anything that's popped up on the penalty board per se yet. From it though, Valache trying to retake 7th. Of course, this organization has gained a lot of ground when it comes to esports space, as mentioned, but also for a few years now has also actually been a part of the electric off-road racing scene. Have you ever heard of Extreme E? Well, top of being big in the influencing space in esports, they've also done a lot of off-road racing under the Valache brand. So they've really grown the racing divisions to not just be about the console side, but also brought it to reality on top of their connections with Formula One programs.
And that's one of the biggest things with sim racing in the last 5 years since COVID. What was that bigger transition that we're seeing between the two? We're seeing teams go one the other in terms of real to sim to real, etc. So there's a big factor with that, and what you're seeing as well, especially with drivers now who are getting to these big seats, is they've come from often iRacing, and obviously the big teams will, the big competitions will have a proper simulator, but if you're in a lower championship, you can still use it to learn the track, learn the lines, work on your technique, even just get seat time to keep your reactions going. And the fact that we also see some of the real world drivers come to all the iRacing special events, I think is just one of the biggest improvements that we've seen in the world of sim racing over the last 5 years. It's been a great journey from that to where we are now, but it's pretty crazy how COVID is now well over 5 years ago, and just so much has changed in that time.
Yeah, and I know people were talking about for years that it was going to be a bubble in terms of the development side, but the thing is, a lot of the teams that came through have come on down pit road, continue to refresh their fuel and tires per se, like Solpac Precision is doing right now, and being able to keep up with the competition. A lot of the organizations and their teams and their drivers have stayed in the esports space, and same for the real world competitors. Max Verstappen, of course, has built up a cult following as a result of his sim escapades, for example, but remember, drivers like Lando Norris and a few others have done the same in terms of their experience over the course of the past couple of years. Right now, Simify still holds on to top 3 in their respective car, by the way. Lucas Campra Moriello is behind the wheel of the 214 GT machines. Right now, trying to hold back Lion GP. Lion GP, Fenster.com and Reddit Racing Engineering, a part of that grouping, trying to find a way to close on up in their respective fight 4/10 back.
And these battles are not going to stop to the end of the race. Just over an hour to go now, and we've been going back racing close to an hour since the restart from the safety car. The sun is starting to set, and it's going to be very difficult to see. Probably even just a little bit dark by the time we get to the end of this race as well. As we've seen Vigo, this is the Smiler Esports car that had an issue about 15 minutes ago now, batting towards the mid part of the GTD pack, but he's got 2 cars up behind him, and that is going to be very difficult. There's a big send up there, trying to get through. Leitner's watching on as we've seen Delta Sport with Martins gets through, but also in GTP there's battles. This is the one we've seen a little bit earlier. This is Williams Academy car with the yellow nose battling with Simify, but Martins, has he been able to get his way through to 14th place? Yes, he has. He's completed that move up towards Piratella, and Impulse go down, and Weigel has actually lost another place because Impulse and Leitner has got through to 15th.
Yeah, Leitner continuing his progression to the pack. Can't tell you their other car has already gotten the elbows out and actually had some contact a lot with some as of late. We just had a 5-second penalty just pop up though for the 134 Auto Moose Racing team, who has been having a lot of spins, by the way, in one of the LMP2s, including a spin 5 minutes ago. In fact, 3 minutes ago, I should say. just got a 5-second penalty. So some of the drivers getting some penalties up on the board. Not going to be helpful for their chances as the season goes on. Tandem ResTech, touch upon them a little bit here real quickly. Of course, they take part here in IVRA competition, but also are no more so for their experience in a multitude of different platforms. They're actually, as a team, making their own championship for the first time next year. They've also, as a group, have actually brought together some sim rigs within the past few months to real-world racing events to give people the opportunity to try out the sims and be able to learn. So it's a group that has some real-world roots, in particular, I believe, on the rally side, but also has been trying to grow on iRacing with this series this year.
And that's great. I mean, it's saw what we said a couple minutes ago as well, that the teams that they're expanding, they're being more of just a team that does some random races on iRacing. They're trying to be more important in the world, and it's great that the community has got to that point where there's all of the, I mean, you've just listed off in the last hour how many, like 5 different teams that are doing these bigger things outside of just league racing. It's really good to see, and trying to make something of it. There's so much in the world of sim racing now, and also creating a league is quite something as well. There's a lot of organisation. There's not just about a couple of drivers doing some practice and some setups. There's a lot of admin and just making sure that everything runs smoothly. That's a big factor. You know, you don't get these big leagues like IVRA be so popular if there wasn't to be some smooth organisation, as we're seeing Movano, the number 33. They're having some good positions at this moment because they're going into second, as we're seeing BS Competition already make another pit stop. So that's 2 pit stops since the restart, as they obviously came in quite early last time. They're continuing that one on. They are still going to need to do a stop to the end, but it's going to be really short stints, and they are going to be looking very fast. But they've come out in a whole host of traffic here. They haven't looked at this one. They're going to lose a couple of seconds because of the cold tyres, but yeah, this really isn't good. They're going to lose a lot of time this stint.
Yeah, remember, BS Competition's been basically dominant throughout the day so far, but now they're going to have some challenges throughout this traffic. Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, for reference, set a couple different lines that put them back in their situation just in front of the driver that has dominated much of the day here today. But now, it's going to be curious where things cycle once they get through here, absolutely. Daniel Alves, Laurencia Orenco trying to be able to maintain as they go. All of this as well. Some of the LMP2s have to start thinking about stops pretty soon as well. You see NGC by Marjem de Arada attempting to swing and miss on that one as the 142 tries to hit a home run to be able to get a good points haul here today, holding off Orbit, Drop Bear, Mars as they look to not be sent to Mars.
That would certainly be a good one, although yeah, we do see every now and again an absolutely massive accident on the sim where the physics just goes absolutely crazy, but hopefully everyone stays on the tarmac this time around, as there is Lockhart Brownlee in P7, the 168 machine. He's working his way downhill, trying to get closer and closer. Is there going to be enough to get through onto the GTD? Yes, there is, down the inside there. That one is job done, as that's the BS Competition entry that he gets through. Who currently, they are the ones leading the race by 23 seconds. This is a little bit hectic as we work our way through Toza. We've got GTPs on the inside. We've got GTDs on the outside. This is Norbert Leitner in 15th place that we saw make a move a few laps ago to get into that position on Weigl, but not enough yet to slide through. Now on the car ahead of him in 14th place, that's the Delta Sport number 200. He's going all over the place to try and get out of the way of the GTP, so he's going to lose a bit of time there, but he's going to obviously try and hopefully keep safe and then go for that move a little bit later.
Yeah, just trying to maybe think about things as we get ready for the green light on the strategy on fuel in about, to be comfortable, 5-10 minutes time, let's say, for some of the GT3 pros as we go on here today. Here's Drago Racing as they continue on. They are up 36 seconds for now over Mabano. Drago has developed in the past couple of years in particular as a huge standout, where they've competed for open wheel esports championships on iRacing. That comes to mind with some of the IndyCar competition, when the Dallara chassis was actually a part of the open wheel championship with the fantasy car, that I guess you can call it now. They had some of the top drivers in for that car, but the road course program has been stellar on iRacing, with drivers like Nicholas Bowe behind the wheel of their machines. They have had a stellar time in 2025 in the 69 camp.
I mean, this team is one of those ones that just keeps on getting better. To be honest, over the time, there was a couple of years ago, if you remember, where there was a big silly season, let's say, and they picked up a whole load of good drivers through that as well, and they just sort of continued on from there. So they've basically made them be one of the biggest names in iRacing, and they really are leading towards the front. This is just an example of that. I mean, the domination of this field, considering that everyone was backed up behind the safety car an hour ago, to then be 38 seconds ahead is just quite something. I mean, that's not just a little bit of lap time, that's a whole host of seconds quicker at points compared to some other drivers. So they really are just showing the speed at this point in the race. We're going to see a bit of a replay here, coming down in towards Variante Outer, down the inside of one of the grid and go cars, the 142. Tries, I mean, side by side through there is never going to work. Roya at the wheel. That car was up towards the front in GTD at one point in this race. Now they are struggling a bit further down. Unfortunately, that is, where are they now? They're all the way down in P20 in class. That is not helping them today. But yeah, that's way too late from the LMP2, side by side. And to be honest, you can't really avoid contact on that second apex. It's so one line. You can't fit two cars there.
Don't be surprised, by the way, they have a penalty being reviewed right now. That penalty is incident number 100, a part of the log. Race control is being kept busy with 14 active penalties at the moment to be able to look at. The most recent one was processed, a penalty for Daniel Gorachov in the 111 after his situation with a minor incident responsibility. 5-second penalty that was involving them in their battle before the 199. That was effect simulations. Remember that little bit of barginess we've seen a little bit earlier? That's where that has now come in for them as we look back at Impulse.
Yes, that 111 penalty, I think, was that contact at Variante Outer that we saw, where they just did a little bit of contact on the rear corner to complete that overtake. So I think that's a fair enough, not crazy penalty, but enough just to slap them on the wrist for that one. We got a whole train here at the back end of the top 10 in the GTPs. This is awesome. So we got Tatum Restech, they're leading the way. They got 5th place. They dropped off the back of Williams, who've gone. Then we've got Fiercely Ford Black, Fiercely Ford Yellow, and also the Williams Academy car. And this is all drivers on a very similar strategies, and they are in a big train now. So this is a whole load of opportunities for these drivers. You've got Grid and Go actually on the back, Simufy as well, and even Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter. So it's basically the whole back half of the GTP field in one picture.
Yeah, all of them staying well shaped together here in this situation, coming up towards the top of the hour. Dylan Scribbins looking to find a way to scribble a line that sees him up in front and get it done cleanly and amongst this fight. As all of a sudden, by the way, effect simulations has just started dipping down our timing beacons, by the way. The LP2s, so still see how the Fiercely Forward cars, black and yellow, go black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow on the spots. That should be interesting here, as something I believe may have just happened to affect simulations as they work their way through traffic on screen.
In our brake car, Fiercely Forward, Black sliding their way through, and you see the big flash of the headlights of the BMW. Not happy about that one, but they have to do so because Fiercely Forward Yellow, Williams Academy are coming, and also Grid and Go on the back of that one. Are there going to be any moves down in towards Tamburello this time around? It's Williams Academy going to the outside of Fiercely Forward, trying to make that stick. Side by side he goes. Can he keep it? Oh, contact is made. He should have backed out that one earlier. And has Fiercely Forward got back going? Yes, they have, but that was way too late from the Williams car. Should have backed out before the second apex. You could never fit two cars through there. But unfortunately, it's Dylan Scrivens, the number 11 car, who was pushed out.
And all sorts of blinking lights and frustration. A little bit of a send for Grid and Go. They get alongside the Hohenfeld machine as they try and find a way to poke around as quick as possible. Under an hour to go, up on the board, by the way, as they work their way around some of the other cars in chassis. They work side by side through that. Some give and take being given there as Casper's able to get around some of the traffic. Here is the 77. Once again, the Williams machine. Just with the contact before, you see a little squeeze off, and they kept the nose there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how Stuart's going to view that in terms of the written wording of the rules, but in terms of common sense, once you don't make it around the outside of the first apex, you have to back out. There's never a way for the car on the outside to leave enough space on the second apex there. It is so difficult as the Williams car does come in to the pit lane. So Caspers gets that move, gets that position. Manuel Torres for Simplify also go through on that one as Williams Academy come down. So I'd say maybe slightly early. Fiercely Forward also coming in, so maybe a bit of contact, bit of damage there, I should say, after the contact for Dylan Scrivens. He comes in a few laps early.
Beck Simulations, what their situation was, quite simply, they came down a pit road for the 36-second stop. So that situation has been averted, and why they plummeted down the order for whatever reason was originally showing not as a pit stop. But as they go, these drivers now getting ready to see things set up for potentially stops with under 20 minutes to go. And the GTPs for the final stages of the race today, as the flurry of them enter on through. Some of the Delaras, the LMP2s also coming on down this time through. So it's about that stretch towards the very end at this point here, where the strategy is so critical to be able to hit on the marks, Cameron. This is where the math really comes into play to be able to plan things out for those short fuel stints, should say, for the last times through coming up here.
Oh, that's a big dive from Simufy in the background to try and get through. Is actually the Grid, yes, a Grid and Go car trying to hold him up as best as possible. It's actually worked. So the Grid and Go GTP's gone up the way. Simufy going to lose a position here, unfortunately for them. So Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter are going to get past in the 68 car. Sam Sutton, that we saw having a few issues about an hour or 2 hours ago now in the race, but he's got through. So Simufy not going to be happy about that one, but Grid and Go using their GTD car to good effect and holding on to that position, and actually pulling away quite a bit. There's Danny Lorenzo in the 89 car. He's completely off strategy, but now this is where he's going to lose time. He's got all these cars who he's got to overtake on the track, but he's on a bit of a different strategy too. Big send up the inside on Simufy. He should be, in theory, a bit faster in terms of pace, but he's going to have way more fuel at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting. Had someone just get a confirmation that they could tow their car. So we have had a tow situation, trying to get the number specifically, but I believe it was the 296. Visceral Esports just got told they could tow their car, so we almost had a safety car situation. That's been averted. BS Competition able to make sure they make their way through the truck on the pass, but get through the traffic through Variante Alta as they work their way now through the Riviazza section and try and find a way to keep on cutting ahead as some of the LMP2s come in around them.
Very interested to see the time lost, because on the previous lap, BS Competition were a second faster than Drago Racing at the front. but with the traffic as we go across the line, I'm sure that's going to be, a 2-second lost for BS Competitions. That is very important. He does get around the outside drop there this time around, though, so should be okay for now to hold on to that position. He got 4.5 seconds to the next car, but that is just some time lost, and I don't know if this is going to work out in the long run. We'll have to find out. They are going to have a very short final pit stop, though, so that is going to be the important factor, as there is the Visceral car that you're mentioning, gone back to pit road and seemingly back out on the track. Or was this actually how they got into that situation on cold tyres? Yes, it was. So they left the pit lane cold tyres, lost the rear end, and that is actually how he got into the situation. The replay of them where they called to tow back.
So that sees us keep going here as we're looking at replay. BS Competition now up to 8th on the cycle. Tom Mayle is fiercely forward, LMP2. Continues to look forward. They are yet to pit, though. Drivers behind them from Unity Racing Team pit about a lap and a half ago. So at this point, just trying to see where things situate for them for the most part. It's been very quiet for their car here today in the LMP2. We've seen the fiercely forward GTPs be up in the mid-pack for fiercely forward's LMP2. A little bit lower down, per se, after they started off the season in the 113 machine, 4th in the points tallies with a great second half in Spain.
This part of the season is where you collect those points. Don't get too disheartened if you had a bit of a dodgy first race, but also don't get too overexcited if you had a good first race. You just got to keep it going at this point. Now within the final hour, the teams are going to be thinking about those points and what they can get. Although I guess actually for the drivers out on the track, maybe not so. They're just looking at what's ahead of them, but their teammates and the engineers who will be helping them on the pit wall, they'll be looking a little bit more at the positions. The drivers just need to focus on every apex, every braking zone at this point. With the sun setting here at Imola, become a little bit more difficult to see, and your sort of reference points might change ever so slightly, but hopefully they've done some practice of this timing of the day to know exactly where they're going at this point of the track. As we're seeing here, Josiah still hold on to this P12. Is there going to be any move as we work our way down the straight? Martin's getting closer and closer, but we'll have to go back to that in a second, because Daniel Ferguson, we see him making some moves earlier on, and I think he's just made another one up into 8th position with Sim RC dropping back. So that's Ferguson on regular there, the 276 dropping down to 9th place.
Yep, Ferguson, great driver when it comes to touring cars. One of the best drivers you can throw in there, actually, for WSR cams. So far looking to have a pretty good points haul with how things are all considered pretty soon for them here today. By the way, class leaders in GT3 are in. The window is open for pit stops for some of those drivers coming through. So you should see a big wave of drivers about to duck down pretty soon in those cars. Moranis, they're trying to find a way ahead. Avoid getting boxed in their fight meanwhile. Right now looking ahead with Team Racing. Looking to try hold on in front.
And this is the 111 car that has the penalty as well. Moranis may not know about that one. Oh, as we're seeing the GTP, he's come to the outside. This is going to be tight, 3 wide. We're going to go into Variante outer. Someone needs to back out of that one. Moranis just squeezing and getting 2nd position. That is a huge move there from the 111, dropping back, but that got very close for a minute there. Unfortunately, everyone was able to get through very nicely indeed. I think that's BS Competition. Also, another car getting through. So Moranis up into 2nd place. Delatraz have absolutely gone off into the distance. So the 2 leaders of both the prototype categories just dominating the fields today. But yeah, Moranis up into 2nd place, looking good. As for the GTD pit stops, BS Competition who came in, they had the longest stint out there, so maybe a lap or 2 before we see some others coming in. But for instance, Maniti in 3rd place, they've only done 17 laps on the stint, so they've got another like 12 to go before we get to that point. But most of the other drivers will be in within the next handful of laps.
Yep, Ruben Bonko just playing the bongos right now. We just had a big penalty come on through. It was involving one of the teams earlier on that we've seen towards the front in a lot of the battles. Remember Fastlane RT? A couple hours ago, they were fighting amongst the top 5. They had just pit for their car. Guess what? Shortly after the pit stop sequence, a 25-second penalty for Thomas Delcourt was given by Race Control because they had 50 off tracks already. That is good enough for a penalty of not respecting the track limits here.
Wow, that is, yeah, considering how close a lot of these battles are, that is going to turn their race upside down. You know, 5 seconds here and there you can get away with, but 25, that's a big penalty. And coming back from that is going to be very difficult. I know we've seen some big gaps for the leaders in the classes today, but for individual positions lower down, that is, yeah, going to be a whole world of hurt. As in LMP2, this is for 9th and 10th position. We've got Fiercely Forward Gold, Nix Esports in behind Thomas Mail and Sotero. But is there going to be any swaps around? On the previous lap, Sotero was quite a bit slower actually, so looks like Tom Mail might basically just made that move and should be able to hold on there.
Nicely done. Just remember there is that difference on pit cycles amongst them as checking in on BS competition and their situation, continue to pick them off one by one. Next up in the order, Fiercely Forward with their black car with Vaz just in front right now on the charge. BS competition, keep in mind, of course, started off as the official BMW M team in esports, also competes in various amount of esports. Also has been able to really develop things as well lately in not just the road course side, but the oval side. Garrett Lowe, for example, with the help of BS competition, was able to make his appearances in the NASCAR Euro Series, actually, as a result of what he was able to do with the esports program.
Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. Unfortunately, they don't race on any ovals over here in Europe. On the road course circuits like Zolder, Vallelunga, Brands Hatch, etc. But certainly an awesome series for an American like that to come over, come in towards a European league and situation. Is very cool to see what BS competition can do, and Florian, obviously, who runs it over there, such an awesome guy and really, really motivated. As that is all so close, a late dive around the outside there, and trying and actually making it work just about. But that was a whole load of risk for such a small reward. Tom Hooper getting close for 2nd place now. Marcus Hamilton for Movano still there. Nicholas Bow, your leader, has come in, so this might be the on-track lead, because I think we might, well, actually, I haven't said that. Everyone is about time to make the pit stop, so we might be seeing these guys jump in. Or does Marcus Hamilton want to lead a lap out there if he can stretch the fuel one more?
Looking to go forward with Beniti already coming down, this time through. Drago and already under the pit lane. So the top runners in the class have already cycled through, and that's actually going to be pretty close there. Will they be able to make a stretch there, save enough gas maybe to get to the end? That is pretty close.
Yes, I guess they wouldn't do it if they couldn't. But yeah, that is going to be just on the limit of what they want to do to the end of this race, ideally. But I guess that is just what happened in terms of when the pace car came out and the time that was left in the race. So hopefully they've done a few calculations and they can work this out and make sure that they're going to be getting to the end nicely. The issue for this drug car as well is there's a few cars behind. So the Tatum Raztech car, this is one of them, is going to be getting past them, I'm sure, in terms of the cold tyres for Drago. So they might be, well, actually, no, they're not really going to lose any time in this battle. That should be a nice, easy move, but they got to be careful not to get wound up in these cars, that they're not really fighting for position today in the end.
Going to get very interesting on the strategy here. Right now, BS competition for sure will have to come down again, just based on the pit stop time, obviously, here. But some of the other teams have already been able to stretch at 30 laps. Guess what? The estimate of laps to go this time for the GTP class, 30 laps to go. So it's going to be razor thin, to say the very least, as Ivano just entered pit road with Marcus Hamilton. Renko, they're going to need a little bit of luck here, possibly, just because that strategy differential, yeah, the fuel load's going to be different, but now there's only so much they can go here. Right now, their difference compared to some of the others, 3 seconds, as there is piercing forward to the barrier. They are right by a track exit. Will this draw a safety car?
And that is right. I mean, they've gone straight on at the first braking zone down to Tamburello. Is that because they've driven there, or is that a crash?
There's the caution.
Oh, this is a big turning point. All of the GTP is going to need to come in. So we are going to have a sprint finish here at Imola. That's going to be a whole load of fun. Quite a few of the GTDs will need to come in as well. So this is right in a pit stop cycle. And this is going to change things quite a lot.
Well, there's the potential top-off situation if you're BS competition. That gets you equalized in every strategy. So take out that potential of an extra stop for them with this caution flag. Everybody else, this is going to be wild here. BS competition is going to have to charge to the field yet again here with this safety car period. You also have a lot of offset on strategy where it's going to become a fuel mileage race for LP2. Here's Tom Mail's reason for going off.
Oh, did he run out of fuel? Did he run out of fuel? Was there another problem there? I'm just thinking because, yeah, he's on a 27 lap. I wouldn't be surprised if he went past the pit lane and forgot to pit. That is one theory that I've got. Yeah, we'll have to see if there's any information we can get on that. But if he has done so, that is a big mistake.
I mean, I'll say this. One of the teams in Discord apparently is responding with party time to that response. Yeah. Give them credit. They recognize the problem and try to get to a track exit there, but obviously there's a concrete barrier there. In real life, it'll be very hard to get the safety crews through that concrete barrier blocking the exit.
Yes, I think it's also just with how the rules of the league go. Interesting that one brought out a safety car, but before we saw a car spin on the exit of Tamburello, the BMW, the Visceral car, and that didn't. So I don't know what the clauses are for that, but either way, one has brought out the safety car, and that's where we are. So it's going to be a little bit of a few minutes for this to sort itself out. So there's going to be less than 40 minutes to go, maybe even towards half an hour to go by the time this gets sorted out. It's going to be a sprint finish. We've still got some pit stops to take during this time. Drago just made their pit stop, so they're going to easily have that track position. Half of the other GTPs have already made their pit stops, and then in GTD, most of the drivers will come in once pit lane opens. So there's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of flurry, and I'm very interested to see what the running order is going to be when this one all works itself out.
Time to look through the rule book. Why don't we here at this point? Remember, safety car period here once again going to be critical for how things go here in this one. Again, safety car period. Remember, there is an addition as well for round 7, where there is a driver related to the length of the track, but that's later on in the season. Race control can initiate safety cars. Remember, if there's an incident potential effect of the cars, the race, or if a car is stranded in a place that cannot be safely reached by marshals on the cover of double yellow flags, the car tows for the place that could not be safely reached by marshals with those yellow flags. Now, keep in mind that during these safety car periods, penalties cannot be served. There are a couple drivers that have that potential factor of penalties as well. Here today, under no circumstances can anyone, of course, overtake. And of course, the safety car period, very strict. There are some wave arounds being done by the field as they go around here and get sorted for this field to see where they're going to get spread apart. There's some of the errors as they just try and get everybody onto the lead lap that needs to be on their respective lap here, then get them lined up correctly before they have a pit stop sequence come through.
And I think this is one of the coolest factors, because in a lot of, especially if you think about the iRacing special events, you don't have this. It's just green to the end. So if there's any big gaps that come, the things don't get reset. But now we're going to have a big sprint finish, and it has the opportunity for some teams to get back if they had a few issues earlier on in the race. It always is a big factor, though, of when it comes out in terms of the pit stop cycles. And there is a little bit of randomness there, I guess. But, the fastest driver, the fastest team is still going to win. We already saw some big gaps open up, by Delatraz, by BS, etc. after the previous safety car restart. So let's see if it does it again when we get to this time around. We're now within 40 minutes to go of the race. So especially when we see pit stops, everyone is going to be able to get to the end. They are going to be able to push. And basically, best team wins.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on here for this. So where's that mindset like now? Especially knowing in many of these cases now, it's going to be full tilt, full send. I will say about the potential of the fuel strategy with the LMP2s, before we get to that point, believe by the time they open pit road should be within the window, so that should be covered. So that in mind, how's the attack point? Where do you try and push here to make sure you get these spots up without having any incidents here and putting yourself in the back foot, because it's essentially a sprint race from here on out?
That's the really tough choice. And I'm just one side factor is we've done 30. This is going to be 32 laps for Tatum ResTech. I guess under safety car they barely use any fuel, but they might get to a point where they have to come in before pit lane opens. That's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, it's all about risk versus reward at this point, because especially if in a half decent place, is it worth the risk to get that extra place? We've seen how sketchy this track is, how difficult it is for these drivers to overtake today. We've seen a couple of big incidents. Fortunately, most cars, as I said, are still in this race. I think it's only three cars. Well, it'll be 4 cars at the end of it that's out of it. So we've still got 50 cars out there on the track. We're doing a good job, but we've still seen quite a few accidents out there. And is it worth it for a couple of extra points? Some would say yes, some would say no. It's down to the drivers to make that judgment call. And it looks like we're probably going to have all of these drivers into the end. I don't think anyone is going to, at this pit stop, change driver. That would be a bit of a silly one to put a cold driver into a situation that's going to be very intense.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing to consider, absolutely, with the driver change situation. But we'll say, as this field paces around here, get a reset on how things look right now. Tatum ResTech is up in the lead before pit road opened up here. Not open yet for GTP and company. Drago Racing second, BS Competitions in third, for Grid and Go in fourth. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter in fifth, with Movano in sixth. Williams Gaming Club is in seventh. Fiercely Forward Black rounds at the top 8 in that class as we run. LMP2 as we go. Right now has Delatraz Automotive still controlling that race. They had a half a stint difference to Moradnes at the top of the caution period. They have the advantage with Team Racing in third, Arta Esports in the fourth spot, Effect Simulations, Nürburgring Esports in sixth. Then the Arta Esports 108 car is in seventh. Auto Moves, surprisingly, here is in eighth spot. They've had at least 2 spins off the broadcast speed that I've had in the corner of my screens. They've been having a day with Jordan McDonald behind the wheel, but still in good track position. Oh wow, the GT3 Pro has Simify up at the front of the field of their class. Line GP in second. Veloce is now back to third with the cycle. Switch It, WSR, the top 5. Impulse Racing's Tim Kirkhart, the 257 specifically, the Mercedes one, is in 6th. You also throw in there BS Competitions down in 7th, with Bowton VDS in the 8th position on the pylon. So we are, again, for those just tuning in, 36 minutes to go under the safety car after Tom Mayle had to pull it to the side of the track, ended up pulling into the sand trap next to what he thought was a track exit, but was not. It was too tight, realistically, to be one of those where in real life safety marshals will be able to easily get the car, as technically he also blocked off that entrance. There was a near safety car incident minutes ago to that safety car where Visceral had been allowed to tow because they actually did find one of the big openings that you can make a realistic stop and be able to get assisted off the track. We're given the access to tow. Here comes pit road. Drago Racing, unsurprisingly, staying out here. Everybody else so far, at least the top 5, coming in. A few others should stay on the racetrack as they try and group them up and sort out where they're going to be on this restart in the next about, I'd say, 15 minutes from now.
Oh, yes. So a lot of drivers down pit road, GTD, GTP, all in. Drago, they were tight in terms of the fuel number to the end, but with the pace car here, they're going to be able to save a lot of fuel. They'll be fine to the end. Everyone else coming in, as expected, a lot of the GTDs as well. I mean, oh my word, so many drivers down pit lane. It's got to be 20 plus cars, 30 cars almost down pit lane. That is a very busy one as BS competition come back out. There will be some differences in the fuel times here because of some teams were basically completely empty on fuel. Some teams had about half a stint, such as BS competition. So BS competition, actually, I just realized this hasn't worked out well for them because the drivers that have stayed out go down to 7th place. So they're now going to be in 8th. So they've lost a lot of time overall in this situation because of their weird strategies. Just a bit of bad luck there, and Drago Racing are going to be gifted a big lead here. It's not like BS competition have come out behind them because there's other drivers on the same strategy as Drago. So this is going to be a tough one for BS competition, who were leading the way very nicely, but bad strategy call in terms of a bad sync up with the safety car means they're now going to be down in 8th.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of cars to have to pass on by to have a true chance to be able to win this one now. As some of the drivers warm up their tires, others still trying to sort themselves out of the queue. Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage amongst the many that came through. Interesting enough, Nix Esports did not come down during that caution period here this time. They're the only team, in fact, in LMP2 that didn't pit. Not sure where the magic fuel saving tree is going to take them here, but this is a dice roll, potentially, or a box they've been put in.
Okay, so they've done 10 laps. Obviously, about 3 of those have been under safety cars, so let's call it 7. Trying to do a bit of quick maths here. They are going to need quite a bit of fuel to the end, so they wouldn't have stayed out. I said earlier, they wouldn't stay out if they couldn't do it, but they are pushing it. I guess they thought we might as well stay out, have that track position. They are going to be lighter potentially because they're going to be right on the limit, but assuming that everyone who stopped has also taken the same amount of fuel. So, interesting one. I guess someone had to try it. He's going to be the only one to do so.
They have cycled him behind Delatraz now with the pit calls by race control over the radio as they continue to pace around here and wait for instructions. By the way, for how things have gone now in the GT3 machines, BS competition with the caution was able to get to the lead with Maniti cycling with Vesta in 3rd. Team points developed fiercely forward. CMRC at the top 6 now for that class. So a bit of a scramble up with some of the drivers in that class out of the pit, but not all of the drivers within the window. So a few drivers still coming up to the pacing line to catch up here, coming to the start and finish line. Being told to make sure they keep an eye on checkups here, as some of the others are still coming in down and making some service, like Solpac Precision's 262. So a few drivers still trying to sort themselves out here with 31 minutes to go. But quite simply, the GT3 side of things is going to be a busy battle potentially with some of the drivers flip-flop there, Cameron, with the strategy. A lot of the drivers were in good spots, but now at the end of this lap, they're going to have to pounce.
Yeah, this is this is going to be good fun. Drivers weaving around, trying to get some heat in those tyres. Although they're going so slow, it's not going to make any sort of a difference really. But they think it will, and they're going to try and get the positive mental energy from that. It is going to be a big race to the end now. It's going to be less than half an hour to go. There's going to be a whole host of drivers trying to push their way forward, and to be honest, I'm not really too sure how this one is going to end. I'm very interested to see, especially in the top class, how BS competition can come through. But when everything is going to be stabilized here, who knows? That's going to be very difficult for them to work their way through. It's not long enough for any sort of real fuel saving or tire saving, etc., to come into it. It's just going to be pure pace to the end and a lot of overtakes, which has been difficult to date. We've got so many different teams up towards the front as well, so that, there's no helping each other. It's just going to be a straight fight at the front. And looking at all of the categories, actually, it's going to be an exciting prospect for all three. I would assume the order that they are now is not going to be the order that they finish, but I don't know who wants to be the one to stand up and predict it, because it's going to be a very difficult one to do so. But we basically have a 30-minute sprint race to the end of this P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola.
Pressure is on to close out this one. Again, it's been a busy time here for the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola. Strategy has flipped things around, but now they get ready for the restart. Lights have been officially extinguished from the safety car, and they are really backing things up here from the pace car to make sure things are set to go. Drago Racing in control. They have about a 6/10 buffer in front, with Ivano going to be very close to them on the restart than Williams Gaming Club amongst the top three lined up here in the queue. So get ready to set things up for the restart zone here with under 30 minutes to go in IVRA action here on RaceSpot. Buckle up. It's about to be a busy time. The safety car is off the track. Just waiting for the word on when they can go here. There's the gas. There's the power. There's the zip. We're underway. 28 minutes to go as they try and warm their tires going up the straightaway. Here they go for the battles to the end.
Good start there by Nicholas Bowe as well to make sure he wasn't under threat down towards the first corner. No big moves, at least in the top positions for now. How are they all going to work their way through a little bit further down there? Oh no! Huge spin already. Massive contact into the wall. That is a huge bit of contact there that's going to change the course of this race potentially, if we are going to see safety car come out. And BS competition involved. They are, unfortunately, from leading the race, they got back in the pack, and now they've got caught up in the whole situation with Fiercely Forward, who are trying to go, but they've got a wheel damaged on the car.
There are bumpers flying everywhere, including into the pack, by the way. On our racing, that does not cause damage or punctures. Some of the Fiercely Forward machines destroyed from that. Others still hobbling their way around the racetrack. Pure chaos here with Williams Sim Racing involved in that one also. Here comes the Sim Racing Academy car. There's 77 holds on as the Fiercely Forward car Scribbins believe may have just gotten a clearance to tow. Can't confirm. Race Control did allow them to tow. They found an exit.
Wow, that's a big one. Yeah, of course, meatball for Dylan Scribbins. That was a big hit as well. So much damage. We will not really be seeing them back in this race. Nathan Olsen there, we're seeing for Miranda's. At one point got up into second place and now down into fifth after the whole pit stop cycle. Nix Racing are obviously up ahead there. One car that's going to be stretching it to the end. That might be another place. There's Delcourt, who had the penalty as well. So a whole load of swapping around we're seeing here on this restart and through the whole pit stop sequence. Sam Sutton's jumped up into sixth place. He's now under big threat from Tatum in behind. And that would be that'd be a very good if this drop bear car can get some further positions up there, because they had a whole host of issues and they're battling down outside of the top 10 at points in this race.
Pure chaos to start things off with a restart, as you would expect here, but the rest of the field looking to try and roll as fast as they can to the very end, try and pick up some spots here. Tatum right now trying to find a way around Orbit. Sam Sutton Early on in that fight with 25 minutes to go, they've already lost a couple seconds up to the cars in front on the raw speed here as they go, as they continue to zip on through here.
Dylan Scrivens, the replay goes a lot on the curb on the outside. I wouldn't say he was much more wide though. That is a very interesting one, but such fine margins at this point. Now, so he was able to keep going and find an exit to not bring out a caution. So that's very, very good driving there. That is certainly good for everyone else. We're going to continue on for 25 minutes to go. And unfortunately, that fiercely full car who was batting up in second place, we're not really going to be seeing again with the huge damage that we saw at that of the race. On the restart, cold tyres pushing to chase down Drago, and now Drago have over 2-second lead at the front, so they're really going to be enjoying that one. It was also a BS Competition who at some point got involved. Is this going to be a similar situation? Was it? It was identical spin there. Didn't smash into the barriers quite so hard. Very, very fortunate, but just getting the rear tyre out wide on the track and going for a spin.
Puts us again in this spot here with the safety car. We just got some more penalties that just came on through for them, by the way, as we take a look at Unity Racing Team trying to make some moves. That includes the 134 car. Yet again, that's involving an incident, I believe, earlier involving a safety car incident, procedure infringement. That's a 40-second situation. As well, amongst some of the other penalties, the 181 machine. They ended up just getting a bulletin coming on through that was investigated during the safety car period. That is Beringer that's behind the wheel of that. Moderated its responsibility. 20 seconds, already 8 penalty points on that car here today. 258, a part of the list. 5-second penalty. So others getting some warnings. There is a lot of penalties stacking up in the late stages, and that's not including any potential argy-bargies we've seen off these restarts. As we see right now, some of the Arte Esports cars, their 180 entry, trying to go on the push right now in the 8th.
Yeah, this is great to see. At this restart, everyone is going hard. We saw this, I mean, it's quite a while ago, almost 2 hours ago, when we saw the restart last time, and the drivers are now going hard at it. So this is second place in GTD. So Maniti and the 278. So I think they actually made a driver change, interestingly enough. But this is where we're at. We're seeing a huge battle. We've got Vesta in behind. We've got Team Hoisenveld. We've got Fiercely Forward as well, all going through. They can't keep up with BS Competition today for the race win, it looks like. But who is going to get second? Maniti trying to hold that inside line. They're coming down in towards Tamburello, and Vesta and the Mercedes in behind are trying to get the switch. Oh, huge chunk of the curb there. That is going to hold up the Team Hoisenveld in behind as well. They couldn't find their way through, but the curb's such a big talking point. Team Hoisenveld now having to actually, there's a lapped car in there actually, isn't there? So it's Hoisenveld is the second Ferrari, not the first one there. It's a lap car in the way. Hoisenveld has to dive it down the inside in towards Tosa to try and get that one through. That is Spezio in the North Sim Racing car. They brought out the previous restart a couple hours ago.
Yep, and now some of these teams are looking for ways to go. We haven't even mentioned Delta Sport being in this race for the past 2 hours, by the way. That's how quiet things have gone for the 200, as so far they're forward, they're looking to push. Of course, has connections to some go-kart racing. You see that logo pop up with the Burrell Art machines, for example, in real life. Right now, Petra Martins trying to push as quick as possible to close this gap. Right now you see some of the blinking lights right now for the Impulse car up the road. Some of these drivers getting a little bit antsy here in the late stages, already going defensive in the 200 here, trying to block things off.
Look at this train of cars. This is such a difficult situation for the drivers in there. I mean, it's just connected, basically, with these cars. They're all trying to brake at the same point. They're all trying to go into the corner as fast as they can, but there's no space to do so, and you can't see anything around you. All it is cars. And there we see Maniti lose second position. Vesta make the move. Rebecci, the 211, gets up into second place. That looks quite easy, so I wonder if Maniti made a mistake at some point, maybe at the final corner, as that was one of the easiest moves we've seen in class today. Vesta into second place, but they are 2.5 seconds behind BS competition.
Yes, indeed. Vesta taking a huge advantage in this situation with the safety car period. They've lost a lot of ground, though, for the lead. 2 seconds already. Vesta going to have to fight just to hold on to this podium because Beniti's providing a lot of pressure on speed as we go. But right now, Veloce, who with the cycles was in a great spot, was a top 3 car on most pit cycles. When things shuffling, remember, usually with pit stops, they drop down the order. Well, they're in 9th since they were the ones who had to pit during the safety car. And we know Noah Eder is going to be amongst those pushing hard to try and pick up spots fast.
And I would not want to be in this situation. I mean, Noah Eder is fighting for second place at one point, now has a pressure cooker around him. Josio, we've seen him having some big battles, Boots and VDS, but now it's going to be fighting with Simify in towards the final couple of corners. Simify seemingly have that one done. Ferrer and these two actually, I think, be battling on track quite a bit today. So the two Mustangs, but it's the Simify one that gets through and is into 12th place. They've lost the train though, so that is going to be quite important. They might just be out of slipstream range as well. It goes up to P6 and Sim RC. They want to be involved in this when it gets to the end.
Yeah, this is a great spot for them possibly. There goes Inter getting a little bit aggressive. Had to cut a lot to the inside there. Wasn't able to make a true move, though. As a result there, the 21-year-old getting some of the potential elbows out there to try and make some passes as quick as possible. Under 20 minutes to work with the Sim RC. Taking slightly shallower lines to be able to try and hold on here. As here comes Veloce. Now looking to fall underneath. Impulse had some overlap with the car alongside. Wasn't able to make a move. That's Delta Sport. That's now got the overlap back. No.
I can't believe how many cars are on screen in some of these shots. It is amazing to see towards the end of a 6-hour race. Less than 20 minutes ago. Oh, contact is made. 3 cars involved in that one. Ferguson is pushed. Simify will come through. That's a terrible rejoin as well as all the drivers trying to fan out, trying to find some positions on the track. This is right down towards the lower ends. We've got Veloce involved as well. We got the Switch It and the Lion GP cars and Maniti sliding their way through. So Justy has got like 5 positions in the last couple of laps. We're still almost 3 wide. Impulse go to the right hand side, Veloce to the left as they get the WSR car up ahead of them. We're 4 wide almost for a second with the GTP coming through, and this is Ferguson on the inside trying to get through in WSR. He's got that one stuck, but the Impulse car is going to lose a place here to Veloce.
Yeah, well, it's not quite done yet. Impulse actually got the better pull. Move some of the other drivers into the Hornet's Nest here. Team Australia in the mix as well here. That's Lap Traffic, believe, actually, also in the mix. Team Australia is the one behind the purple machine. Launche now has Lap Traffic trying to cut its way through. Movado tries to wind its way through. Somebody kicked up smoke as well. Not quite sure from where, as Movado, second in their class, 5 seconds behind Drago, have cut their way on through here as see everybody getting the elbows, and now they can turn. A turnaround, Veloce stacking things up as there goes a slide. Movado has to go to the brakes. Bumpers are everywhere. Cars are everywhere.
And that was Matt Farrow on the inside there for Williams, is the one being spun, but there's a bit of a Skittles moment. It's too hard to see. Too many cars were involved in that one. Who actually got some damage from it? Farrow's gone down to 10th place in all of that. That is not ideal, but it was Mivano Azura in the 33 car that was also involved in that one. There's so many cars on track here. We've got the GTPs coming past the GTDs for the first time after the restart, and it is just a bit of chaos. There's about 10-15 seconds lap between these cars. There's quite a bit of speed difference, and they all get bunched up at this track.
One more driver just got a tow confirmation. The 257 Impulse Racing car was just told they could tow from incidents. So that nearly was trouble for the field here with 16 minutes to go. And with this late of the race, any safety car from here could be a risk of ending things off here if it's not a quick one. Fiercely forward now in second with Hapola. How about that? Their black car trying to hold on with Simify right behind him in the traffic weave.
Oh, this is getting close. Simify just hold on into that battle. As we've seen Hopler for the Fiercely Forward GTP get close to it, and the sun is really setting here on this race and in the skies as well. We've seen the Simify GTP get close to Fiercely Forward. It's kind of like two lanes here. You've got all the GTPs on the left, all the GTDs on the right. As we come up to Piratella, trying to find some space on the track. I mean, this track is only really like 4 cars wide at some points, and you're trying to get 3 classes going through in a heavy battle towards the end of this race. 15 minutes remain. Matt Farrow went down pit lane due to that damage. No safety car came out though, and let's see how this one happened. He's in the middle of the screen there with sort of the whitish accent. He already gets a bit of a slide. He tries to cut in between to go down the inside of the impulse car, and then Mivano, I think, actually just went wide. They saw it coming, but I think that actually sort of made it worse, and they got involved because of that.
Now, after what was a chaotic incident there for the field, this entire class, it's been shuffled by late race chaos with less than 15 minutes to go. The sun's starting to set here from Italy. Here's Tatum Reztech in the top 5 now. Couldn't get around the orbit machine. Right now, Sam Sutton doing a good job just driving his line here. That purple machine, hoping not to get sent to orbit. We've seen cars be spun around and launched down the order. At this point, just trying to hold on as they reach some of the traffic here.
This is a bit very chaotic out there at Imola. Certainly a tough track for the drivers today, and they're making it work. But it doesn't mean it's easy at all out there on the track. They're trying to fight for these spaces. Not long left in the race. Here's the Tatum Reztech car. Got the Orbit drop bear just ahead of them. They've got Simify, and then of course Fiercely Forward, all for second place. The car of the 69, Draga Racing, has absolutely gone up ahead. They've been so much faster than everyone today. I mean, we're not that far in from the restart, and they've already got best part 15 seconds. They're going past the lead of GTDs now, so they're out of the way of the traffic. They will get the LMP2s maybe by the end of this race. Just about. It's going to be very close on that one. And that BS competition car, Bonga leading the way, has also gone off by almost 3 seconds. A little bit further back in the GTDs. This is a big battle that I've been seeing. Ferrier might be losing this place finally. It's been going on and on with Martins. Martins in the Delta Sport car on that inside line has got it done, and he's been able to get himself through. So Ferrier loses that place down into 8th.
There's the well-earned spot there for Delta Sport in the late stages with the push here. As they continue to try and find a way to close up the gaps now as quick as they can here. Simify saying, no, we want to battle it out. And it looks like they'll just let him go. Felt like there was going to be too much of a hold-up possibly. Decided to give him the pass opportunity there. And the swap is made as Bowden VDS now tries to close on up. Look at the aggressive tire warming effort for a split second there in the background, by the way, from the Ferrari.
Yeah, these guys are just going at it, aren't they? And it's one of those things, they're pushing so hard, but it's so difficult to get the moves. Even if you're going to be half a second lap faster than someone, it's going to be difficult to get up all these positions, and especially now as we're getting up towards 10 minutes to go. Time is ticking down. You've got to be finding a way through if you can. Here is a Steinoff for the 258 machine for Impulse. Getting closer to Simarsi for 5th place. There's quite a big gap actually that's opened up ahead. It's 5 seconds up towards the Fiercely Forward pink car, so not too much more in the way of ascending in the order today. There's 2 Mercedes now fighting for this 5th place.
Yep, meanwhile checking in with Gren and Go as they go here in their respective class, holding on to 7th. Right now, their car number 7. 17 seconds back of the leaders with all things considered as a result of all the chaos here for them. Tatum, for reference, has been able to pick up a lot of their own fandom here. Where do you see the pass being made here? Because on speed, Last time through, they picked up 3/4 tenths on Orbit Drop Bear, but they haven't been able to actually get a run. Once they get to this spot here on distance, it's almost like they've reached a brick wall to be able to chip away the gap. They haven't been able to get close enough to actually make a lunge.
Yes, it's very difficult to get that last little bit, basically, where you want to be able to make the overtake, but the last sort of half car length is so difficult to get in any category, but especially in the lower ones as we get to 10 minutes remaining. It looks like we're just going to have enough sunlight out there to see the finish of this race. But I don't think all of these positions are over just yet. There's still some stories to be told at this 6 hours of Imola, and Fiercely Forward leading the way in this battle, but all of the GTPs chasing them down. And I reckon, I think the rest of the car might have enough just by the end of the race to get past Drop Bear, but we'll have to see if he's able to do so, as we do now get just about into that final 10 minutes, but can't quite get close enough. It seems that the cars are all fairly even as well over the course of the lap in terms of the different chassis out there. Not necessarily noticing any car that's particularly better or worse. They're just all very even out there on the track.
Look at this right now with Fiercely Forward still. Simulify's been trying to chip away the gap behind. Last time by, though, was near dead even on speed with the 8 machine. So right now, Hapola is doing a great job being able to maintain these gaps here, coming up to a few laps to go here from the circuit. Aerodrome International Enzo Edino Ferrari has had a busy race, to say the very least, but they do have traffic to try and navigate the next couple moments or so. How will they handle that traffic? Well, pretty easily. Hapola gets around and the traffic moves far right. All while Martins is not done. They're up to 6 now. They've been able to pass by some of the drivers. They've been getting a little bit chaotic here. Notice one driver, at least in this pack in the past couple quarters, has gone off track. Sim RC has been pushed down to 9th.
And what a train of GTDs here. And they're always 3 wide with one of the LMP2s. I think it's Delatraz coming up the inside. Oh, contact is made. Sim RC go around. Maniti is involved. Are they going to make it to the wall? Yes, they are. Maniti got a secondary bit of contact as well. Are they going to be dropping down so much further? I think they actually survived that one, but Sim RC, they're going to be damaged here as they get towards the end of this race.
Chaos building up because of some of the aggression in the late stages. Maniti Racing hoping things go their way now, but of course, lots to potentially look at and review already. The 181 Unity Racing Team machine just got a 5-second penalty. Havano, after all of their spins and contacts, they're getting door to door for the battle for 8th. Right now with Maniti, they have Tom Hooper right now in front of them. Hooper trying to make sure not to have to jump through any more hoops here to be able to hold on. They've also got Solpack Precision and Grin and Go all in this draft pack.
And it looks like they do have a good, couple of car lengths between each car at this moment in time, but Hooper made this tiny mistake there. There might be an open door, an open opportunity. We go 3 wide, down towards Villeneuve. This is not going to end well. Someone is going to have to back out. Impulse are in the middle. Contact is made, though, further back. Maniti, in a secondary incident, is involved in there. Steinhoff gets through for 6th place, but unfortunately, we're seeing some cars drop a bit further down. This is a very difficult moment of the race, where the driver's going to be trying to find a place. So Martins is going to be getting up the inside here, trying to find his way through for Delta Sports. Boots and BDS, who went wide, coming in towards Tosa. They've lost 2 places there, and there's a little bit of contact as we come in towards the braking zone. Delta Sport push Impulse wide. They're going to be able to rejoin on the track. Bootson are having an LMP2 come past them as they think about a move up the inside of Impulse as well.
Oh, way wide for Impulse, all the way near into the sand. Bad rejoin as they push a car wide. That nearly caused another stack up. Blinky lights all over the place. That was sketchy. Believe that might have been Ferguson that just about got pushed off the racetrack there. That was scary if you're the 223 of a car veered 2 lanes across on the rejoin.
These guys are going for everything now. 6 minutes remain in this race. We're still side by side a bit further up as well. That is getting so close between some of these drivers. As they know, this is final opportunity time. That is the Veloce Thrustmaster with Edda, who's been able to make up some good places into P8, but Steinhoff in the Impulse car in behind. And look at now as we have the LMP2s come past the GTDs. Great timing with just over 5 minutes to go as they all try and find a bit of space on the track, but there is none out there to be had. With 3 wide a bit further back with some traffic sliding down the inside. Maniti, who've been made contact twice in the final couple laps, they're batting an LMP2 on the exit, the Tamburello chicane, but that should be okay as we get onto the straight and the P2s will be able to come past. We're actually getting the Drago race leader come through in the GTPs, who's now lapping the GTDs and the P2s at the same time. This is a whole bunch of chaos.
Got to get through cleanly. They have a 15-second buffer over the rest of the field. How about into the grass 3 wide to get around some of the traffic? And for Drago Racing, it's the hope that nobody makes a huge mistake here. 2 different classes of traffic being reached at the exact same time. There's not too much they need to do outside of just keep their eyes peeled. You have to think they only have a couple more estimated laps to go to get the job done. You can see with them backing up the corners how they're approaching things. Fiercely forward, yet to reach that traffic. Simify still within half a second.
So we're looking about 3 laps to go in this race at the end of this one. It is getting to the crunch time. Let's see how this one ends. Harpler is leading for this second place battle, but he's got 12 seconds to the leader up ahead. So he's just focusing forward. And now it is going to be Simify chasing him down. But look at the car lengths that he's got. A couple of GTDs though. Awkward timing in the final couple of corners. Can't really dive up the inside here. So Simify going to close back up as he get out onto the front straight, but not able to get enough momentum for a move. But this is certainly a very tough situation to be catching the traffic with so little laps to go.
A little time to be able to plot and plan things. Now it's, can you get through as quick as you can this traffic? Get yourself your finish. Get yourself on the podium. Hapola goes hard to the inside of the first layer of it. Now Torres looking to fall away to match on. Will be a couple cars behind per pattern here. That seems to be the case. Here comes Tatum Reztech looking a little bit aggressive there. Reztech a little bit close there with Orbit, and now off track goes the Orbit car. Orbit drops a tire. Sudden with the major bubble holds on to it, and they drop down to 6th.
What a save there by Sam Sutton. We're 3 wide up ahead with Grid and Go trying to get the move on the P2 and the GTDs. Made that stick. A lot of risk to keep in this battle further up ahead. So Reztech now into this 4th position, slowly working themselves forward. They've got some GTDs to get through. Variante outer and Simify on the podium trying to chase down fiercely forward. 3 minutes to go. And oh my word, all the GTDs up ahead wiggling around for fiercely forward, trying to find a place on the track to get themselves through. They dived up the inside the switcher car and now are trying to work their way further forward in the train. This is such a difficult situation for these drivers to be in. And down the front straightaway, they should be able to get most of these cars, but up towards Tamburello, there's probably got at least one GTD right in their way where they get towards the braking zone, but he's going to dive it down the inside is Harpler. So he's got through there very nicely indeed. It really depends where you meet the traffic on the lap. But he's been able to get through nicely indeed. And now Veloce trying to make a move here in your GTD field. This is Edda, who was up inside the podium battle and now is trying to recover up to 7th.
Now looking for a place to go. They take it high to the outside. Bolton has it blocked inside as Orbit Drop Bearer tries to get on through on their traffic. Launch giving the space to the GTPs as they zip on through. Coming up to the white flag this time by the way. Expecting 1 to go when we get to the stripe. If you want the spots, you better find a way to go now. That's the major thought process for many of these teams here. Launch a couple more drivers to zip on by to the right side, coming up to the white flag. And it looks like for now, they'll just have to wait and see. Will there be a chance to at least get to 7th here That traffic separated them out a decent bit, coming up for the front straight away.
1 minute remains in the race. Almost final lap time for these drivers. Is there going to be any final sense, any final moves? We've been seeing the aggression from these drivers all afternoon, and now this is final opportunity. Even further down here, we'll move up the inside there. Wakefield is going to be losing a position. He goes down into 14th place. That's going to be Veneri who gets that move. Or having said that, side by side down the front stretch, Maniti giving them the slipstream a little bit further up ahead, or Line GP I should say, giving the slipstream up ahead, and they should be able to complete that move down in towards the braking zone. 13th place it's going to be for Anschlag, and unfortunately for Impulse, dropping down another place with not long enough really to regain the place.
Right now, just about into the end of this one. But Drago Racing today, with all the strategy flurries, was able to survive the late race restart carnage. As they make their way on through, they're ready to close out what's been a stellar drive in the final moments. They had 100 points picked up from the full race distance at Barcelona. And today, here at the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola, it will be Drago Racing who gets to blink through lights and glory. It's Drago Racing who goes to victory lane in Italy.
Such a dominant performance there by Nicholas Bowe and his teammates. 17 seconds after a restart with less than 30 minutes to go. That is ridiculous, the speed that they've had today. So much faster. I mean, on that previous lap, they're over a second a lap faster. And here it is, BS Competition in the GTD category, winning as well in similar dominant fashion. May have only been 3 seconds in the end after the restart, but they had that one covered all day.
Absolutely, what a race for them today as BS Competition already crossing the line. Delatraz Automotive securing things in the LMP2s as the rest of the battles closing up. Delatraz going to be one of the final cars, believe, still yet to pass, believe, if not already. They're towards the back, but they had what was, well, I'm not sure what's going on with the timing, but at this point, you can give them the trophy here, I think is what you can say. They had a decent interval before things settled. It's one lap on the interval.
Yeah, it's just where they got, so Drago must have overtaken all the LMP2s apart from Thomas Imborg. So on result sheet, they're going to win by a lap. It was a dominant performance anyway, but Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, Thomas Imborg and teammates in the 188, a slow weave to the line to take a dominant victory. It was one of those situations where no one really had an answer to them. They were all battling themselves, and in the end, Imborg is going to get the win.
Delatraz Automotive to be able to celebrate. Let's take a look at your unofficial race results. Still a lot in regards to the race bulletin board potentially to look through. At least a couple drivers will have some things in post-race. But Nicholas Bowe for Drago Racing drives at home with Fiercely Forward next behind him. Semi-Fi, Tatum, and Grid and Go get the top 5 in GTP with Orbit Drop Bear in 6th. So Peck Precision starts things off in the decent mid-pack towards a couple hours to go. They finish at 7th. Movado gets back to 8th. Maniti and Williams Sim Racing Academy round out the top 10 amongst the GTP entrants. As well in the field today, BS Competition, they look to be the favorites. They were in control, but in the end, the safety car put them in the midst of traffic. They just need to get through the traffic cleanly. They didn't. Alonso's also collected. Williams Gaming Club Fiercely Forward in some of the incidents in the later stages. Movado, their other car, finished well out as a DNF in 14th today. LP2 looked like this today. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage had a major day. On the interval, it shows one lap, but it was a little bit closer than in some parts because Effect Simulations had to power their way back from some contact earlier. Arte Esports' 108 car gets a podium. Morandis and Nix, the top 5. Nix was able to stretch it after they stayed out on the racetrack. Arte Esports in the 6th position, the 180, with Orbit Drop Bear in their LP2 in 7th. Delcourt in Fast Lane Equipment in 8th spot on Track Team Racing. Finished off a 9th with Auto Moves Racing Team. Still getting a top 10. They were 6th at the time of the restart sequence. Some of the others coming up in that class included a Unity Racing team with the penalty down in 11th. Nürburgring Esports 1 lap down also with NGC by Mergem D. Arata down in 13th. Fiercely Forward with their DNF, finishing 14th. Rather, I believe they got back going after a tow, but still lost 3 laps. Matt Performance finished 15th. Then you have one other class of drivers that race today, GT3 Pro. BS Competition and Vesta Sport were the top 2, separated by 3 seconds on track, with Team Pointsingveld in 3rd. Fiercely Forward and Simulify the top 5. Delta Sport, they got the elbows out, were able to get with ahead by a second and a half for 6th spot over Ports NVDS. Then you have Launche down in 8th. They were as high as 3rd if it was the cycle green. Impulse Racing finished in 9th, and WSR Esports was at 10th spot at the top of the checkered flag. A lot more drivers in this class to look at potentially as well here. There were upwards of more than 20 part of the GT3 Pros. Some of the others in class included Switch It Racing. You also throw into the mix there of Line GP down in 12. Race Work finished in 13th. Team Australia 14th. Solpac Precision Racing 15th with SimRC getting involved in some of the incidents in 16th. Then you have Smilla Esports involved in some incidents in 17th. Harder Motorsport, we've seen them at the start of our block with 2 hours to go, getting the elbows out. They finished the second to last on the lead lap in front of AT, 18 to 19th. North Sim Racing was in 20th. Couple of drivers to go. Scuderia Volpe by P1Sim down in 21st, 9 laps down. Impulse finished their 257, 11 laps down in 22nd. Grinigo 23rd. Visro followed by Fast Repair and Arta Esports, the 26th that were part of that class here today. So let's look top to bottom at your unofficial race results here. And what a race, Cameron. There are a lot of drivers eager to talk with us after that one.
Yes, absolutely. Let's try and get a word with some of these drivers and have a bit of a look into what is going to be their thoughts. So firstly, we'll bring in the 69 of Drago Racing. Firstly, Nicholas Bowen, of course, from Romanidis as well. Nicholas, obviously, congratulations on your victory today. The one thing I really wanted to ask you, though, especially in the second half of the race, you had a couple of cautions, couple of safety cars there. Just how did you sort of switch on again at the restarts? Because you pulled away nicely in both occasions.
I mean, yeah, I think it was just down to the bad experiences I made at Barcelona that I almost lost it a few times on every restart. So I was just basically trying to pay attention to that. And I mean, I'm really happy about that now, this race, because that was like my main objective this race, to not have any moments on a restart. And yeah, I don't know. I've done quite a few IMSA races here a few weeks ago. We've had a decent amount of prep, nothing crazy, but I already had a great feeling going into the race. And yeah, we just confirmed it, I guess, this race. So I'm just really glad this worked out the way it did. And the cautions didn't screw us over, because that can always happen in this league. So that's good that we made it work.
Absolutely, and Michael, yourself as well. Really good pace in the car, say in the 69. How did you find this track with the traffic and everything, and how it worked with the classes? Because it seemed like it was absolute chaos from our point of view. It must have been quite stressful at times, even though obviously the pace was good out there today. How was it with all the other classes?
Yeah, it's always quite hectic. It definitely mixes the race up. I think we did quite a bit of IMSA like a month ago on the official, so we had a decent idea. But there's times where basically the GT3s and the LMP2s are lapping each other, and then the GTPs are coming through as well. So that's the most difficult when you have two different classes at the same time, basically. And yeah, even at the end, we basically had it in the bag, but still something of that nature could have happened because we were basically on the same exact situation again at the end. But no, it's great for the team, good pace today, and yeah, proved again that we are probably the favorite. So great, really good race.
Yes, it's looking great. And we have a long wait. Round 3 is at the end of January. So you've got like 2.5 months to Watkins Glen. I'm sure you're not really going to be thinking about that until the new year. But what are your thoughts going ahead and looking at one of the, the more fan favorite tracks at Watkins Glen?
Yeah, it's quite a long way away. At least a little bit of a break now. Let's see how the championship is after this round as well. But I think we should be fine. I think it's close to Daytona 24 as well. So we had a couple of different things for Imola now with the Bob, so that we can have a little bit of our hands empty for Watkins. And it's also a different layout. So hopefully it's just a good show. Again, as Nicholas said, you never really know with the safety cars on this league. So no matter what, I think we'll be in the mix, and there's going to be a few teams on the mix as well. But yeah, we'll just try and keep the momentum going forward. We'll see who's doing the race, etc. So yeah, just try and do the same job and try to keep the momentum going, keep the streak going, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, perfect. Well, good race for you in the end for the 69 Drago, and congratulations on both of you for your victory today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good effort by the 69 camp here today. As also coming through today, Delatraz Automotive, who technically will finish on their own lap at the very end here. We'll start things off with the driver who was in the car at the very end, Thomas Emborg. How do you describe things for your organization and your team overall, coming away with a stellar drive and being able to pick up some big points, especially with map performance at the bottom of the order coming in to the end of today?
It was a really nice race. Like, we were really well prepared. The setup was great. The car was awesome. Connor was also flying during the first part of the race, and for sure the last safety car was a bit stressful. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, we managed to pull a gap before the GT3, so it was a bit easier. Like, we had a bit, like, we could take more margin during the traffic, so it was nice.
Connor Jupp, how would you describe this race feeling for you with things, especially watching along? As your driver said, your competitor, your fellow teammate should say, things were stressful, obviously, with the restart situation to keep it clean there. What's kind of your viewpoint, especially with several of the safety cars we've seen today here in Italy?
Yeah, I mean, I had a really good start to the race, and to hand the car over to Thomas with a good lead was just what we wanted. And to be honest, as soon as I did hand it over to him in the lead, I knew we had the best driver for that situation. Even coming into that last safety car, it was definitely stressful, that's for sure. But I'm just glad we had the perfect driver for that situation.
So I'll turn to you, Thomas, for one last question here. Now, as things stand here, there is the strong possibility you end up as the team points leader here, but Watkins Glen is next on the schedule. How do you feel about going to the Glen?
It's a track that we really like. I think we proved this year with winning the 6 hour of Watkins Glen on the special event, that we have a strong car there. So we know that a lot of things can happen in the IVRA endurance races, but we always try to put the best car, and then, let's say, have the best chances to win, and whatever happens. But if we do all the work that we are doing, and that we've done for this race, let's say, I'm quite confident, because we have good drivers, we have good team, so anything can happen. But let's say we got the best chances to win as well.
On that note, congratulations on the run here today. Good job in the 188 camp.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Connor Jupp and Thomas Emborg. But still speaking to us there, as our next grouping of drivers is coming up. BS Competition. They've caught up with Cameron.
Absolutely. Congratulations to BS on, in the end, just a 3-second victory. But to be honest, boys, you had that one covered. Ruben, we'll go to you coming towards the end of the race in the car. How was it out there with the final couple of restarts? Must have been a little bit sketchy and a little bit worrying, but you seem to have it sorted.
Well, thank you at first. Yeah, and I could have done without the last restart for sure. At the end, there was just so much grip that I think we kind of just had too much downforce. We could have done with less. So I was really having to push from the Berg behind because they seemed to have the upper hand on us a bit. But luckily they made a mistake. So after that, it was quite easy.
Absolutely. And for Elias as well, your teammates, both of you getting towards the end of this 6 hours. Elias, how are you finding it out there on the track, especially from our side? It looked to be very difficult to be a GTD today. The P2s and the GTPs were going all over the place, making a mess that sometimes is very chaotic.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of chaos, but for us, I think it seemed better than Barcelona. At least we didn't get taken out this race. But yeah, it's a narrow track, a lot of corners, very hard to be the target on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And for your sort of thoughts of the championship coming up, we still got like 5 races to go, so still plenty of racing. What do you think you can really do in this championship? Of course, as you're mentioning, you had a bit of a disappointing first race of the season at Barcelona. You're going to be jumping up back in the points again today. I guess obviously championship is in sight. But what do you think you can do in this BMW across the season?
I mean, I think if we can finish the races, we have a good chance of podiums and wins for sure. We have a good team building the car, and I think we can definitely win every race we can succeed in.
Absolutely. And Ruben, just to finish on you, I'm just looking up and down the standings in terms of the cars that are out there on the track. Obviously, BOP is a bit of a big talking point. We see a lot of Fords and Aston Martins towards the front, but now you've just got to win in the BMW. How do you feel this car is suited compared to the others out there on the track?
I would still say the Ford's probably the fastest. On this track, also the Merc was pretty quick. And definitely we lack a bit in qualifying, but in the race, we just seem to have good pace. And we basically, our strategy was just keep the nose clean until the last hour, and then we'll see what happens. So that worked out perfectly.
Yeah, certainly did. And well, in the last hour, you had a couple of cautions, but you survived. So well done. And congratulations, you two, on your victory today. We'll speak to you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Justin, that pretty much rounds up the interview. So a successful race out there in the end for some teams.
Absolutely, and there's going to be a lot to talk about for the next time out. A busy time here for the IVRA Endurance Series for the P1Sim 6 Hours of Imola. It's the 1,000 miles at the Glendo that's next. Catch that in January 24, 2026, is when the 1,000 miles at the Glen is due up. About 297 estimated laps is the total. Be sure to tune in here on RaceSpot. But it's just about time to say goodbye after a busy race here from Italy. Thank you for tuning in for tonight's coverage here on RaceSpot. For everyone who's been today here on RaceSpot, that includes tonight's commentators of Ian O'Leary, Renzo Bonzer, Jake Sperry, Ron Mons, along with Cam Roger. For our producer today in Aiku, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You've been watching tonight's action, the IVRA Endurance Series from Imola.